Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Valyrian Steel Dagger. The panel system sounded. Aemon only felt the heat in his palm, and a wisp of red floated out of the red scales, staggering into his chest. A warm current surged in his body, and his strength increased a little. He subconsciously called up the panel. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 28%, Skills, Writing, Mastery, Archery, Great Success, Stupid Hands, Skilled, Magic Card, Solid as a Rock +1, Blue, King's Temperament, Purple, Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast, * Evaluation, Healthy and Developing Human Cub. The physique is far superior to that of his peers. Aemon took a look and purified his bloodline by 5% again. Turn the card panel. 3 cards, 1 grey, 1 white and 1 green, are all useless gadgets. Next to the golden hourglass, number of essences, 462. After 2 months, he had accumulated a large amount of magic essence. During this period, 1 constitution +1 deducted 10 points of essence, and 1 archery expertise deducted 80 points of magic essence. The rest are all displayed on the panel. The benefits are great. 3 constitution +1 gave him a strong physique, and archery expertise instilled the experience of a master archer, greatly accelerating his archery training. Caraxes shook his dragon head, glanced at the human cub with vertical pupils, and felt a little favorable for some reason. Aemon laughed. It doesn't seem to reject me. Because you are my son, Daemon said confidently. Aemon blinked, thinking that his name was destined to be with Caraxes. Daemon saw through his little thoughts at a glance and said nostalgically, its previous owner was called Aemon. Aemon nodded silently. I couldn't help thinking in my heart, considering that you are good to me, I won't think about inheriting your dragon. After a while, Daemon glanced at the sky and said thoughtfully, Boy, I should give you a parting gift. Aemon said in surprise, Are you leaving? What else? Daemon sneered and asked, Do you think I will sleep in the sheepfold or the stable tonight if I stay in Runestone City? Aemon. Silence is Cambridge tonight. In his previous life, he was not an orphan, but he was more like an orphan. He studied hard in boarding school since he was a child and had basically no family interaction. This life is similar. He was suddenly exposed to family conflicts and really touched his blind spot in knowledge. I fought in the Stone Steps archipelago and beheaded the idiot who fed crabs. I found a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry in the cave. Daemon said to himself, which showed that he had gained a lot. Then, he pulled out a short dagger with water ripples from his boots and waist. What is this? Aemon's eyes lit up. Daemon looked down at his son and said, 2 Valyrian steel daggers, from the collection of a wealthy merchant in Volantis. You don't have to guess, they were obtained by looting the pirate treasures of the 3 kingdoms of women. Daemon turned the daggers with both hands and smacked his lips, It's too short for me. I wanted to sell it to Pentos for some money, so I'd rather leave it to you for fun. After that, he handed over the 2 daggers. Aemon took them with both hands with a serious expression. Discovered an item containing magic, gain +5 magic essence. The panel prompt sounded twice, and a total of 10 magic essences were gained. Aemon didn't care about this, his eyes were fixed on the 2 daggers. They were very short, both 23 centimeters long. They were made of Valyrian steel, even the handle and the blade were the same, and the handle was wrapped with special hemp rope to prevent slipping. The daggers were covered with water ripples, and they seemed to flow and ripple slightly in the sun. Each had its own unique shape. One was as straight as a needle, and it felt like a sharp dragon tooth in the hand. A curved tip, like a dragon's flexible claw. How is it, do you like it? Daemon looked down at his son's expression and spoke High Valyrian again. Now, you and I have a part of our ancestors. Aemon glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw his hand on the sword at his waist. The hilt was slender, and the hilt looked like a pair of dragon wings. The family sword of the Targaryen family, the Dark Sister. Aemon retracted his gaze, holding the daggers in his left and right hands, and answered in the same language, "Yes, it's just right." He was not stupid enough to believe the so-called too short to sell for money. Daemon, the old father, was a proud man, and he highly recognized the blood of ancient Valyria flowing in his veins. In simple terms, he looked down on everyone except Targaryen equally. This could be seen from the fact that he took the initiative to guide Aemon to communicate in High Valyrian. Seeing that his son was using it well, Daemon nodded with satisfaction. "It belongs to you." Aemon smiled and suggested, "I want to give them a name." Unconsciously, the relationship between father and son became closer. "Perhaps this is the power of money." Daemon said indifferently, "It's up to you." Aemon heard the words and carefully observed the two small daggers. The more he looked at them, the more satisfied he was. He was not old enough to use a sword, especially since he could never learn to hold a sword with both hands. On the contrary, two daggers were easy to use and easy to carry. He held one in each hand, and used them like an arm. "Just call them Dragon's Tooth and Dragon's Claw." Aemon thought divergently and came up with two simple and crude names. He said happily, "One is sharp like a tooth, and the other is curved like a toe." Daemon smiled and turned to climb onto the dragon's back. Aemon took 2 steps back, feeling reluctant. "We'll meet soon," Daemon said meaningfully. Caraxes stretched his neck, making a sharp hissing sound, and his snake-like body rose vertically into the air, flying high into the sky and disappearing into the clouds. Aemon was unable to open his eyes because of the wind, and recalled the other party's words in his mind. Where to meet? The other party was sure that he was doing well in the Vale and would never come back. That would only be King's Landing and Dragonstone. Forget it, there's no point in thinking too much. Aemon put away the 2 small daggers, feeling warm in his heart. The father and son had a tacit understanding. He didn't ask the other party about his self-proclaimed king of the sea in the Stepstones, and the other party didn't point fingers at his current situation. In fact, he felt that the other party agreed with his independent ideas. Strange. Aemon muttered and returned to Runestone City. That night, Aemon had a long-lost dream. The sky was gloomy, the air was mixed with a pungent smell of sulfur, and hot air blew from time to time. A towering active volcano. The mountain was covered with withered green vegetation, and thick smoke billowed out of the crater. Looking up, there was no one living in the area of more than 10 miles. Aemon's brain crashed for a moment, and his heart was panicking. After a while, he realized that the surrounding environment was familiar. Is this Dragon Mountain? Aemon was very puzzled. Dragon Mountain is on Dragonstone Island. Rumble suddenly, there was a tremor, and thick black smoke came out of Dragon Mountain. It looked like it was going to erupt. Aemon was shocked and turned to run. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dragon Mountain towered into the clouds, and red light emerged from the crater and suddenly erupted. Crash! Aemon raised his eyes and glanced, and his whole body froze. What came out was not magma, but a golden copper liquid. The copper liquid was like a flood breaking through a dam, beating like waves. Aemon's hands and feet were cold, and there was only one thought in his mind. It's over. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Ruining my dream of riding a dragon. A few days later. Runestone City, front yard. Sir Steve, holding a wooden sword, attacked His Royal Highness. Aemon dodged left and right, as agile as a cunning rabbit. Clang! He blocked with the dragon tooth dagger in his left hand and slashed with the dragon claw dagger in his right hand. Sir Steve's face changed slightly, and he retracted the wooden sword and chopped it diagonally to block the sharp blade that was heading straight for his lower genitals. The swordsmanship was clever, but it turned from active to passive. Aemon relied on the height difference and attacked the lower 3 roads. In a short while, the White Knight was forced to sweat profusely. Okay, let's stop here today. Sir Steve called a halt in time. He had never seen such a cheating style of play. Your swordsmanship is still superb, sir. Aemon got the advantage and laughed. Your hands are very flexible. You can try to use 2 swords in the future. Sir Steve shook his head helplessly. The fighting style is very dirty, but the talent is excellent. Aemon wiped the sweat off his face and was distracted unconsciously. Sir Steve saw it and whispered, "Prince, are you still having nightmares?" Aemon was stunned when he heard it, and stroked the faint dark circles under his eyes. Is it obvious? Since his father Daemon left last time, he suddenly started to have nightmares continuously. Every time he dreamed of Dragon Mountain, which erupted with rolling copper water. Moreover, he was closer to Dragon Mountain each time, greatly shortening the time he was submerged by the copper water. If I didn't know, I would have thought it was sleep paralysis. Dragon Dream. Aemon pondered secretly. It's a unique talent of the family. When it is used, even the Eula grass pillow and mat can't suppress it. It seems that next time I go to King's Landing, I have to consider taming a dragon. Dragons give Targaryen strength. Just thinking about it, the old maester walked over slowly, holding 2 pieces of letter paper. Prince, there are letters from King's Landing. Who are they from? Aemon asked curiously. Could it be that Alicent and Rhaenyra wrote at the same time? One is from the king, and the other is from the princess. The old maester handed over the opened letter first, and took a breath. This is an invitation from the king, inviting you to visit King's Landing. Aemon looked strange. His father Daemon claimed to be the king of the sea, and his uncle suddenly wrote to him. Something was wrong, very wrong. What about the second letter? Aemon was alert and opened Rhaenyra's letter. He roughly scanned it and his face gradually became solemn. The letter was a report from Rhaenyra. The uncle's letter was not directed at him, but because of the sea serpent Corlys. A few days ago, the sea serpent Corlys visited King's Landing. You know, since the uncle refused to marry Laena as his wife, the 2 families have been in a cold war. If you are too kind, you are either a traitor or a thief. Aemon frowned. As expected. The sea serpent Corlys said he was visiting, but he brought half of the fleet of the Velaryon family, accompanied by his son Laenor Velaryon riding a dragon. Entering King's Landing with such fanfare was simply a show of power. At the banquet, he even neglected the king's uncle Viserys in every way, making the atmosphere very tense. Anyone could see it. The Stepstones' war ended, and the Velaryon family showed their fangs. After the banquet, the sea serpent Corlys left directly. Before leaving, he sent an invitation to the king. On his wife Rhaenys's name day, he invited the royal family to attend and discuss the marriage of his children. Attention! The marriage of his children is under the banner of Laena. After Laena was rejected by her uncle Viserys, she soon became engaged to the son of the Sea King of Braavos. Because of the war on the Stepstones, the 2 sides have not been able to get married. Not long ago, the Sea King of Braavos died. He was assassinated, and the murderer is unknown. The sea serpent Corlys invited the future son-in-law and planned to call the future son-in-law to meet him during his wife's name day party. It can also be regarded as a cover-up for some bad intentions of inviting the royal family specifically for him. Rhaenyra wrote to herself just to make herself mentally prepared. It's time to get ready to go out again. Aemon smacked his lips. If nothing goes wrong, he can also go to Dragonstone on the way. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the sky, mixed with pieces of grass and leaves. A loud dragon roar sounded. Aemon looked up in surprise and saw a golden dragon flying over. Rhaenyra! Why is she here? Hiss! Syrinx dived down from the sky, circled around the runestone city, and slowly landed in the empty courtyard. With the arrival of Caraxes last time, the petite dragon did not cause much panic. The servants hid when they should, but the knights were much calmer. Although their legs were shaking, they did not run. Rhaenyra jumped off the dragon's back with a bang, bit off the leather gloves with her silver teeth, and took a breath. The road in the valley is really hard to walk. Aemon interrupted, "You flew here on a dragon." "That's what he said." Aemon secretly looked at Syrinx and found that the golden beast seemed to have grown up a little and developed very quickly. Rhaenyra stepped forward and gave him a hug, smiling, "I'm here to pick you up. How about it, is it a surprise?" Aemon has grown taller. Last time, his face was buried in her flat belly, this time it was miserable. "You smell like dragons." Aemon tilted his head back to avoid his forehead hitting the soft part. Rhaenyra let go of the shy little guy with a teasing smile. "Come with me, Syrinx will take us back to King's Landing." Aemon said, "You're here so fast, there's no need to send a letter. But if you don't ride a dragon, you're mentally ill." After getting the consent of his mother, Lady Rhea, he packed his luggage hastily. There was nothing. He couldn't bring the escort team, and he couldn't ride the white deer. He could only put on his backpack, recall the golden-nosed rat in his personal space, and put on a Eula grass pillow. "Okay, let's go." Aemon was fully prepared. Syrinx ate a goat on the way, which was considered to be a good host. When he got on the dragon's back, Syrinx didn't recognize anyone after he was full, and he had a lot of opinions about outsiders riding. Rhaenyra comforted him for a long time, and Aemon climbed on the dragon's back curiously. "Sit tight, the saddle is chained." Rhaenyra knelt, hugged Aemon in front of her, and held the handle with both hands. "Hiss!" Syrinx roared, ran 2 steps on his hind legs, spread his wings and flew into the air. In a blink of an eye, he flew out of Runestone City. 2 days later. King's Landing. Red Keep, Meeting Hall. Viserys had a gloomy face and was discussing the trip to Titlehead with the ministers. Some people thought that the sea serpent Corlys had bad intentions and should act with caution. Some people suggested that it would be better to take this opportunity to repair the relationship through marriage. Everyone had their own reasons, and they argued for a while. Bang! The door suddenly opened. Viserys looked up and saw 2 figures, one big and one small, and showed surprise. "Uncle, I'm back again." Aemon put his hands behind his back and smiled. Rhaenyra was much more stable. She walked into the hall in a beige skirt and skillfully picked up the wine pot to work. "Why are you here?" Viserys realized something was wrong and changed his words. "Aemon, I just sent you a message." "Did Rhaenyra bring you here?" He was too busy these 2 days and didn't pay attention to his daughter's things. Aemon looked around the environment and saw that no one said anything. He said pitifully, Rhaenyra insisted. "My waist hurts so much." "Hey!" Viserys was stunned and admitted that he thought too much. Aemon covered his waist and told the truth. After flying for 2 days in a row, people are almost blown into fools. Syrinx is a sub-adult dragon after all, with limited speed and endurance. It took 2 days to travel, and the main thing is to sleep on the street. The evil Rhaenyra ruined his dream of riding a dragon. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Sneaking Out at Night. Red Keep, King's Bedroom. Creak. The door was pushed open from the inside. Aemon came out, holding a dragon-shaped stone sculpture in his hand. Just now, Viserys found him and the 2 chatted for a while. Aemon looked at the stone sculpture with a complicated expression. "It's difficult." After some warm greetings, the other party went straight to the point. Daemon proclaimed himself the King of the Sea, which had a bad impact on the reputation of the royal family. He is also a master who has no scruples. He flew back to King's Landing on a dragon and is now having fun on Silk Street. He didn't come to the Red Keep and didn't see his brother. "How can I ease the relationship?" Aemon sighed softly, feeling a lot of pressure. Faced with the attack of the sea serpent Corlys, Uncle Viserys instinctively looked for help. Daemon was the best candidate. Daemon was in trouble in the Stepstones before, so he decided to send troops to help and repair the relationship between brothers. Unexpectedly, Daemon regarded it as an insult. Beat up the messenger who delivered the letter, and killed the crab feeder single-handedly. I don't recognize this brotherhood. The two brothers are more unreliable than each other. Aemon shook his head and returned to his room. Persuasion is necessary, but it cannot be used as a gun. It is hard to say that the sea snake Corlys's actions did not have the tacit approval of his father Daemon behind the scenes. After all, the royal family encountered difficulties, and someone would remember his kindness. Aemon returned to the room. After a simple wash, he lay on the soft couch with a eula grass pillow. Thinking about all kinds of troubles, he gradually fell asleep. His consciousness was hazy and he entered another world. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the wind was blowing hard. Aemon stood on a mountain, surrounded by withered green plants, and the temperature was so hot that it made people feel stuffy. Pitter-patter. Suddenly, a drizzle fell from the sky. Aemon looked around blankly, and the raindrops fell on his face and felt very cool. Crack! A flash of light cut through the sky, illuminating the gloomy rain curtain. Aemon was stunned. At this moment, the drizzle turned into a heavy downpour, stirring up mist as it fell on the ground. Aemon shuddered, feeling cold all over. He had to find a place to hide quickly. With this thought in mind, he instinctively walked into the smoking cave halfway up the mountain. The ground was covered with gravel, and there was a faint sound coming from deep in the cave. It sounded like a chisel opening the mountain, or a blacksmith's hammer hitting an anvil. What is this place? Aemon's eyes were blank, and he walked in as if possessed by a ghost. 10 meters, 20 meters, until the deepest part, where deep red flames reflected the stone walls. It was a natural furnace. It was embedded deep in the mountain, covered with bronze scales, and inside it was quenching bright copper water. Roar! Suddenly, the stone wall shattered inch by inch, and the copper water poured out all at once. Aemon was stunned and turned around to run away. However, his feet seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't run fast. When he turned around, he watched the rolling copper water create waves. He was like a small wooden boat in the sea, instantly knocked to the ground by the waves. The last moment. Aemon's desire to survive was overwhelming, and he stubbornly stretched out a hand, trying to grab a life-saving straw. The copper water formed a vortex, and the infinite suction force completely swallowed him. Outside, the heavy rain continued. In the room, Aemon was still sleeping, sweat on his forehead, and he shook his head nervously. Dreams affect reality. Dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the door. Who? Hearing the sound, Aemon woke up suddenly and rolled over to get up. It was too scary. A hateful dream that didn't give any chance to resist. It's me, Rhaenyra. The door was gently pushed open, and a silver-haired head poked in, answering softly. Rhaenyra. Aemon gasped and gradually got rid of the suffocation in the dream. Did you have a nightmare? Seeing him soaking wet, Rhaenyra looked surprised and walked into the room with concern. This had never happened in the 2 nights she had been sleeping on the street. Aemon regained consciousness and wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to find that he was soaked. An 8-year-old's body was still that of a child, and he was prone to night sweats when sleeping at night. He was often sticky all over. Patting his pale face, Aemon asked suspiciously, "Why are you in my room so late? A night raid?" He was only 8 years old, enough to be sentenced to death with a reprieve. Rhaenyra was obviously stumped by the question, and hesitated. "I wanted to come to you to do something. It must not be a good thing." She was wearing a homely beige skirt, with her white hands behind her back, constantly moving to hide her nervousness. Aemon paid attention to details, saw everything, and silently tightened his quilt. "It's not what you think." Rhaenyra hurriedly corrected her mistake and stated, "I'm going to find Daemon. You're his son. Let's go together." "Not what you think." Aemon discovered the blind spot. "Aemon." Rhaenyra was furious. "Okay, let's go find Daemon." Aemon got up quickly and couldn't help but be curious, "But why do we need to find him? It's late at night now. Father misses Daemon very much. I hope they can get back together." Rhaenyra told the truth. Of course, she had her own little plan. Uncle Daemon had been very good to her since she was a child. No matter where he went, he would bring her gifts from foreign countries. After not seeing each other for many years, she missed the past. Tisk tisk. Aemon's eyes were strange, and he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. I'm afraid the girl was stupid and wanted to make trouble. Rhaenyra was very active. She found 2 packages from behind the door, took one for each person and said, "I asked around. Daemon is on Silk Street. Let's change our luggage and sneak out." Bang! As soon as the door was closed, she untied the laces on her back, took off her skirt and started to change. "No." Aemon's face flushed and he turned his back. He took off his clothes as soon as he said so. He didn't treat him as an outsider at all. Fortunately, I turned my head quickly and didn't see anything. A soft, white, half-curved curve. A few minutes later, the 2 of them changed their clothes carefully and pushed the door open to go out. "Princess." Cole dressed up as a farmer and nodded respectfully. Aemon looked at him and curled his lips. "There's nothing to say. Everyone is dressed similarly, so let's just share the hardships." Cole secretly glanced at His Royal Highness the Prince, and when he saw that he didn't cause trouble for him, his handsome face was relieved. He muttered in his heart that the royal family members are all willful troublemakers. "Let's go." Rhaenyra couldn't wait to go downstairs. It was useless, and there was no way to avoid the guards. Cole had to show his identity as a white knight, pretending to take 2 horse-feeding boys with him, and sneak out of the Red Castle openly. Aemon was confused. Isn't this exposed? His opinion was not important. The 3 of them got on a simple carriage and left the Red Castle far away. Midnight, Silk Street. The 3 parked the carriage and walked into the crowd in a low-key manner. It must be said that Silk Street is indeed the most prosperous street in King's Landing. Especially at night, the liveliness is beyond imagination. The streets are full of vendors of all sizes, and there are endless juggling, circus, and fireworks performances. Men and women of all classes are mixed in. Look, there is also a magic show. Rhaenyra was so excited that she pulled Aemon and shook him hard. Tonight was her first time sneaking out, and everything she saw was new and full of seductive vitality. "Hush, keep your voice down." Aemon was very upset and stabilized his patched hat. Both of them wore hats and wrapped up their conspicuous silver-gold long hair, otherwise there would be a big mess. "Hey, I see that brothel." Rhaenyra's eyes suddenly lit up, and she rushed out like a wild horse. Aemon was stunned, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Just after catching up with them for a few steps, he heard an absurd voice in his ears. He turned his head. In the narrow alley, a naked man and woman were sweating. On the street. Aemon grinned. The people of King's Landing are too open. Chapter 50, Stupid Beauty, a stone-building brothel. Aemon and Rhaenyra held hands and stopped in front of the door. "Are you really going in?" Aemon confirmed. Rhaenyra looked determined and nodded, "Since we are here." Aemon. "Such a strong reason, I really need to be punished." Cole was embarrassed and advised, "Princess, this is not the place for you. Daemon is inside." Rhaenyra didn't listen to the advice. "Prince Daemon is a man, you are different," Cole said nervously. Rhaenyra shook her head, "He is a man, but I am the heir to the Iron Throne, no worse than him. But you are a girl, the king will hang me if he knows." Cole was anxious and danced with joy, nagging non-stop. Aemon watched silently, and a trace of sympathy rose. He felt that the other party was about to break. "Shut up, Cole!" Rhaenyra scolded, and ordered, "If you don't want to accompany me, stay where you are." After that, she pulled Aemon and rushed in. Aemon also broke. There is a cave in the brothel. Passing through the curtained door, the inside was brightly lit and filled with pungent aromas. There were both men and women, each doing their own job. One hugged that one, and that one hugged another. The crowd was so dense that it was like a naked party. Aemon held his breath, dazzled by the sight, and his young mind was shocked. In his 2 lives, he had never seen such a grand scene. "Don't look." Rhaenyra blushed and reached out to cover his eyes. "You close your eyes too." Aemon's little hand was faster, covering the other's face tightly. "Hanging upside down. It's a sty." The 2 people were wearing coarse old clothes, one big and one small, covering each other's faces, blocking the door to form an unusual landscape. Some people looked and laughed, and some whispered. "Who would take a child to a brothel? It looks like a girl." After a while, Aemon listened to the lewd music and couldn't stand it anymore. "Let go of your hands, let's go upstairs." Rhaenyra was stunned. "Stupid! The person you're looking for is upstairs." Aemon pulled away the hand covering his eyes and dragged her upstairs. Rhaenyra's face flushed, and her forehead was almost hot. Aemon held her hand, and felt that his palm was full of sweat. She kept struggling to hold him back. The slender fingertips exerted force, as if this made her feel safe. Second floor, private room. The 2 found Daemon's position without much effort. It was a room with hollow patterns on the windows, almost half open. A dozen prostitutes who were too poor to afford clothes were lying in front of the window, watching and flirting with each other. The 2 came at the right time, and the thing inside had just finished. The prostitutes dispersed and calmed down a little. Dong dong. Aemon didn't want to stay any longer, and banged on the door directly. He said sorry to his father in his heart. It was really outrageous that the father and son appeared in a brothel at the same time. The scene of the son catching the father was outrageous. But he really wanted to slip away. "Come in." As soon as the door was banged, Daemon's voice came from inside. A bit dull, and seemed to be in a bad mood. Aemon didn't care, and pushed the door open to get in. No one would be in a good mood if they were disturbed right after finishing. "Aemon!" Daemon shouted in shock when he saw the little figure pushing the door open. He was sitting on the balcony enjoying the breeze, and he was covered with a blanket. "Hurry up and sit down, and cover what needs to be covered." "Sorry, Dad." Aemon apologized and walked towards the bed that exuded a lewd smell. A graceful figure was lying on it, and she was also very tired. Aemon took out 2 gold royals from his pocket, threw them in front of the other person's face, and turned his head away without looking. "Go out for a while." Daemon's brain crashed directly, and he didn't know what was going on. "My son paid for prostitution? How filial!" The woman took the money, and ran out happily without caring whether she was sleepy or tired. Soon, there were only 3 people left in the room. "Uncle!" Rhaenyra buried her head deep, and acted like a quail from the moment she entered the door. Daemon glanced and saw his niece dressed up specially, and his brows immediately frowned. "It's fine if he has one, at least it's a boy. What's going on here? His brother died in that stupid woman's belly? What are you 2 doing here?" Daemon stood up and walked silently to the clothes. "I have something to discuss with you." Rhaenyra looked confused and pulled Aemon's hand behind her back. Still not at ease. She held him with his back to her, and put her hands on his shoulders. She regretted coming here. Her uncle was having fun, and there was no sign of wanting to ease the relationship. His attitude was also very cold. Especially when she saw the coquettish bitch who just left. She suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment in her heart. The uncle who used to be tall, handsome, and considerate seemed to be very hard to judge. Daemon didn't know what his niece was thinking. At this moment, he just wanted the two of them to disappear quickly. He said with a gloomy face, "You better be in trouble. His brother must be dead." He couldn't even control his 12-year-old daughter, and he was fooling around with his son. Can a little kid like him come to a brothel at the age of 8? Aemon. Silence is golden. Dad said that we would meet soon, and it was indeed soon. It was just not very pleasant. Rhaenyra was anxious at the moment and wanted to leave quickly. She said her purpose, "Uncle, I want you to go to Tidehead Island and represent the royal family with us." No. Daemon refused without even thinking about it. Rhaenyra was anxious. Why? Her uncle didn't care about her very much. He loved his father and paid attention to the dignity of the royal family. He was like the patron saint of the family. No reason. Daemon put on his clothes and sneered, "When your mother died, I was driven out of King's Landing by your father, and we parted ways." Aemon smacked his lips, sounding very resentful. "But after so many years, my father no longer blames you. We all miss you very much." Rhaenyra couldn't hear it, and was still fighting for it. She had never formally come into contact with power. She only saw the contradictions between her father and uncle, but didn't know the source of the contradictions. They didn't trust each other, and they were wary of each other. The contradictions accumulated step by step, and then the situation today was brewed. Daemon picked up his sword, lost interest in talking, and went out without looking back. "Whatever you say, Viserys is just a coward, and what you see is just the tip of the iceberg." Before leaving, he pointed at Aemon and warned him sternly, "If I see you in the brothel again, I will break your legs." Aemon nodded like pounding garlic. He was forced, and it was not his intention to destroy the reunion of father and son. Daemon looked unkind and left in a hurry. Rhaenyra wanted to stop him, but was pushed aside. "Why?" The girl covered her aching shoulder, her eyes reddening uncontrollably. She felt very aggrieved. Aemon remained silent, and he was almost annoyed. Daemon and Rhaenyra had no conflict of interest. But Daemon and his brother Viserys could be said to be incompatible, and neither of them would submit to the other. This can be seen from the fact that Daemon did not return to the Red Castle, but spent the night on Silk Street. It's not that he had nowhere to go, he simply disgusted his brother Viserys. "I'm in King's Landing, but I don't obey your orders. Your help to me is like chicken ribs. Today's achievements all depend on fighting my way out. If the royal family encounters trouble, don't even think about asking me for help. Unless one side bows its head and admits its mistake first." Aemon sighed and pulled Rhaenyra's little hand. "Let's go." According to the trajectory of the original world, Daemon couldn't admit defeat now. The Stepstone Islands are barren, and there are still remnants of pirates wreaking havoc. Daemon has no army and can't be intimidated at all. But he still persisted for several years and maintained a stiff relationship with the royal family. It was not until Rhaenyra came of age to choose a husband that he gave up the title of King of the Sea and ran back to King's Landing to admit his mistakes and repair the relationship. Rhaenyra did not understand the twists and turns inside and was immersed in sadness. Aemon had a headache, let go of her hand, and went out first. It was impossible to coax her. Targaryen men would never bow to women. Rhaenyra's eyes were blurred with tears, and she lowered her head and sobbed softly. After a while, she looked up and looked around the room and found that she was the only one left. "Aemon!" Rhaenyra felt cold all over and shouted nervously. Unfortunately, no one answered. "Aemon, we should go back." Rhaenyra was scared and wanted to run out, but there were chaotic men and women outside. This was not a place she was familiar with at all. Even wanting to go out was difficult. Rhaenyra bit her lower lip and tried hard not to cry. At this moment, a silver-haired head poked in the door and shook for a moment, "This way." Then he whistled and turned around coolly. Could they really leave her here? If she stayed here, all the men in the brothel would be in danger. "Wait for me, Aemon!" Rhaenyra cried with joy and hurriedly followed. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Dragonstone. Late at night, 3 figures sneaked back to the Red Keep. 1 returned the carriage, and 2 ran back to Maegor's hold fast together. In the bedroom, Aemon took off his patched hat and took a deep breath. "Finally back. It's late, you should go back and rest." Aemon loosened his collar and wanted to catch up on some sleep. Unexpectedly, a hug came from behind and held him tightly in her arms. Aemon was stunned, looking up to see a pretty face with a slight blush. Rhaenyra showed her true feelings and whispered, "Aemon, thank you." "Why thank me?" Aemon turned his head away. "Nothing, just thank you." Rhaenyra rested her chin on his shoulder and gently rubbed her cheek. Aemon uttered a huh and pushed, "Go back to bed. Don't bother him, it's almost dawn." "Okay." Rhaenyra smiled wickedly, unbuttoned the buttons of her old linen clothes, and changed back to the beige skirt she had before. Then, she got into bed. "Aemon? Come, rest." Rhaenyra only showed her head and waved happily. Aemon was speechless. After confirming that the other party really wanted to stay here, he changed back into his pajamas and went to bed decisively. What's there to be afraid of? He was only 8 years old. "Well, I'll hold you to sleep tonight." Rhaenyra hugged the little guy and smiled triumphantly. She had just experienced too much and the scene was too shocking. She urgently needed a soft pillow to soothe her soul. Aemon rolled his eyes, rested on the girl's uniquely soft and pillowy chest, and slowly closed his eyes. He thought he could sleep peacefully. After a while, a drop of water fell on his cheek. Aemon opened his eyes and saw Rhaenyra biting her lip and secretly shedding little pearls. "Do you have a toothache?" Aemon was speechless and turned to lean into the soft embrace. "Mercifully, I'll hold you." Rhaenyra sat up and hugged Aemon in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. She still didn't understand. It seemed that since she became the heir to the Iron Throne, everything was going in the worst direction. Alicent, her father, the princes and ministers. Now, even her uncle Daemon, who had been the best to her since childhood, was the same. "Just because I'm a girl?" Rhaenyra asked herself. Aemon opened his mouth and wanted to say that it was because you were stupid. But seeing her crying, it would be hurtful to say it out loud. "Okay, stop crying." Aemon hugged her back and patted her back to comfort her. Rhaenyra softened, buried her face in Aemon's neck, and sobbed quietly. "It's not your fault, you just have a bad brain." Aemon comforted softly. Woo-woo. Rhaenyra felt even sadder after hearing this. Aemon pursed his lips, knowing that he shouldn't say too much. The candle light in the room flickered, and the midnight was particularly quiet. Aemon was calm, holding the crying head in his hands, his eyes staring at the table. A dragon-shaped stone sculpture lay there quietly. It was given by his uncle Viserys, who hoped that his nephew could repair the relationship between brothers. "How is it possible?" Aemon murmured in his heart, rubbing his face against the smooth cheek in his arms. A wisp of fresh fragrance was inhaled into his nose, with a sweet taste. What happened tonight made him realize a lot. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. But this is just an appearance. In the real world, everyone has their own ideas and strives for their personal goals. It's like thousands of troops crossing a river, all fighting to cross. Aemon bumped his head against her and said, "Rhaenyra, prepare a boat for me tomorrow morning." "Where are you going?" Rhaenyra broke free from his arms and spoke incoherently. Aemon looked at her red and swollen eyes and said lightly, "Find a dragon and ride on it." Hearing this, Rhaenyra was stunned. She didn't expect the little guy to suddenly rise up with the determination to tame a dragon. Aemon tilted his head, indicating that there was no other way. Daemon, the old man, was firm in his attitude. He only watched the show and did not intervene. As a son, he could not interfere with his decision. The trip to Dragonstone Island was bound to have an impact on the royal family. For an 8-year-old boy like him, defending the royal family was politically correct. The royal family's dignity was destroyed, and his status as a prince would also plummet. It would be even more difficult to take root in the valley in the future. Dragons are dangerous. Rhaenyra swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reminded him seriously. Aemon's eyes turned and he teased, "Aren't you also a big female dragon?" "Aemon, I'm not kidding," Rhaenyra said angrily. Aemon restrained himself a little, "Me too." Rhaenyra's throat was dry and she couldn't say anything negative. No matter how you looked at it, the little guy was more reliable than herself. Just when Aemon was about to get impatient, Rhaenyra acquiesced, "The royal ship will leave the day after tomorrow. You will set off tomorrow morning and maybe you can catch up." "That's good, go to sleep." Aemon broke free from her arms and lay back freely. Rhaenyra stared for a while, then lay down and leaned her head on the not-so-broad shoulder. Aemon moved, feeling awkward. He found that she had developed a dependence on him. Rhaenyra was very clingy, stretching out her elastic white legs under her skirt, and pressing him with the quilt. Aemon was trapped. When he wanted to resist again, he heard a soft snoring in his ear. Rhaenyra had fallen asleep. She felt very insecure, but she slept well tonight. Because she was sure of one thing. Aemon was the only one who was willing to help her sincerely. Others wanted to cling to her status to achieve certain goals. Only Aemon didn't take her seriously. What the best in the world is just a lie. She knew that Aemon had never alienated Alicent, and the two of them had been flirting behind her back. But there was nothing she could do. Others were like vultures circling around, always wanting to see her corpse so that they could feast on it. Aemon didn't. He gave her advice, helped her do practical things, and won the love of the people. He was just like the little prince in the picture book story. "Aemon, Alicent is a bad person." Rhaenyra smacked her lips and muttered. The next day, early in the morning, on a remote beach, a small boat went into the sea, splashing waves. Two men in black robes ran onto the boat and swung the oars to row. "Thank you for your hard work, two lords." Aemon sat on the boat and thanked them. Eric and Eric looked at each other, and the two brothers said in unison, "It's a long journey, please don't mind." Aemon smiled and put on another small black robe. The boat was arranged by Rhaenyra, and the Cargyle brothers were seconded from Alicent. This trip to Dragonstone was not easy to be discovered. It was very particular. Going with a big fanfare meant standing on the side of the royal family and being remembered by both Velaryon and his father Daemon. Going quietly was another way of saying it. If he could successfully tame the dragon, he could play a silent deterrent role after going to Tidehead Island. Ensure that the royal family does not lose face. On the contrary, if he raised the banner of supporting the royal family before taming the dragon, he would only be attacked by everyone. It's still the same wise saying. Enter the village quietly, don't shoot. Crash! The waves hit the boat and the boat drifted with the waves. Aemon lay on the board, closed his eyes and gathered his strength. Time passed quietly. In a blink of an eye, the sun set. "Prince, wake up!" Sir Eric called softly. Aemon climbed out of the boat with sleepy eyes and looked around blankly. At a glance, a large island with strange rocks stood in the sunset and waves. Aemon was refreshed and smiled. Dragonstone. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Chasing Under the Moon. The sun sets. Aemon stepped onto the beach of Dragonstone and trotted on the golden sand. The fishy and salty sea breeze blew and felt cool on his face. "Sir, keep up." Aemon shouted happily. He was running. It was the second time in his life he had set foot on Dragonstone and was running on the beach. The goal was particularly clear. A huge mountain towering between the cliffs. Dragonmont. Dragonmont is an active volcano, and the dragons' lairs are all there. Aemon smiled, full of enthusiasm to face the unknown. He wanted to tame a dragon. The two white knights followed closely, looking for branches to make torches in advance. It was getting dark. Even on Dragonstone, one had to remain extremely vigilant. The sun gradually set and the sky darkened. Aemon took the lead, bypassing several steep slopes and rushing toward the rocky and barren terrain. Further ahead stood Dragonmont. "Stop, who's there?" Suddenly, several flames lit up in the distance, followed by a loud shout. Aemon turned his head. He saw a group of people rushing from the direction of Dragonstone Castle, built atop the cliffs. An old man and two young dragon keepers, wearing coarse linen clothes, held bamboo sticks tightly in their hands. 5 guards clad in armor and red cloaks. One of them looked particularly fierce, tall and strong, rushing toward them aggressively. He was the one who had shouted, "Prince!" Sir Alec's face changed slightly and he looked to Aemon for instruction. "Stay calm." Aemon was much more composed. Dragonstone was Targaryen family land, and Dragonmont was the dragon's lair. A patrol force was to be expected. The patrol team soon approached. The old dragon keeper looked wary and questioned in half-Valyrian, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in coming to Dragonmont so late at night? Why ask so many questions? Seize them first." The tall knight in the lead was clearly uneasy and waved his hand to have them captured. "Hold!" The two white knights unsheathed their swords, showing no fear. Aemon stepped forward, staring at the tall knight, and raised his voice in half-Valyrian, "I am Daemon Targaryen, son of Daemon, Prince of House Targaryen." His voice was sonorous and firm. As he spoke, he looked at the dragon keeper directly. The old dragon keeper's expression shifted. After clearly recognizing him, he solemnly declared, "The prince has arrived. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly." He quickly pulled the two younger dragon keepers to bow in respect. There was no need for further questioning. Aemon's silver-gold hair and innate nobility already confirmed his identity. Moreover, his half-Valyrian was fluent. Upon hearing Prince, the tall knight's face changed slightly. He hurriedly straightened up and greeted him with a forced smile, "Your Highness, I am Sir Alfred of Dragonstone. I extend my sincerest welcome." Aemon narrowed his eyes, trying to recall where he had heard that name. It was vaguely familiar. He seemed to be a character during the Dance of the Dragons, a traitor, in fact. This man had contributed to Rhaenyra's death. "Prince, what are your orders?" Sir Alec remained alert and did not sheath his sword. Aemon saw no reason to conceal his purpose and replied bluntly, "I came to tame a dragon." This time, he spoke in the common tongue for all to understand. The old dragon keeper looked up at the sky and kindly advised, "It's getting dark. Why not wait until morning and choose a hatchling?" "No, I want a giant dragon." Aemon's tone was firm. "You mustn't be so reckless." The old dragon keeper was clearly shocked. The torchlight flickered in the wind, revealing Aemon's delicate, youthful face, still unmistakably a child. How could a child awaken a sleeping dragon? In the midst of the conversation, someone had other thoughts. Sir Alfred, middle-aged and the most senior hedge knight on Dragonstone, always commanded respect. But staying on the island meant his status would remain stagnant. Daemon's son. What an opportunity! Alfred lowered his gaze, his thoughts churning. It was no secret the king and his brother Daemon were estranged. And this time, Daemon had not stayed on Dragonstone after returning from the Stepstones, eliminating a great deal of potential trouble. Rumors from old acquaintances said relations between the brothers had soured even further. Daemon's son, sneaking to the island in the dead of night to claim a dragon. There had to be something fishy about it. Could it be rebellion? Alfred felt excitement surge in his chest. Worst case, the king disapproved of his nephew taming a dragon, so the boy came in secret. If he stopped him, he couldn't be blamed either way. Even if wrong, he could excuse it by saying the prince was too young to be left alone. Yes. That was the move. With that thought, Alfred pushed past the old dragon keeper, stepping forward with a courteous tone, "Your Highness, the night grows late. Why not rest at the stone drum tower for the night?" The stone drum tower was part of Dragonstone Castle, built into the cliffs. Aemon frowned and declined, "No need. But thank you." He had no desire to engage further and gave the two white knights a signal before turning toward Dragonmont. Hold! Alfred wasn't going to let his prey escape so easily. He stepped forward again to block the way. Swish! Swish! The white knights raised their swords, blocking both the dragon keepers and guards closing in. What is the meaning of this? Aemon looked at him, puzzled. Alfred's face was one of feigned concern. "Your Highness, please reconsider the dragon keeper's advice. It's truly unwise to proceed now." Aemon's eyes grew cold. He gave a swift command, "Sire, hold them off." Just from the man's unpleasant expression, he could see his true intent. "Be careful, Your Highness." The two white knights weren't hesitant. Each grabbed an opponent and began to clash. Aemon didn't waste time, he ran. Seeing him flee, Alfred lost all pretense and shouted, "Stop him! Don't let His Highness wander into danger." The four guards and two dragon keepers hesitated, then decided to follow. The guards had their orders. The dragon keepers were genuinely concerned no child should wake a sleeping dragon. "You go help him. I'll hold this one." Alec raised his sword and attacked. His brother Eric dashed after the prince. Clang! Steel rang against steel as Alec clashed with Alfred, sparks flying in the night. A bright moon rose high into the sky. Aemon ran swiftly, breathing steadily. The moonlight lit his path, and he neared the base of Dragonmont. He glanced back, several figures were still chasing him. "Haha! I won't let you stop me!" Aemon laughed aloud. There was no panic, only a thrill, a reckless joy of running under the moonlight. Before long he reached the base of Dragonmont after following a winding, rocky trail. He looked back once more. The pursuers had been delayed, but not for long. That should be enough time. Aemon turned and began to climb the steep mountainside. His gaze fixed halfway up the slope. It was overgrown with greenery, but wisps of thick smoke seeped out from one of the many caves. The place was clear in his memory. If he remembered correctly, there, deep inside the smoking cave, lay two riderless dragons in slumber. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Bronze Fury, Vermithor. Soon, Aemon found a large cave full of vines based on the scene in his dream. There was no reason. A faint familiarity, plus a trace of inexplicable fear. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat crawled out of the bag, sniffing around with its golden nose. Aemon put it on the ground, took off the bag, bent down and said, "You go, wait for me to come out. Dragon training is too dangerous, there is no need to bring this little thing." Squeak! The golden-nosed rat was reluctant, and its head arched hard into the palm of its master's hand. How could a rat be afraid of death? "Be obedient, the dragon flame will roast you." Aemon's eyebrows were gentle, and he pushed it, "Hurry up and take my precious bag." Squeak! The golden-nosed rat was reluctant to leave, and its little mouth picked up the bag strap and ran away, looking back every 3 steps. Aemon smiled and watched the little thing slip away. He was not 100% sure about dragon training. Dragons are dangerous, especially those with violent temperaments. According to the family's dragon training history, most of them were completed in their teens, and a few were completed in adulthood. For example, his great-uncle Viserys and his father Daemon. As the bloodline of brave Balon, the two brothers both trained dragons after the age of 20. Daemon was even later, taming bloodworm Caraxes in 105 AC, when he was already 24 years old. In this regard, only cruel Maegor can match. Cheer up, don't lose face. Aemon patted his face, more serious than ever before. Then, he strode into the cave. Click. Lighting a spare torch, Aemon squinted slightly to adapt to the dark environment. Taking a few steps, the gravel under his feet rolled. Aemon looked around and found that the inside and outside of the cave had changed greatly. The naturally formed karst cave, with milky white stalactites hanging overhead. Against the background of the flames, it reflected a hazy halo. It can be said to be a different world. He's in, stop him! Suddenly, the urgent shouts of the elderly dragon tamer came from outside the cave. Aemon turned back suddenly and saw a few flames flickering at the entrance of the cave. Without waiting any longer, Aemon's eyes were stern and he rushed deep into the cave. There were footsteps behind him and the low voice of the old dragon keeper. There are two ownerless dragons sleeping in the cave. Don't wake them up rashly. But no one would listen. In a short time, the small figure had already disappeared into the darkness. Time passed by. Deep in the cave, Aemon rushed all the way and noticed that the environment began to change. The naturally formed cave wall showed traces of artificial excavation, and the ground turned into a hard and heavy stone slab. Correspondingly, the temperature rose rapidly. Aemon ran for more than 10 meters, sweating profusely and panting. It didn't feel like a cave, but more like an underground fire vein close to Dragonmont. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and bypassed a wide fork in the road. Immediately, the space suddenly became clear. The stalactites on the top of the cave disappeared, turning into an empty and deep cave. The stone slabs under his feet were laid forward all the way, expanding into a platform at the bottom of the cave. Where is this? Aemon paused, feeling inexplicably familiar. Looking left and right, a row of thick stone pillars stood along the entrance of the platform. It was somewhat similar in style to the stone wall inlaid with a natural furnace in his dream. It was solemn and dignified, making people feel depressed. Aemon's mind turned, and he realized that this was the end. Then, it's time to try to wake up the dragon. And the method of awakening, Dreamfire taught him that time. Aemon cleared his throat, mustered up the courage to move forward slowly, humming the Valyrian ballad, swallowing flames, riding wings. Standing with two heads, singing to three. By my voice, the words of fire. The voice was clear and childish, and the melody was soft and melodious, echoing in the dark cave. Aemon walked while humming and came to the edge of the platform. This is the dragon song to awaken the dragon, using the High Valyrian to communicate with the dragon and establish a spiritual connection button. Blood magic, the sacrifice has been paid. Aemon bent down, put down the conspicuous torch, and kept his eyes on the darkness. Snap! The torch fell to the ground, making a noise different from the childish humming. At this moment, there was a slight warm breeze in the air, and a great pressure swept over the whole body, with a feeling of impending disaster. Aemon's body froze, realizing that the test had come. Indistinctly, the darkness quietly surged, and it seemed that a vague outline emerged. Through the weak firelight, a copper halo was reflected. The words of fire, supplemented by bright eyes. Aemon suppressed his uneasiness and looked at it without moving away. Boom! Suddenly, a huge dragon head rose from the ground, and the giant mouth with dense fangs opened, spewing sticky copper flames to the sky. It was as if the hot magma surging underground suddenly erupted. Aemon's breath was choked, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The copper flame was the great horror in the dream. With the help of the firelight, the rocks above his head burned hot and red, and the cave was as bright as day. Finally, everything was seen clearly. A huge dragon with bronze scales all over its body was crawling under the platform, and now it had a dragon head with a sharp horn crown. The huge dragon's mouth, covered with bronze scales, continuously poured out bronze dragon flames. It was like venting the rage in his heart after being suppressed for a long time. Aemon's expression was blank, and his pair of purple eyes reflected the whole picture of the dragon. He had only one thought in his mind. The natural furnace in the dream was clearly the dragon's mouth in front of him. The rolling copper water that swallowed him several times was the bronze dragon flame that looked like magma. Roar! The bronze dragon raised its head and roared, then slowly lowered its dragon head, staring at the silver-haired boy on the platform with a pair of bronze vertical pupils. Aemon was stunned and chanted according to his instinct, destined to fly, free and beautiful. He recognized the giant beast in front of him. Vermithor, known as the Bronze Fury, is the largest and perhaps the most ferocious adult dragon in the world besides Viagar. Vermithor shook his head gently, approached the dazed silver-haired boy, and showed a mouth full of sharp fangs. It seemed to be a warning, but also seemed to reveal its true nature. Aemon's heart was pounding, and he couldn't help but smile. Opposite him was the most special dragon he had ever seen. The messy fangs were different from any dragon with neat teeth. The dragon's mouth was covered with bronze scales, leaving a downward slanting scar on the upper jaw. Under the extremely majestic appearance, it showed an arrogant and domineering attitude. Too perfect. Aemon fell in love at first sight. Facing the giant beast with bared fangs, he forgot what fear was. This is the dragon that Targaryen should control. Suddenly, there was a noise behind. The dragon handlers and guards all ran over and stood at the entrance of the platform. No! The old dragon handler was so scared that his legs softened and he almost fell. The prince actually woke up Vermithor. This is the worst outcome. In the smoking cave of Dragonmont, 2 ownerless dragon companions are sleeping. Vermithor has a manic temperament and will not show mercy to anyone who disturbs him. Moreover, it protected its partner very well, blocking the gentle dragon deeper in the cave. If anyone came to offend, they would be hit by dragon flames at the first time. Prince! Eric hurried over, his black robe in disarray. The other party was outnumbered, so he did not stop them. Roar! Vermithor's pupils suddenly shrank, his fangs stood up, and a pair of wide wings were placed on the platform. Seeing this, Aemon suddenly woke up and turned back and shouted, "Sire, get out of the way!" Eric was stunned when he heard the words, and hurriedly fell down as ordered. The others were dumbfounded when they saw it. Aemon did not meddle in other people's business and dodged. He knew. These people angered the dragon and were about to pay the price. His Vermithor roared, and opened his mouth to spit out a blazing copper dragon flame. Lie down! The old dragon keeper was experienced and held an assistant to the ground. The next second. Boom! The bright copper dragon flame sprayed at the cave entrance above, and the hard stone melted quickly, turning into pools of lava dripping with dragon flame. Several guards did not obey the order and stood there stupidly. The lava fell off and smashed them to the ground, burning them and their armor into slag. Ah! A young dragon keeper who was chasing actively failed to dodge in time and was hit by a pool of lava on his shoulder, and he screamed miserably. In the painful wailing, his chest was burned empty. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, True Dragons Are Not Afraid of Fire. Vermithor's pupils were cold and indifferent, as if he was crushing a few tiny insects. Aemon opened his mouth slightly, and had a direct feeling of its power. Roar! Vermithor shook his head, growled at the silver-haired boy, and retreated back under the platform. But it didn't want to go back to sleep. Aemon looked around and noticed that there was a second natural cave deep in the cave, leading directly to the outside of Dragon Mountain. That was the passage for the giant dragon to enter and exit. Vermithor turned his body, supported the ground with his wings, raised dust, and crawled towards the cave entrance. It was going out to find food. No, I haven't started yet. Aemon was quick-witted and ran to the edge of the platform at a high speed. The elders of the dragon cave said, "Feeding the giant dragon is more conducive to taming. And if you fail to tame a dragon once, it will be difficult to have a second chance. Absolutely can't let go." Aemon was determined, his chest rose and fell violently, ready. He was going to tame a dragon tonight. It had to be this one. Vermithor turned around completely, sweeping the platform with its thick tail, mercilessly choosing to ignore it. It had no interest in recognizing its master. As a masterless dragon, it would rather wait for a powerful warrior than a weak cub that craves power. The weak are not worthy of touching it. It was this cold attitude that really stimulated Aemon's competitive spirit. "Look at me, Vermithor." He took a step forward and his shout echoed in the cave. Vermithor snorted heavily and ignored it. "You can't escape." Aemon's eyes were bright and he had made up his mind. He looked down at the height of the platform, which was slightly higher than the broad dragon back. "Here I come." Aemon gritted his teeth and jumped on the edge of the platform. The small body flew into the air, drawing a not-so-smooth parabola. The feeling of weightlessness came, and his hands and feet were numb. Bang! He fell heavily on the back covered with bronze scales, bounced twice, and almost slid down the dragon's tail. "I caught you!" Aemon groaned in pain, his hands clasping the gaps between the scales. He fell from a height of several meters. Thanks to the strengthening of solid as a rock, he would have been smashed into a meat pie. His Vermithor turned his head suddenly, his copper-bright vertical pupils stared at the little thing on his back, and he cruelly opened his dragon mouth. When Aemon looked up, he saw the fire accumulating deep in his throat. "No! No dragon flame!" half-Valerian blurted out, ordering the dragon to retract the dragon flame. When Vermithor heard the shout, a trace of recollection flashed across his copper-bright vertical pupils, and he really closed his dragon mouth. The thick and long neck turned back and continued to crawl towards the cave. It smelled a familiar smell, the same as the previous owner, and there was a weak connection between them by blood. If it were someone else, he would have turned into a charcoal long ago. The attack did not come, Aemon's heart was pounding, and his mind was still clear. He was at the end of the dragon's back, enduring the severe pain in his hands and feet, and staggered to the middle of the back. Riding on the dragon's back without being attacked was already half the battle. As long as he could control the dragon to fly, this dragon would be his. Outside Dragon Mountain. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and a layer of silver frost fell on the ground. Hiss suddenly, a roar as loud as thunder was heard, echoing through the silent night sky. A huge creature with bronze scales all over its body and brown wing membranes stood on Dragon Mountain and dived down with the help of inertia. In an instant, the wind was howling. Aemon lay on the dragon's back, his silver hair and black robe fluttering. His face was trembling in the wind, and he couldn't open his eyes at all. Vermithor didn't care, and when he fell to the middle of the mountain, he spread a pair of broad brown wings. In an instant, the wind blew. Ah! Aemon was terrified and couldn't help but scream. No wonder he screamed. Just now, the giant dragon under him soared into the air, making him experience what it means to be truly weightless. Vermithor flapped his wings and flew high, showing off his strong physique. "Fly!" Aemon closed his eyes and screamed, making the storm more violent. The fact is as he wished. Vermithor is huge and a little clumsy when crawling, but when it flies, it shows its strength. With a light flap of its wings, it has already soared 100 meters away. Its speed is not inferior to any dragon. Aemon gritted his teeth, but the harsh conditions made it difficult for him to persist. Vermithor is a masterless dragon and has been sleeping in Dragon Mountain for more than a few years. During this period, it burned the dragon saddle on its back and did not have the normal dragon riding equipment. What's even more difficult is that its bronze scales are thick and smooth, and there are no dorsal scales on its neck and tail, and there is not even a place to grab. Vermithor, fly! Aemon's hands were stinging, and he shouted with all his strength. The dragon flew higher and higher, as if it was going to rush to the moon. Aemon couldn't bear it anymore, and barely opened his eyes, and saw a pair of small hands with blood flowing. Both hands clasped the bronze scales, and the fingertips had been torn by the wind pressure. This is still the effect of solid as a rock, otherwise the fingers would be broken. Boom! Vermithor flapped its wings again, and the height exceeded the towering dragon mountain. Aemon's fingertips clasped the scales, and his whole body was suspended directly in the air, swaying in the wind like a straw. This can't be like this, he will die. Aemon's brain crashed for a moment, and many self-rescue strategies surged in his mind. At the critical moment, his right hand suddenly loosened, and the dragon claw dagger slipped out of the sleeve and clenched in the palm. Clang! Aemon swung the dagger, and the curved tip pierced into the gap between the scales and got stuck there. Suddenly, the feeling of weightlessness was relieved. Aemon followed suit, and the dragon-toothed dagger slipped out of the sleeve of his left hand and pierced into the gap between the scales again. The two daggers were like the handles of a dragon saddle, giving him a foothold. His Vermithor roared, and the stabbing pain on his back angered him. His body stopped rising and turned to soaring. Finally, Aemon fell from the suspended state, and his belly hit the dragon's back. "Hoo, I'm not dead yet." Aemon panted and hurriedly adjusted his position to make himself sit as much as possible. He really suffered a great loss. It's fatal for a dragon without a saddle. Vermithor continued to soar, and the ferocious dragon head broke through the wind resistance, like a siege vehicle. But it was bigger than a siege vehicle. Aemon sat firmly on the dragon's back and had time to look at the whole dragon. The dragon's horn crown was hideous and dark horny, covering the entire dragon's jaw to the back of the head with a layer of thorn-like barbs. The bronze scales were extremely thick and hard, comparable to steel plates. This was a talent born for defense. A pair of broad brown wings, each flapping to create a strong wind, was twice the size of the body. And its size. Aemon took a rough look and saw that it was at least more than 80 meters from head to tail. When flying in the air, its body blocked the moonlight, which could be said to cover the sky and the earth. His Vermithor did not give him more opportunities to get familiar with it. He slightly tilted his wings and turned to fly. Aemon gritted his teeth secretly and held the dagger tightly. Crackling! A group of seabirds suddenly flew over and crashed into him. Aemon was shocked and lay down to avoid these stupid birds. Boom! Vermithor flew high enough, and his huge body bypassed the dragon mountain and actually made a head-down dive. Aemon's body was tense, and the feeling of weightlessness came again. Fly! He was in unbearable pain all over his body, but he still refused to admit defeat. Only when the dragon obeyed his orders could he be considered tamed. Hiss! Vermithor dived to the lowest point, his belly scraping past the rocky hillside, and his thick dragon tail smashed large rocks. It didn't give up, and soared into the sky. Aemon's brain gradually became numb, and a trace of anger emerged in his heart. He continued to shout, "Fly, Vermithor! People choose dragons, and dragons choose masters." He had no way out, and he had only one way to go. Vermithor rushed into the sky, his copper-bright vertical pupils flashed coldly, and a hot torrent surged in his chest. It seemed that he was infected by the spirit of the little thing and was going to say his final farewell. Boom! The huge dragon mouth opened, and the copper-bright dragon flames spewed out, turning into a waterfall of flames. The high temperature burned the air and formed a small vacuum area. Aemon raised his eyes and saw the dragon flames. The fear of the rolling copper water surged into his heart, and his heart seemed to stop beating. The next moment, adrenaline opened, and the will to survive dispelled the fear. It's just a psychological shadow. He died so many times in his dreams, but he was not really killed. In this case, let him break it. Aemon trembled all over, his unyielding spirit burst out, and he growled, "Come on!" Chapter 55, Successful control. With his pupils vertically blank, Vermithor rushed straight into the bronze dragon flames, which then engulfed his entire body. Aemon would not sit still and wait for death, and thought of the only way to save him. He called up the magic essence panel, and the card panel was filled with 3 useless cards, 2 green and 1 blue. At this moment, the dragon flame rushed to his eyes. Aemon remained calm and counted his breaths in his heart. In a flash, midnight AM arrived, and the card panel was refreshed. Buzz! The 3 cards spun wildly, and the white mist rolled and surged. When the gorgeous light took shape, it turned into 3 new cards. Aemon did not hesitate at all, and turned all the cards over 3 times in a row. 1 white and 2 blue, the sky-like blue color is better than green. Constitution +1, safe and harmless physical enhancement. Sapphire Amulet, provides 3 magic shields to resist 3 high-level magic attacks. Solid as a rock, bones harden like stone. Pop! 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 Aemon's mind was stretched to a line, and in an instant, 3 cards were connected and activated. The white card shattered in an instant, turning into a milky white halo that rushed into the chest. 2 blue cards were cut off from it, and a water blue halo fell on the chest, condensing into a silver necklace inlaid with sapphires. A dark blue halo drilled into the heart, pumping blood with every beat, flowing into the depths of the bone marrow, strengthening bone density, and cleansing the impurities in the marrow. When the halo disappeared, the bones of the whole body underwent earth-shaking changes, and the blood flowed all over the body, subtly strengthening the hair follicles, organs, etc., shaping the small body into a hard stone. Boom! Aemon didn't have time to have extra emotions, and the bronze dragon flame rushed in his face, like a surging wave that swallowed him up without leaving an inch. It's so hot! It's like a purgatory. Instantly, this thought occurred to Aemon, and there was no part of his body that was not in pain. Buzz! The sapphire amulet on his chest activated, releasing a water blue full-body shield that enveloped him. Vermithor was extremely fast, and the ferocious dragon head rushed out of the dragon flame, lowered its head and was about to dive down. Coincidentally, a bright moon rose into the sky and hung in the center of the night. Snap! A water blue halo flashed in the copper dragon flame, which lasted for a second and a half, like a broken mirror, and turned into dots of light that disappeared with the wind. Aemon was at the edge of the dragon flame, and the terrifying high temperature hit again. The sapphire amulet entered a cooling period and no longer provided a shield. Aemon's heart seemed to stop, and the black robe and clothes on his body were instantly burned to ashes, and his skin was impacted. Fly! At the moment of life and death, Aemon's heart was filled with madness, and his small body opened his arms. There was no escape, so he embraced death. His Vermithor roared passionately, and his huge body dived down, completely out of the coverage of the copper dragon flame. At this moment, it seemed to be baptized. The vertical pupils flashed with divine light, and the bronze scales glowed with metallic luster. The whole dragon looked like a work of art made of bronze. Flame! It also brought him strength. However, the world suddenly became quiet. 1 second, 2 seconds. This continued for several breaths. Except for the night breeze, there was only the heavy breathing of the dragon. A trace of haze flashed across the vertical pupils of Vermithor, and he did not hear the young and ambitious voice of a child. He flapped his wings and planned to leave the island. Fly, Vermithor! Suddenly, the familiar voice came again, with blood-pumping wildness. Vermithor's vertical pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked back at the back slightly. I saw the silver-haired boy on the dragon's back climb up again, facing the moonlight with his head held high and one arm raised high. He is still alive. Haha, you can't kill me. Aemon laughed, showing the pleasure of surviving a disaster. In the last period of time when he was immersed in the dragon's flame, he chose to put aside everything and resist the high temperature of the distorted air. The panel automatically appears. Aemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 33%. Skills, Riding, Mastery, Archery, Great Mastery, Stupid Hands, Adept. Magic cards, Solid as a Rock Intermediate, Purple, Kingly Temperament, Purple, Equipment, Dual Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3, Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast. Comments, the pure blood of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King, originating from blood and fire. Aemon glanced at the bloodline column and turned over the card panel. All 3 cards disappeared and turned into a supreme and precious red card. God-given bronze, contains a large copper vein, and a designated mountain can be put into practice. What really attracts the eye is the number next to the golden hourglass. Essence quantity, 1002. Aemon couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and joy filled his heart. When touching Vormithor, the blood purity plus 5% and provide 100 essence points. In order to fight against dragon flames, exchange 3 cards. The prices are 10, 100, and 50, and 300 respectively. These 3 cards were also the key to his success. Just now, a free red card was refreshed on the card panel, and the number of essences was provided again by 900 points. What does this mean? Vormithor, let me be your new master. Aemon supported the dragon's back with both hands, staring at the dragon intently. This dragon left by his great-grandfather. Vormithor's pupils were suspicious, and he was also staring at the silver-haired boy with white and red. Under the dragon's flame, the stone would melt. The opponent was just almost cooked. That's right, Aemon's skin was red, simply burned. Thanks to 33% of the blood of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King, and the secondary enhanced solid as a rock. Otherwise, he would have turned into ashes. Aemon stroked his scattered and burnt silver-gold hair, revealing a cute and handsome face, with piercing purple eyes. Without saying a word, he just looked at him. He will succeed, for sure. Vermithor flapped his wings, and his huge body stopped in the air, and his pupils were also staring at the other party. In the night, the man and the dragon looked at each other. Aemon raised his chin proudly, his eyes reflecting the majestic appearance of the bronze beast. Vormithor's pupils narrowed slightly, and the figure of a silver-haired old man in the depths of his pupils slowly faded, and the full picture of the boy on his back emerged unconsciously. In the dark, a close connection was formed and continued to deepen. Aemon blinked, stretched out his bloody right hand, and said instinctively, "Fly, Vormithor." Vormithor's pupils widened, and quickly turned back to the dragon's head. Hiss! The next second, a thunderous roar resounded through the night, sweeping up into the sky with gusts of wind. But this time, it was steady and slow. Aemon saw it, and his palm holding the dagger loosened, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. He fell backwards and lay flat on the broad dragon's back. The bright moon in the sky came into view. Aemon blinked, stunned, and stretched out his hands to catch the moon. In the plain moonlight, he seemed to see a familiar figure. Grey hair, old face, thin waist, and straight body, wearing a golden crown on the head. Aemon's lips moved slightly, with thousands of emotions in his heart, and whispered softly, "Great-grandfather, are you okay? Uncle Viserys inherited your throne. Alicent became the queen. And now I have inherited your dragon." Looking at the moon under the moon, the old friend is gone. Aemon grinned, put his body into a big word, closed his eyes and said to himself, "From now on, it is my dragon, and the new history of the Targaryen family will be written by us." His Vermithor seemed to have a sense, turned his head to glance at the driver, raised his head and let out a rough roar that kept echoing. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, The Afterglow of the Morning Sun That Night. Driftmark Island, High Tide Castle. Who is that? Rhaenys Targaryen stood in front of the window, looking solemnly at the bronze dragon flying freely on the sea. If I am not mistaken, it is my grandfather's dragon. Who woke it up from its slumber? Is it tamed? What does it matter? Corlys Velaryon hugged his wife from behind and said lightly, the royal family is small. Can we expect our King Viserys to personally tame the dragon? You don't understand, Corlys. Rhaenys said cautiously, the dragon cannot be leaked. She was worried that the dragon would be tamed by some despicable bastard or something else. The blood of the Targaryen Dragon King will be pulled down from the altar. Corlys' mind moved slightly, lowered his head to admire his wife's beauty, and a smile appeared on his serious face, but there are dragons on Driftmark Island, and there are 3 of them. This is also the capital for him to dare to challenge the majesty of the royal family. Even the self-proclaimed orthodox Targaryen family only has 2 dragon riders, one big and one small. Among them, Daemon, who is threatening, is his partner. Corlys, the Targaryen family still has men. Rhaenys's face was calm. A ray of moonlight shone down, illuminating the balcony blocked by the fence. Rhaenys has long black hair mixed with some silver strands, a beautiful face full of heroic spirit, and high cheekbones under purple eyes revealing her inner strength. Her mother is Miss Jocelyn from the Baratheon family. The toughness of the deer family dyed the silver hair of the Targaryens black. Corlys heard this and stared at his wife in a daze. He was born in the Velaryon family, which is also of the blood of ancient Valyria. He was born with silver hair and purple eyes, with a convincing nobleness. Because of going to sea all year round, his white skin was a little tanned, which further highlighted his masculinity. Rhaenys glanced at him and turned back to the bedroom. Her husband is good in every way, brave, talented, and has a fighting spirit. All the advantages that a man should have can basically be found in him. The only thing is that he has a strong desire for power. Looking at his wife's swaying back, Corlys frowned slightly. What other men are there in the royal family? Could they rely on a child who is still wet behind the ears? Haha, the Targaryens of the past were so weak. Corlys finally looked at the dragon soaring over the sea and laughed at his own thoughts. King Viserys is narrow-minded, causing internal and external troubles in the royal family. His wife is one of the legitimate heirs of Targaryen, and their children should be closer to the Iron Throne. He will not stop. The sun is rising. The sky is flushed, and the red sun rises from the sea level. At the edge of the beach, Alec took off his black robe, pulled out the silver armor inside, and stabbed the long sword in the gravel. He was panting and his face was very ugly. On the opposite side, there were dozens of stone drum tower guards. Alfred's face was even worse, staring straight at the exquisite silver armor that symbolized the White Knight. After a night of tossing, it was all in vain. 2 white knights escorted the young prince to Dragonstone, proving the king's regard for his nephew. The rumors from the outside world were simply not credible. Damn it, why didn't you reveal your identity earlier? Alfred's teeth itched with hatred, and his fingernails pierced his palms as he clenched his sword. If he had known that there were 2 white knights escorting him, he should have taken a softer approach. Alec's eyes were sarcastic, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how high the other party's resume was. He only knew one thing, that this person had 2 hearts towards the royal family, and he was finished. A roar came from the sky in the distance, and a bronze dragon flew back from the seaside facing the flaming red sunrise. It's your highness. Alfred's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of an idea to whitewash himself. He dropped his sword and ran after the dragon. He wanted to be the first to congratulate the young prince who had successfully tamed the dragon, and swear allegiance to express his loyalty. I believe that a child will be easily fooled. Your Highness! Alfred was delighted, and he kept shouting with his arms open, like a devout believer. As if hearing his shouts, the bronze dragon slowly descended. Alfred's eyes were enthusiastic, but he suddenly found that the dragon was flying towards him. Wait, no! Boom! The sound stopped abruptly, and a wide dragon claw stepped down accurately, crushing him into a pool of mud. The head with a terrified expression was squeezed and flew out by chance. It was completely dead. Vormithor's pupils were indifferent, not caring at all about stepping on a small insect, shaking the dragon head and lowering his neck. Aemon jumped off the dragon's back with a bang and walked in front of the giant dragon. On the way, he saw a hideous head and kicked it into the sea like a ball. Asshole, you scared me to death. Aemon patted his chest and cursed. After passing through the dragon flame waterfall, his courage soared like a rocket. A mere dead head couldn't stop his Royal Highness's steps. Roar! Vermithor lay on the beach, and the huge dragon head lazily rested on the gravel. Aemon was sore all over, and he knelt down gently in front of the dragon head, with his forehead against the hideous dragon's kiss. Sniffing the copper rust-like dragon stench, he felt at peace. "Hello, big guy," Aemon whispered softly, feeling that they were a perfect match. Vermithor didn't even move his eyelids, breathing heavily to recover his strength. At this moment, the red sun was rising, and the entire coastline was painted a layer of fiery red. With the towering dragon mountain behind him and the golden beach below him, a man and a dragon faced each other, leaning on each other. Inexplicably, it formed a beautiful ink painting. Alec and a group of guards did not dare to step forward, looking at the beautiful and thrilling scene from afar, and an idea came to their minds. "Your Highness, maybe he is a real dragon." Aemon didn't notice it, and gently rubbed his forehead against the bronze scales, feeling the hot temperature of the dragon. He finally had a dragon of his own. He could also touch it as he pleased. Vermithor closed his vertical pupils and let the driver hug the dragon's mouth, still maintaining a proud attitude. It recognized the other party. This bold silver-haired boy is qualified to be on equal footing with it. "Vermithor, I feel your heart." Aemon smiled slightly and tried to communicate the first established spiritual bond. Every time his bloodline was purified, he would have an inexplicable feeling. For example, at the beginning, he felt that he could hatch a dragon egg. But the black dragon egg placed in the cradle since childhood refused to hatch. When his bloodline was increased to more than 20%, he felt that he could tame a dragon. But the dream fire at that time rejected him the first time and did not accept the second contact. Now, his bloodline has been increased to 33%. He is very sure that he can communicate with Vermithor through the bond. Even if this feeling is still weak, it is real. Aemon was exhausted physically and mentally, and his whole body leaned on the dragon's kiss, mumbling, "I know, the dragon egg does not hatch and the dream fire refuses, both are the guidance of God, let me subdue you." Roar! Vermithor understood, and his nose sneezed violently. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came over him, and Aemon rolled back several times, and then sat on the beach again with his legs apart. "Well, how did I get here?" His Royal Highness was confused. After a night of thrills and excitement, his brain was almost shutting down. Roar! Vermithor raised his head high, his vertical pupils showed dissatisfaction, and his wings supported his majestic chest. And the shriveled abdomen under the bronze scales. It seemed to say, "Boy, it's time to eat." Aemon was very upset. Did he find a boss? You are worthy of being the arrogant bronze fury. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Valyrian's provocation. The next day. Driftmark Island, Hull Town. The naming day celebration of uncrowned Queen Rhaenys Targaryen was held as scheduled. Many nobles came by boat and took the opportunity to show goodwill to the Valyrian family. At this moment, outside the port of Hull Town, hiss! A golden dragon spread its wings and soared, rising higher and higher along the sea level. A three-masted sailing ship with a three-headed red dragon flag was sailing slowly, and the ramming horns cast in the shape of golden dragon heads were riding the wind and waves. Dragon! Many merchants from the free trade cities screamed with excitement and fear when they saw the golden dragon. When they saw the royal ship escorted by the dragon, they realized that the Targaryen family had appeared. Ugh! On the deck, Viserys lay on the railing and couldn't stop vomiting. The king of a country, the last driver of Black Death Balerion, actually got seasick. Prime Minister Lionel stood beside him, silently took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to the Pale King. "Thank you." Viserys was very weak, and he took the handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Lionel said nothing, and watched the king return to the cabin to rest. This trip will not end well, and difficulties are still ahead. If the king can't hold on, the royal family will lose face. Half an hour later, the royal ship entered the port, and the sailors worked hard to carry the gifts. Viserys pushed away his wife's hand and walked down the deck alone. As a king, he must not show his weak side. Hiss! Syrax hovered above his head and let out a loud roar. Viserys glanced and nodded secretly. His younger brother Daemon rejected the kindness. Daughter Rhaenyra became the only card that the royal family could show. Although Syrax was still a little dragon, it was enough to deter prying eyes and maintain the dignity of the royal family. Hiss! Suddenly, a second dragon roar came from the air, releasing undisguised hostility. In the clouds in the distance, a light silver dragon rushed out and rushed straight to Syrax. Syrax was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, the dragon had already rushed to him. Boom! The light silver dragon was extremely fast, brushing past it and whistling, sweeping up the sharp sea breeze. Hiss! Syrax was startled, flapping his wings back and forth, and almost lost his balance. "Don't be afraid, Syrax." Rhaenyra's face was livid, and she hurried to calm the dragon's restlessness. The light silver dragon turned around and returned. Fortunately, it no longer launched an invasion. A silver-haired young man rode the dragon, showing an apologetic look, and shouted, "I'm sorry, princess. Sea Smoke has a strong sense of territory, and I offended you. He has a handsome appearance, a hooked nose, and standard Valyrian blood silver hair and purple eyes. There is a gentleness hidden between his eyebrows. The first impression he gives people is a bit beautiful." How could Rhaenyra believe his nonsense? Her cold face seemed to be full of coldness. "I will apologize to you, I promise." Laenor avoided his sight, unwilling to cause a direct conflict, and flew away on the giant dragon Sea Smoke. At the port, Viserys looked up and witnessed the incident with his own eyes. "This is simply an attack, it's treason." Lionel was excited and gnashed his teeth in hatred. As a loyal minister of the royal family, he firmly believed in the principle that the master who humiliates the minister should die. Alicent looked surprised, and she didn't expect the Valyrian family to be so domineering and challenge the royal authority in public. Viserys. Looking at Rhaenyra in the air, she wanted to say something. "Okay, let's go." Viserys waved his hand to interrupt, his face terribly gloomy. The current royal family obviously does not have the powerful strength comparable to the Valyrian family. Be patient and see what the sea snake Corlys means. A white-painted palace pulled by 6 horses came running, carrying the royal family members to the climax city. In the air, Rhaenyra was full of frustration. She comforted the frightened Syrax, and her indignation was beyond words. The two sides were not only different in family power. Even the tamed dragons were different. Among the 4 generations of dragons, Sea Smoke was hatched from the Dragon Mountain on Dragonstone Island, and was tamed by the equally young Laenor when she was a young dragon. A few years ago, she participated in the Stone Steps Islands War with the sea snake Corlys. She has developed rich combat experience. Syrax was hatched from a dragon egg in the cradle. She is a few years younger than Sea Smoke and has never participated in any battle. In terms of size alone, Syrax, who is more than 10 meters, is 2 circles smaller than Sea Smoke, who is more than 20 meters tall. It is not its opponent at all. The Velaryon family is ambitious. Rhaenyra clenched her pink fist and subconsciously looked in the direction of Dragonstone Island. Aemon left for 2 days and 2 nights, and no news has been sent back so far. He had found an excuse to cover up his dragon-taming plan, but the truth could not be hidden. He had to be present for today's occasion. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. High Tide City. The stone castle built on the cliff by the sea, with a large tree in the simple front yard with swaying green leaves, looked as vibrant as the current Velaryon family. The White Wheel Palace crossed the blue stone pavement outside the castle where the tide was surging, and stopped at the entrance of the front yard where people were noisy. Viserys walked out of the car and led his entourage into the house. Rhaenyra settled Syrinx and followed behind her father. In the front yard, nobles and wealthy merchants from all over the country gathered, and the atmosphere was lively. The moment the king arrived, the voice stopped abruptly. Viserys' eyes flickered, and he stood at the door waiting to greet him. Lionel took the lead, looked around, and asked, "Where is Lord Corlys? He should greet his majesty." Boom! The castle gate opened wide, and 2 figures slowly walked out. One of them looked 70% similar to the sea snake Corlys, and was also tall, but his expression was more arrogant. The other was still young, a handsome blonde youth of the same age as Laenor. Seeing the arrival of the people, Lionel was furious and stepped forward. "Lord Waymond, what does this mean?" In front of everyone, he raised his voice, "Is this how the Velaryon family welcomes the king?" It was simply treasonous. Waymond walked 2 meters away and stopped, nodded to apologize, and said calmly, "My brother just returned home after a long journey and is waiting for you in the 9 Flights Hall." Facing the king with such an attitude, it was already quite rude. Lionel's face flushed and he was about to get angry. Viserys stretched out his hand to block him behind him, and shook his head to indicate not to make trouble. Lionel stopped talking immediately, but he was still angry. Even if the sea snake Corlys did not greet him personally, his wife Princess Rhaenys and his 2 children should send one person. Not just one brother. But the king was patient, so he couldn't take over. The group suppressed their emotions and walked in. "Get out of the way, kid." Harold, the commander of the Iron Guard, looked ugly, pushed the blind guy away, and vented his temper. The hall of the castle. Corlys stood in front of the window, looking down at the king's family entering the door. His eyes were deep and terrifying. The king was indeed weak, but he was also an extremely difficult master of pretending to be confused. "How long can you endure it?" Corlys raised his head slightly and muttered to himself, "No one can remain indifferent when it comes to children's affairs." You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, The Strength of Vermithor. Not long after. Hull Town, outside the port. A huge beast with bronze scales all over its body and a majestic and powerful figure swept through the wind, crossing the Blackwater Bay with a momentum like thunder. "Faster, Vermithor!" Aemon lay on the dragon's back, his face full of excitement about riding the dragon. After a day and a night, the man and the dragon recognized each other. Now, Aemon sits astride an ancient saddle and gradually masters the skills of riding the dragon. With the saddle, it's really much easier. Aemon's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Today is Aunt Rhaenys's naming day celebration, and he is a little late. But there is a reason. It is to install the saddle. Aemon stroked the dancing silver threads and lowered his head to admire the saddle with an ancient appearance. Saddles are usually divided into 2 parts, the dragon saddle and the rope ladder. This saddle was worn by Balerion, the Black Death during the Conqueror period. The dragon saddle is made of precious black steel, and the front is engraved with 3 lifelike red dragon emblems. The lower end of the black steel dragon saddle is connected to a dense special rope ladder, which covers the thick and long neck and shoulder spine of the dragon like a net. These special rope ladders are made from ancient Valyria. They are not only strong and wear-resistant, but also have the ability to resist fire. The workmanship and quality of the whole set of saddles are treasures in the 40 Dragon King families. However, during the reign of Maguire, as Balerion continued to grow, the saddle gradually became unsuitable. In addition, Maguire was fond of new things and tired of old things, so he made another set of saddles for use. This set of black steel saddles was stored in the tomb of the Stone Drum Tower and gathered dust. It happened that the original saddle of Vermithor was burned, and after the Dragon Keeper reminded him, he replaced it with this set of saddles. "It's a bargain for me." Aemon held the exquisite handle that fit his palm, and he felt indescribably satisfied. He has his great-grandfather's dragon and the Conqueror's saddle. Who can compare with him? Shhh! A loud dragon roar came from the sky above Hull Town, accompanied by the deep sound of the bell tower. Aemon had sharp ears and looked at the clouds in the sky. Boom! The thick clouds rolled and surged, and a young dragon with a light silver color emerged. Its body was well proportioned and strong, and its appearance was very majestic. It shuttled through the clouds like a fish in water, and it was as light as the sea mist. A rough look showed that its body was about 20 meters in size. "Sea smoke!" Aemon recognized the young dragon without blinking. Roar! Vermithor roared, and his huge body accelerated in vain, knocking away all the clouds around him. Its character is more domineering than Viagar. Not only does it not tolerate other dragons flying overhead, but it will also drive away nearby fellows in a moody manner. Seeing sea smoke, it immediately released its dragon power. Hiss! Sea Smoke saw a bronze beast from afar. With the thrill of attacking Syrox, he roared back fearlessly. Laenor also saw the flying dragon. He tensed up at first, but then his brows suddenly relaxed. He recognized it. It was the bronze fury of His Majesty the Centenary King, Vermithor. Someone had tamed it. And the silver-haired boy on the dragon's back. Is it Daemon's son? Laenor looked tangled, but he still patted the dragon's back. "Sea Smoke, go to meet him." He had his own mission. Riding a dragon soaring over the town of Hull, he showed his strength to the guests and gave the royal family a warning. However, the person on the other side was Daemon's son, and strictly speaking, he was still an ally. In addition, Vermithor was huge. He only moved closer to let the passing ships see the dragons of the two families meet. Hiss! Sea Smoke received the order, raised his head excitedly and neighed, flapping his wings to charge. At this time, the port was full of large and small ships, and many people looked up and watched. Except for King's Landing and Driftmark Island, people have no chance to see dragons. It is even rarer to see two dragons dancing in the air. On the other side of the distance, Aemon was stunned when he saw this, and then he smiled. "Attack!" He ordered in High Valyrian. His voice was childish but contained irresistible power. Yes, he was going to do something bad. This time he came to Driftmark Island to dampen the spirit of the Valyrian family. If the opponent dares to come, then take the opportunity to shoot down a dragon and first reduce the combat power of one of the opponent's dragon riders. After losing a dragon, would the sea serpent Corlys still dare to be so unscrupulous? A fierce light appeared in the vertical pupils of Vermithor, and his huge body swayed back and forth, accelerating continuously with the help of inertia. At this moment, he showed his rich experience in hundreds of battles. Even if the speed is not superior, it can make up for the shortcomings. In a flash, the two dragons met in mid-air. Laenor saw that the opponent on the other side was not friendly, and thought of the title of Bronze Fury, and exclaimed, "Dragon Flame!" He was very decisive, and wanted to use the Dragon Flame to block and avoid the battle. Sea Smoke was excited, and a mouthful of orange-yellow dragon flame mixed with silver was sprayed out, like clouds and mist gathering and surging. Laenor stared closely, hoping that it would work. Boom! Unexpectedly, Vermithor did not dodge or avoid, but ran into him head-on. Not only did Aemon not stop him, but he also smiled and lay down. It was this smile that made Laenor shudder. It's going to happen. As soon as the thought came up, the mist-like dragon flame burst out and scattered, covering a large area. Laenor looked around and couldn't find the shadow of the bronze dragon. He thought that the other party had hidden away at the critical moment. His heart fell down and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to hurt his young cousin. Suddenly, a rough roar came from below, as if rolling thunder was striking. Vermithor rushed up from the blind spot of vision, and the ferocious dragon head opened its dragon mouth and bit Sea Smoke's right wing. There was a click, followed by Sea Smoke's piercing cry of pain. No! Laenor was shocked, and his body was almost blown away by the impact, shaking violently with the giant dragon under his crotch. He felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a dizzy feeling came over him. Hiss! Sea Smoke's condition became worse, and one of her dragon wings broke directly, and blood was instantly splattered. The previous excitement and fighting spirit disappeared, and the fear of death filled his heart. He was immediately confused and kept struggling and wailing. Vermithor revealed his bloodthirsty nature, occupying an absolute advantage, and the dragon kiss locked Sea Smoke tightly. He let it wail miserably and threw it around like a toy. It wanted this little dragon to pay the price for its arrogance. Haha, well done! Aemon laughed heartily, and his body swayed left and right with the movement of the giant dragon. It was his first dragon fight in his life, and he was not a bit cowardly. It seemed that he was born to ride a dragon. Roar! Vermithor's pupils flashed with anger, and a pair of broad brown wings flapped, biting Sea Smoke and tearing it wantonly in mid-air. The dragon claws tore the scales, and blood gushed down. With a size difference of 4 times, Sea Smoke had no power to resist. It was like an eagle catching a sparrow. The claws could not touch the opponent, so he could only scream and spit out dragon flames randomly. But there was no aim at all. Aemon dodged from time to time, and his resistance to dragon flames was extremely high. His blood was surging, as if he had endless strength. In an instant, the roars and roars of the 2 giant beasts echoed within a radius of dozens of miles. The crowd in Hull Town could not see the dragons fighting, but they realized that the battle was fierce just by the sound. The azure sky was soon painted scarlet by the hot dragon blood and flames. Boom! Not long after, the huge bronze dragon rushed down from the sky, still locking the opponent in its mouth. Leave it, Vermithor! Flying until it was less than 10 meters above Driftmark Island, pure High Valyrian language sounded on the dragon's back. In the eyes of the people below, the bronze dragon finally let go and threw the light silver dragon away. Then, it turned around and took off. Hiss! Sea Smoke was extremely miserable, one wing drooped weakly, and she kept falling with a whine. The light silver scales were stained with blood, and emitting hot white smoke. It fell to the ground, splashing dust and sparks. The crowd was horrified when they saw it. That's a dragon fell. Land. Aemon glanced back, with the idea of stopping while he was ahead. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharper dragon roar came from a corner of Driftmark Island, full of deterrence and warning. Aemon looked up. A sturdy dragon with red scales all over its body, sharp teeth and claws as bright as copper foil, and a streamlined body flew high into the sky. Its size was much larger than that of the young Sea Smoke. Slightly inferior to the snake-like Caraxes, it is comparable to the Dreamfire in the dragon's lair. Aemon was slightly surprised. Melia's. Could it be Aunt Rhaenys? Thinking in his heart, he clenched his hand tightly. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Bronze and Fire Birth Hiss. Melias circled in the air, his pupils fixed on the bronze dragon, with no intention of attacking. Aemon took a closer look and showed a look of surprise. The saddle on the dragon's back was empty, and it was not Aunt Rhaenys who was riding the dragon. It was probably because the two dragons were fighting too loudly, which alarmed Melias, known as the Red Queen. "It's okay, Vormithor." Aemon patted the dragon's back, signaling everyone not to be impulsive. He knew how the title of Bronze Fury came from. Getting angry for no reason and running away without any signs. He was arrogant and domineering, and his temper was extremely bad. Obviously, my great-grandfather was such a kind and wise king, but the dragon he was born with was so irritable. According to the unreliable theory that people and dragons complement each other's personalities. Aemon concluded, my great-grandfather should be a man with a wild heart and good at restraint. Vormithor's pupils moved back, glanced at the thoughtful driver, and landed on the ground calmly. Seeing that the other party's character was to its liking, it was too lazy to argue with it. Boom! Vormithor landed, just not far from Sea Smoke. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the miserable dragon-riding duo was revealed. No! Sea Smoke! Laenor's face was charred, and he rolled off the dragon's saddle and fell on the dragon, screaming. He was just blackened by the dragon flame and was slightly scratched when falling. In comparison, Sea Smoke was horrible. The whole dragon collapsed on a piece of ruins, and most of the light silver scales on its chest were shattered, and hot dragon blood flowed. The most serious was half of the right wing. After being violently bitten by Vormithor, the entire shoulder blade was broken, and several holes were cut in the wing membrane, and the wound was bloody. It seemed that he exhaled more and inhaled less. His Sea Smoke's vertical pupils were dilated, and a fragile whine came out from the depths of his throat. No! Don't! Laenor burst into tears, regardless of the hot dragon blood, hugged Sea Smoke and cried bitterly. He didn't expect this would be the result. A child dared to fight with others just after riding a dragon, and was so cruel. Aemon sat astride the dragon saddle, motioned to Vormithor to lower the dragon's head, and rubbed salt into the wound. Sorry, cousin. My dragon is not obedient. From Sea Smoke's charging posture, it can be seen that today is not the first time he has done this. Since you have come forward to provoke, you will pay the price of blood and fire. He didn't kill him, but he was especially merciful because Sea Smoke belonged to the Targaryen family. You know, he didn't even give the dragon flame order. When Laenor heard the words, he felt that the voice was familiar and harsh, and he lay on Sea Smoke and cried even louder. In this situation, face is no longer a concern. He only felt sorry for the dragon that had been with him since childhood, and couldn't imagine the pain of losing the other party. This scene fell into Aemon's eyes, and his expression eased a little. He reminded, dragons have strong vitality, and they will get better. He only wanted to catch a single person instead of killing a dragon. As long as it is not a fatal injury, it can usually heal itself. At best, it is a matter of time. Laenor turned a deaf ear to him and lay on the dragon crying. A team of patrol guards came, and the leader was the blonde young man who followed Aemon to greet the king. His name is Joffrey Morlun. He was born in a noble family in the Stormlands and was known as the Kissing Knight. The whole Driftmark Island knew that he was Laenor's underground lover. Laenor, how are you? Joffrey was full of worry and stepped forward to support the other party. Laenor burst into tears and didn't want to pay attention to anyone. He didn't want to do this task, but his father forced him to come. Now it's good. Sea Smoke almost died when he ran into his younger cousin who was even more evil-minded. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Seeing this, Joffrey was shocked and angry. He drew his sword and pointed it at the culprit on the dragon's back, shouting, "Who are you to harm the heir of the Lord of the Tides on the territory of Driftmark Island?" The guards drew their swords one after another and blocked the bronze dragon. Vormithor didn't even look at it. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with his scarlet tongue, revealing his sharp fangs inadvertently. "Are you questioning me?" Aemon looked down from above and said lightly, "I am Daemon Targaryen, born of bronze and fire. Son of Daemon Targaryen, heir to Runestone City, and Targaryen Prince. A series of titles, one louder than the other, with the main one being high in number. It's to tell the world. He is the first under the king. Joffrey was frightened, and his heart was in turmoil, but he still shouted, "Your Highness, I admit that you are of noble birth, but this is not a reason for you to act like a child and hurt others." When these words came out, the onlookers were shocked. How could people be so brave? Aemon listened and laughed, as if he was watching another joke. Roar! Vormithor felt it in his heart and roared at the opposite side. The hot wind and waves were like steel knives. Joffrey was shocked and stretched out his hand to block the strong wind in his face. His feet slipped and fell hard. The guards were terrified and all held up their shields and dared not show their heads. "Ha ha!" Aemon chuckled and said, "Don't be afraid, it just protects me." After that, he ignored the weak shrimp and patted the dragon's back gently. Vormithor's pupils were cold and indifferent. He glanced at the guards who shrank like quails, turned around and flapped his wings to take off. One man and one dragon left safely. Only the frightened people of Hull Town and countless whispers were left. The dragon of His Majesty the Centenary King. Whether in practical or symbolic sense, it was too great. High tide. Vormithor soared in the sky, a pair of broad brown wings covering the earth, attracting the attention of countless guests. After circling 3 times, it landed outside the castle gate. The huge body landed, raising countless wind and sand. Aemon untied the dragon saddle chain and slowly climbed down the rope ladder. After a while, it jumped to the ground. Aemon clapped his hands and sighed helplessly. Dragons are inconvenient, perhaps this is the trouble of happiness. Who is this? The dragon he rides looks like Vormithor. It's still a child, a Targaryen boy with silver hair and purple eyes. The guests present were stunned and talked about the man and the dragon. Aemon stretched his muscles and walked to the door of the castle's front yard. Under a simple stone arch, 2 white-robed king's guards in silver armor rushed to the tidal blue stone road outside the castle. They were the Cargale brothers who had come by boat from Dragonstone in advance. The 2 brothers were born from the same egg and had almost the same appearance and body shape. Their hair was combed back, their facial features were regular and strong, and they had neat short beards, which made them look capable and heroic. The elder brother, Eric, was honest. Seeing that no one was welcoming the prince, he stepped forward and asked, "Where is Lord Corlys? Why doesn't he come out to welcome his royal highness?" The younger brother, Alec, was shrewd. He found that no one around answered, and there was even no respect for the royal family. He silently pressed the hilt of the sword and walked to his brother and stood side by side. Aemon looked normal, and he had expected this. He waited for the 2 white knights to take the lead. In order to avoid speaking up and lowering his status. No one responded for a long time, and Eric looked indignant, and said, "Is this the way the Valyrian family treats guests? I dare not imagine whether the king was treated the same way. Facts have proved that I followed the right person. Not only will your attitude towards others change, but others' attitude towards you will also reverse." Several figures walked out of the open castle gate. The sea snake Corlys walked in the front, his demeanor was indescribably solemn, and his bearing was awe-inspiring. He walked all the way through the vestibule and came to the stone archway. Aemon looked him up and down, a smile on his lips, waiting for the other party to salute and greet him. He didn't move a step, as steady as a dragon mountain. Vormithor behind him stretched out his dragon head, his bronze vertical pupils staring, his fangs flashing coldly. He snorted heavily, and spewed out thick smoke mixed with the smell of sulfur. "Your Highness!" Corlys looked at him carefully, and was extremely alert in his heart. He lowered his proud head, "Welcome. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 60, Who is the real dragon?" He saw the bronze dragon and heard about the dragon fight in Hull Town. There is no doubt that Laenor lost. The sea snake lowered his head, his eyes still fixed on the silver-haired boy, trying to reveal his appearance and see through his heart. I thought you were too busy to get away. Aemon pretended to be surprised, crossing his hands in front of his chest in a Targaryen style. His Royal Highness did not say to stand up. The sea snake maintained his courtesy and replied, "It's very busy today, but I always have to fulfill my responsibilities." A very official statement. Aemon nodded slightly and greeted with a smile, "Get up quickly, Lord Corlys." The elder saluted a junior, making a fuss. He was not a bad boy who used the dragon to bully others. "Please come in, His Majesty the King has been waiting for a long time." Corlys straightened his back and turned sideways to guide with one hand. Just looking at the etiquette, there is nothing wrong. It seems that he thinks that doing so can confuse a child. Aemon pretended to be polite and let the other party go first. Corlys was not polite and led the way with several nephews and nieces. After walking a few steps, he suddenly realized that His Royal Highness had not caught up. "Prince?" Corlys turned his head with a puzzled look. And at this moment, he saw an unforgettable scene. The silver-haired boy smiled slightly and stepped into the crowded green leafy vestibule alone. Boom! As soon as the little figure stepped in, a pair of brown dragon wings covering the sky and the earth spread out behind the stone arch. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to add a pair of wings to the figure. When the figure stepped down the steps in front of the door, the scene behind the door was finally revealed. He saw a majestic bronze dragon raised its head, bent its strong hind legs and kicked, and rushed straight into the sky on the spot. Hiss! The dragon roared like thunder, and set off gusts of wind that swept away the sand. Aemon was very calm, carrying a small backpack and walking forward with his back to the dragon. Corlys' pupils suddenly shrank, his face was impeccable, and his heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, he recalled his wife's words. Targaryen still has men. Even an 8-year-old boy. Corlys was in doubt. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods will toss a gold coin to decide whether he is great or crazy. Obviously, the child in front of him is not crazy. What's wrong, Lord Corlys? Aemon seemed to be unaware, just like a naive child. Corlys shook his head and said, "Congratulations on taming the dragon of His Majesty the Centenary King." "Congratulations, there are dragons on Driftmark Island too." Aemon smiled, but his words were harsh. He would not be polite. He would not give face to anyone whose words were unpleasant to his ears. Anyway, he was young and children's words were innocent. Leaving Corlys with a solemn face, His Royal Highness walked into the castle familiarly. Overhead, Vormithor was circling, roaring through the thick clouds, as if demonstrating to the Valyrian family. 2 white knights followed behind him, blocking the prying eyes from all directions. With a height of 1.2 meters, he walked out of the aura of 1.8 meters. 9 flights hall. The celebration was held on time, and the servants set up the tables and chairs and served delicious food. "Aemon, sit next to me." Rhaenyra smiled and greeted the little guy. They had met before and learned about the other's achievements in taming Vormithor. She was very surprised. After learning that Sea Smoke was injured and Laenor was sad to miss the celebration, the corners of her beautiful mouth could not be suppressed. It's what he deserved. Viserys sat in the main seat, smiling at his nephew. Unlike the taciturn when he came, he was full of energy at this moment. Aemon was young, but he tamed Vormithor, the Bronze Fury, who was the second largest in the world and was at the peak of his prime. The family's power suddenly soared. Moreover, as soon as he landed on the island, he injured the young dragon Sea Smoke, reducing the number of dragon riders in the Valyrian family. How could he not be excited when one side was gaining while the other was losing? What a good boy! Viserys tried to maintain his image as a king, secretly encouraging himself in his heart. How great it would be if this was his son! Damn Daemon! No, I have a place to sit. Aemon waved his hand, just intimate with Alicent for a while, turned around and walked to the seat below. He has been in the limelight enough today. It is not appropriate to get too close to the royal family and raise himself too high. Boom, boom, boom. The dense and orderly drum beats sounded in the hall, symbolizing the official opening of the celebration. Your Majesty! Corlys walked into the hall, nodded to the king, and sat in the seat next to the main seat. That is the seat of the king's close ministers or the ministers in front of the king. In high tide, it is the seat of the host. With him came a heroic woman with long black hair mixed with silver. Cousin! Rhaenys smiled and greeted her blood relative. Very casual, not rigid about etiquette. Viserys smiled back, stood up, and hugged each other. Alicent and Rhaenyra stood up one after another, and the three women greeted each other. The two family members met, and in front of the guests, they seemed like a family. Corlys sat down and talked like a learned man. There was no sign of the undercurrent under his smile. At this moment, an interesting scene happened. Rhaenys said nothing, ignored her husband's gaze, turned around and walked down the main seat. She was the protagonist today. But she refused the seat she should have, and sat down in the empty seat below. Aemon only smelled a faint scent of lavender, and in a blink of an eye, there was another person beside him. After hesitating for a second, Aemon whispered, "Aunt, happy naming day." Yet. Rhaenys nodded in response, looking up and down at this nephew. It was this little guy who beat her son and made him cry and shout. Aemon turned his head silently. "Look if you want to, anyway, he looks very good." Boom, boom, boom. The second round of intensive drum beats sounded, urging the guests who had not arrived yet to hurry up. Aemon looked around, but did not see the figure of his father Daemon. Will he not come? It's not in his character to not show up at such a scene. As soon as the thought came out, a tall and lean figure walked out of the entrance of the crowded hall. Here he comes. Aemon's eyes lit up. At the same time, Viserys and Corlys also noticed this uninvited guest. Daemon walked into the hall in a black suit with a smile on his face. He strolled along the way, just like walking in his own home. Soon, Daemon found his son under the main seat, and a flash of admiration flashed in his eyes. He had learned that his son tamed the dragon left by his grandfather, the dragon that was sleeping in Dragon Mountain. Looking through the brief history of the Targaryen family, it was also the first case of an 8-year-old taming an adult dragon. Although the bronze bitch of the valley tainted the bloodline, it was worthy of his seed. Father. Aemon had a good impression of this father and nodded in greeting. Well done. Daemon smiled and walked to the opposite seat to take a seat. I don't know if he was talking about taming a dragon or defeating Laenor who just controlled the sea smoke. Rhaenys glanced at him, and saw that her cousin was gloating over his misfortune, so she didn't give him a good look. The episode passed quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The last round of intensive drum beats was to welcome the finale guest. The door of the hall was opened, and a group of people dressed in foreign clothes entered one after another. The leader had black hair and brown eyes, handsome looks, an upright figure, luxurious clothes and a sword on his waist, and walked in with his head held high. Today's second protagonist is the son of the former king of the Sea of Bravos. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, either get out or drag on fire. The other party walked through the hall with style and grandeur. As he approached the main seat, he raised his chin proudly and placed one hand on his chest. Lord Corlys, Harold Norton salutes you. Welcome, Lord Harold. Corlys nodded, showing no extra emotion. After greeting his future father-in-law, Harold looked at the most noble person present. Your Majesty of the Iron Throne, I have long heard of you. Harold bowed his head slightly, but his words were not pleasant. Then, he saluted Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra, maintaining a neutral attitude. I don't know if he did it deliberately for Corlys to see or if he was just being arrogant. This move naturally annoyed many people. Without Viserys' intervention, Prime Minister Lionel glared at Harold. Had the former not held him back, he would have scolded him. Viserys had a simple idea. On a day like today, he wasn't the one who should be ashamed of this person's behavior, it was Corlys, the sea snake, and the entire Valyrian family. After all, Corlys's future son-in-law was present. Just watch the show. Harold didn't care at all. He noticed Rhaenys and stepped forward to salute, saying, "Dear uncrowned queen, please accept my blessing." Then, he extended his hand like a gentleman. Rhaenys had a blank expression on her face as she handed the back of her hand to him for a light kiss. Tisk, tisk. Aemon watched the whole process, amazed. The man was probably in his 20s with a pale face and unsteady steps. At first glance, he looked like someone who had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Is the son of the former king of Bravos really like this? Corlys and Auntie aren't stupid. Why did they choose such a son-in-law? Aemon secretly shook his head. He glanced secretly at Aunt Rhaenys, who was wiping her hands with a tablecloth under the table. It seems that she is also very dissatisfied. It must be Corlys's idea. Aemon's eyes widened as he suddenly thought of it. The former king of Bravos had been assassinated, so the political value of this marriage had disappeared. No wonder this guy has been on Driftmark Island for years without being able to officially marry his fiancée. The Sea King's father is dead. Like a dog who has lost his home, he dares to disrespect the King of the Seven Kingdoms by calling himself the uncrowned queen in public. If he doesn't die, then who will? Harold was unaware of this. He stared at the silver-haired Aemon, curious. "Princess, who is this next to you?" Rhaenys rolled her eyes, uninterested. Harold, bored and unwilling to lose face, moved in front of the handsome, silver-haired boy. "You." Aemon felt dirty at the sight and interrupted directly. "Get lost." This was His Royal Highness's attitude when facing people he didn't like. When he opened his mouth, birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Harold was stunned when he heard it, thinking he had misheard. But when he saw Rhaenys turn around and look at her nephew in surprise, he realized it was true. Suddenly, a sense of humiliation surged through his heart. Since his father was assassinated, he has been blocked at every turn and rejected wherever he goes. He had gone to Driftmark Island, but there were still people who insulted him. He had gone there in vain. "You." Harold's face turned ferocious, and he opened his mouth to speak. Whoosh! A cold light flashed before his eyes and passed by his face. Harold's whole body froze, and he felt his facial skin go numb. Then he realized that a strand of hair had been cut off. It seemed to be a table knife. "I am Daemon Targaryen." Aemon tilted his head, holding a fork in his small hand. Harold came to his senses and hurriedly took a step back. He hadn't expected to offend a Targaryen. Aemon pointed at Harold with his fork and said, "Either get out, or dragon flame." Harold's face turned purple, and his features distorted as he confirmed Rhaenys's lack of intention to help him. But there was nothing he could do. His Royal Highness had mentioned dragon flame. He had offended the other party, like kicking a plate of iron. Aemon had a cold, unfriendly demeanor. He came to support the royal family, not to act. The other party didn't deserve any extra words. "If you don't follow the guest rules, what you cut with the knife won't be hair." Harold was angry, but he didn't dare act rashly. "Ha ha ha." He walked back to his seat in disgrace amid the guests' laughter. He endured the humiliation but found that his fiancée was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be glad the embarrassing scene wasn't witnessed or sad and angry that no one took it seriously. Viserys laughed and said, "Your future son-in-law is a wonderful person, Lord Corlys." His words were full of disgust and contempt. Corlys's face fell, but he took a deep breath and turned a blind eye. He kept reminding himself that today's focus was on the royal family. Harold's embarrassment didn't matter. He should just accept being seen as mediocre and incompetent, in sharp contrast to his daughter, so he wouldn't give people a reason to criticize him in the future. "Are you accurate?" Aemon ignored the host's overt and covert struggles and took the initiative to speak up. He had discovered that he was very accurate. He was not only good at drawing the bow and shooting arrows, but he was also accurate at throwing. Aemon raised his head proudly. Rhaenys was amused by him. She reached out and stroked her fair face. Her eyes softened inexplicably. Aemon was stunned and a little at a loss. He had been cold before. Why had he suddenly become enthusiastic? Was he slow to warm up? "Don't think too much. You're just a nephew to me." Rhaenys's voice was magnetic. She sighed, "Your name is my grandfather's gift to me." Aemon blinked and understood. His great-grandfather had 13 children, only 3 of whom were sons. The youngest, dragonless Viegon, was cold by nature. He went to the citadel of Old Town at age 16 and died there. The eldest, Daemon Targaryen, the legal heir, tamed Caraxes at a young age and had a daughter named Rhaenys. His grandfather, brave Balon, became the second heir after his brother's death. Unfortunately, neither brother inherited the Iron Throne. This nearly sparked a succession dispute before the 101st Great Council. Rhaenys looked at little Aemon quietly, her fingertips sliding across her fair face. She gradually lost herself in thought. In a trance, she seemed to see the shadow of her father. Thinking of him, she smiled secretly. Her father had short platinum hair, blue eyes, a masculine face, and a tall, heroic figure. The little guy in front of her had standard silver hair and purple eyes. His face was still tender, and he had 2 dimples when he smiled. After a while, Rhaenys withdrew her hand and said with a sense of loss, "You can come to Driftmark Island more often, just don't ride the dragon anymore." God knows how angry Corlys was when he learned that Laenor had been attacked. Had she not suppressed it, she would have gone to Viserys and Daemon to ask for an explanation. She missed her relatives very much. Aemon's eyes flickered, and his hedgehog-like personality was restrained. He sensed the rare maternal brilliance in her. His mother, Lady Rhea, loved him but didn't easily express it. Aemon felt weird about his Aunt Rhaenys's closeness to him. He wondered if he had chosen the wrong Laenor. The celebration continued, and the music gradually became more melodious, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Rhaenys picked up the wine cup and regained her usual calm and noble demeanor. Aemon took a few bites of food, jumped off his chair, and left. The boring banquet continued until evening. Why not go for a walk? It's a good opportunity to find Laena. The last time we parted ways, I didn't have time to see how big Viagar was. Looking in the direction of the main seat, Alicent and Rhaenyra were busy dealing with the enthusiastic crowd. Since Otto Hightower was dismissed as Prime Minister, the structure of the Red Keep has changed drastically. Just as is happening now. Alicent is surrounded by noble ladies from the Old Town family, including many from the Riverlands and the Stormlands. She is doing okay. Rhaenyra is surrounded by even more people, including noble young men from all over, and she is surrounded by water. Women are trouble. Aemon looked down and ran away. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Laena and Viagar East Coast Beach. Aemon walked slowly out of the city and arrived here. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat emerged from the backpack and turned his head to look around. He had made it a habit to look for treasures every time he arrived in a new place. Aemon patted the rat and held its furry body on his shoulder. The little creature was very loyal and guarded the Dragon Mountain while Aemon trained dragons. His Royal Highness was touched. From now on, whenever he eats, the rat will eat too. The Velaryon family is really rich. Aemon looked around and saw many ships sailing. This is still a remote area. If this were Hull Town or Spice Town, the ships in the port would be as numerous as chess pieces on a chessboard. A roaring naval battle, everything burned down. Aemon secretly shook his head, and his determination to be self-reliant grew stronger. If the dance of the dragon cannot be stopped, no matter how prosperous the town is, it will amount to nothing. It's just temporary glory. Half an hour later, Aemon walked up a steep slope and saw a familiar, silver-haired figure from afar. Laena. What a coincidence they met here. Intrigued, Aemon went over to flirt with her. Of course, he just wanted to share the joy of taming a dragon. She has a fiancé who is still alive. At that moment, Laena was sitting alone on a sparse grassy slope, enjoying the sea breeze. Her silver gold, wavy hair fluttered in front of her eyes in the wind, and she gently tucked her white fingertips behind her ears. Facing away, her graceful figure in the blue dress was clearly visible, showing her natural beauty. However, no matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't hide the loneliness in her heart. What are you doing? Aemon climbed up the grassy hill, his big eyes full of curiosity. Laena looked back in surprise and asked, confused, Aemon, how did you find this place? I was just walking around and happened to see you. Aemon certainly wouldn't admit his true intentions. Seeing that the other person wasn't crying alone, he asked another question. You haven't answered me yet. What are you doing? Could she have known how stupid her fiancé was and hidden here to relax? He guessed right. Laena rolled her eyes, patted the seat beside her, and said, sit with me for a while. No problem. Aemon sat down obediently, his ears erect. There aren't many opportunities to hear gossip from those involved. Laena held his chin with one hand, revealing his white swan neck, and tilted her head as she talked about the troubles of her marriage. The main reason is that the marriage candidate is not suitable. The political resources behind it have plummeted, not in the eyes of Corlys, the sea snake. What do you think? Aemon was very interested. Laena did not say anything. She stared at him seriously for a while. Her beautiful eyes were calm. Hey! Aemon was stunned and moved to the side carefully. After spending a long time with Alysanne and Rhaenyra, he was not used to meeting a woman who was too smart. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Are you scared? Laena chuckled and said, I can't kill him, can I? Aemon, that's not necessarily true. Laena didn't know what he was thinking, so she smiled and said, with my father's shrewdness, he will consider it for me. Aemon nodded, somewhat impressed. She was very clear-eyed, and Valerian's brain was useful. Come with me. I'll show you the scenery. Since they were bored sitting there, Laena changed the subject. Aemon had no objection. The two walked side by side. There was no way, His Royal Highness was too short. Laena was tall, and her light blue dress was elegant. She walked lightly and elegantly. Aemon followed beside her, his head only reaching the curve of her hips. How can these legs be so long? Aemon was full of question marks when he compared their body proportions. Are the legs all below the big bear? He leaned to the side, fearing he would be hit in the face by her buttocks. Soon, they arrived at a secluded open space. From a distance, they saw a group of fat sheep. Boom! A dark green giant slowly crawled forward, stretched its neck, and spewed dragon flames that covered a dozen sheep. The fat dried and burned into charcoal in an instant. Then, he ate them with relish. It's Viagar. Aemon turned back in surprise. He found that he was facing her buttocks and silently raised his head. Laena smiled, stretched out her hand, pinched his cheek, and said, it's food. Let's not get too close. After that, she took him a little ways off. Aemon frowned, vaguely seeing through the bad woman's little thoughts. One of life's three major illusions. Could she be attracted to me? Aemon's heart trembled as he thought it was very likely. Who is Laena? She is the eldest daughter of the uncrowned queen, Rhaenys, and Corlys, the sea snake, with pure ancient Valyrian blood. She is the driver of the largest and oldest dragon, Vhagar, today. With such a background and ability, her standards for choosing a spouse must be high. Why would a dragon rider choose the son of the former Sea King of Bravos? Otherwise, she could have gotten married on her name day last year when she turned 16. According to the Targaryen law of attraction, Laena's choice of spouse. Aemon lowered his head and held up 4 fingers. Looking at the entire Targaryen family, there are only 4 men, Uncle Viserys. Cross him out. Daemon is not a widower yet, so he's out too. In the end, only the 2-year-old Aegon remains, the boy who has just finished taming a dragon. Aemon felt a lump in his throat and was speechless. There are too many wolves and too little meat. You know, Rhaenyra has no choice. There's also a hungry Helena below. Dear uncle, your favorite eldest daughter, Rhaenyra, is not competitive. Aemon secretly complained. She's a pure loser. At that moment, Laena led a sheep forward and coaxed it in front of Vhagar. Can I touch it? Aemon put aside all distractions and approached enthusiastically. After taming Vormithor, the panel gained an extra 900 essence points, making Aemon rich overnight. Don't miss the opportunity to touch other dragons. No. Laena shook her head and said seriously. Vhagar is old and has a very bad temper. Only she was allowed to get close, even when feeding. Aemon stopped and listened to her advice. The older the dragon, the worse the temper. It's basically an iron rule. Just like with Vormithor, not even the driver was spared. They have lived too long and are accustomed to too many life and death separations. Over time, their hearts become hardened. Before recognizing their master, they choose to sleep. This allows them to isolate themselves from external interference and reduce their food intake while sleeping. After recognizing the master, they will leave Dragon Mountain. His Vhagar's vertical pupils shifted and she glanced at the driver, letting out a low, thunderous roar. In 2 or 3 bites, the charred mutton was eaten up. Aemon watched from a distance, his heartbeat accelerating slightly. Vhagar is 160 years old. Its body is comparable to a small mountain. Standing in the open space, it resembles a dark green forest rising from the ground. According to Aemon's estimation, its body is at least 100 meters long, reaching an unimaginable 120 meters. Vormithor is no match for it. However, Aemon frowned slightly when he noticed Vhagar's slack chin and sparse, pointed temples. Under that huge body, the signs of aging are hard to hide. A closer look reveals that it is quite old. Its combat power is difficult to estimate. Aemon's eyes flickered, and he prepared to fight this old dragon. During the Dance of the Dragons, the 180-year-old Vhagar replaced the young, strong Caraxes. Now, at 160 years old, his strength has not seriously declined. Invincible. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Aemon. I want to see Aemon. The Hall of the Nine. The banquet was still going on and gradually reached its climax with piano music and dancing. Viserys sat on the main seat, smiling and feeling indescribably relieved. His nephew had tamed Vermithor, and Laena's Seamoke had been seriously injured, losing its fighting power. Not counting Caraxes, who was driven by Daemon, the number of dragon riders in the royal family equaled that of the Valyrian family. As king of the Iron Throne, he had at least 800 vassals, if not 1,000. The Valyrian family's fleet alone was not a threat. Look! Your eldest son is dancing on the dance floor. Viserys smiled and pointed to the strong family heir, who was dressed in a gorgeous gown. Lionel looked in the direction of his finger and saw that the eldest son, Harwin, was huddled with a group of noble youths surrounding the dancing Rhaenyra. She was absent-minded, clearly just going through the motions. But Harwin was like a possessed man, staring without blinking. Lionel frowned and quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, don't forget the purpose behind Lord Corlys's invitation to you." He abruptly changed the subject. He didn't want to see his eldest son pursue the princess. Compared to the Velaryons and other nobles, the strong family has a shallow foundation. The eldest son is brave, but he lacks the corresponding political acumen. If he approaches the princess rashly, he will only harm himself and the entire family. Viserys' mouth curled up slightly as he teased, "Let me guess. Isn't the so-called Bonebreaker the strongest candidate?" Lionel remained silent and did not answer. "Haha, let's not talk about it." Seeing the Prime Minister's serious face, Viserys laughed with satisfaction. He was afraid that Lionel would have the same thoughts as Otto Hightower when he became the king's hand. After all, in his mind, the best candidate was still his nephew, Aemon. From a young age, his courageous and strategic nature began to show. In addition, he inherited Runestone City and the tamed Vormithor. With both power and strength, it was a great gift from the gods. "Your Majesty," Lionel said helplessly. "You should consider Lord Corlys's plan and Prince Daemon's opinion." On the one hand, Corlys was ambitious, which gave him the position of king's husband. On the other hand, the brothers were at odds and might not agree to this marriage. "Daemon? No." Viserys passed by the former and turned to look at the lean figure on the dance floor who was inviting the noble lady to dance. He said confidently, "He will agree." Although Daemon was a bastard, he recognized his family. His son had already expressed his support for the royal family. Would the father do the opposite? If so, Viserys would lock Daemon in the dungeon of the Red Castle. He would starve him 9 times in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lionel sighed secretly. Although the king cursed Prince Daemon, he still cared about his brother. However, people's hearts are unpredictable. Can things really go as they wish? "Your Majesty." Corlys suddenly stood up to toast and walked toward the two of them. Lionel stood up at the same time and held up her wine glass. Corlys didn't care. He smiled and said, "Thank you for coming from afar. May our alliance be as unbreakable as that of our ancestors." Then, he raised his glass and drank it all. Viserys' eyes flickered, and he raised his glass. "I hope so." The other party's words were not offensive. Since the exile, when the Targaryens migrated from ancient Valyria to Dragonstone, the Velaryon family of Driftmark and the Celtigar family of Crab Island have always been staunch allies of the Targaryens. It wasn't until the Conqueror unified the 6 kingdoms that the latter 2 families became vassals and held the positions of Lord Admiral and Lord Chancellor of the Exchequer for generations. The Celtigar family of Crab Island has remained low-key in recent years because they rarely intermarry with the Targaryen family. Corlys married his cousin Rhaenys and became the top noble closest to the Iron Throne. If you think about it, things are unpredictable. After toasting, Corlys revealed his true colors. "Your Majesty, our 2 families have been intermarried for generations, and I believe it will continue this way." He made it clear that he was proposing a marriage between his eldest son, Laenor, and Viserys' daughter. Viserys habitually pretended to be confused and said casually, "Your daughter already has a fiancé. I'm talking about the marriage of Her Royal Highness, the Princess." Corlys did not hide anything and was straightforward. Hearing this, Viserys stopped smiling. Corlys knelt down and said frankly, "Your Majesty, the princess's right of succession has been challenged, and the Velaryon family can support her." These words came from the heart. Before Aemon rode the dragon to Driftmark, he had planned to pressure the king into agreeing. Although it was a great rebellion, the king was indecisive and would most likely give in. In any case, the relationship between the 2 families had already hit rock bottom, and it could not get worse. After Aemon rode the dragon to Driftmark, however, his thinking changed completely. If the hard way didn't work, then he would try the soft way. The king dotes on his daughter, and the prince born to the queen poses a great threat to the succession. To secure his position as heir, the Valyrian family will be indispensable. Viserys looked solemn and did not express his opinion. Corlys kept a low profile and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Your Majesty, I conquered the stepstones for the kingdom, but you must consider who occupies them now." Viserys' pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned to stare at Daemon on the dance floor. Then, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Seeing this, Corlys continued, "The princess is almost of marriageable age. Only by marrying a dragon rider can she be worthy of the Valyrian bloodline." Viserys' face turned as dark as water, and he could barely suppress his anger. However, his anger was not directed at Daemon, but rather at Corlys, the sea snake stirring up trouble before him. Daemon was his brother, and he would never betray him, no matter what. He could scold Daemon, but not others. "Your Majesty." Corlys wanted to take advantage of the victory. "Enough." Viserys could no longer bear it and slammed the table, alarming the entire 9 flights hall. In an instant, the music stopped. The nobles present fell silent and reduced their presence, wondering why the king, who had always been tolerant, was angry. Was this the wrath of the sleeping dragon? Corlys was also stunned and suddenly realized he had said something wrong. Before attacking the stepstones, someone had expressed dissatisfaction with his words. On the other side, Daemon pushed away his young, beautiful dance partner, frowned slightly, and looked at the main seat. "Rhaenyra." Viserys shouted his daughter's name before finishing. "Father, I'm here." Rhaenyra walked out of the crowd and quickly approached her father. Viserys frowned and asked loudly, "Where is Aemon? Where is Aemon?" He didn't look at Corlys while speaking. This is not the time for anger, he is trying his best to restrain himself. He wanted to find his innocent daughter and express his dissatisfaction. Aemon is the candidate in his mind. Rhaenyra's eyes were confused, and she said, "Aemon is out. I ask you, where is he?" Looking at his slow-reacting daughter, Viserys became angrier. Suddenly, Rhaenyra had an idea and said hurriedly, "I'll go find him." As she said this, she turned and hurried out. "Hurry up and go." Viserys was finally satisfied and said indirectly, "He is my hero. You should keep an eye on him on such an important occasion. He's still a child. He doesn't know how to please me like an adult does. He is covered in filth." Corlys's face turned livid. "Ha." Daemon saw everything and looked at his brother with interest. His anger was rare, and his voice was quite loud. When he heard his son's name, a playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Aemon, Grow Up. Rhaenyra ran out angrily after experiencing an unexpected disaster. She was extremely upset. Before she could understand her father's meaning, she was scolded. If there hadn't been so many people present, she would have cried. It must be someone who made him unhappy again. Rhaenyra gritted her teeth and walked faster and faster. She walked out of High Tide City and found a secluded spot. She also wanted to relax alone. By chance, she came upon the empty space where Aemon and Laena were. From a distance, she saw 2 silver-haired figures standing close together. Rhaenyra paused, stunned. The two were getting along well at that time. Laena sat sideways on the lawn, her long, light blue skirt spread out like a mermaid's tail coming ashore. Aemon sat on the hem of her skirt. At first glance, it seemed as if he were in her arms. With a smile on his face, he kept reaching into his backpack and taking out all kinds of delicious food as if by magic. First, he took out a banana, then, a bunch of grapes. He stuffed it all into the other person's hand. "Eat. I still have a lot." Aemon raised his chin, being quite generous. "Thank you." Laena held a pile of fruit desserts, which made her laugh and cry. She said that she hadn't eaten lunch yet and that she would wait until evening to eat. The other person took out a pile of food. Don't worry. There's more if it's not enough, Aemon said. Aemon said as he continued to take things out of his backpack. People are like iron, and rice is like steel. They'll be hungry if they don't eat. Your Royal Highness is kind-hearted. How can you sit and watch others starve? If you eat my food, we're good friends. Given our relationship, it's not okay to ride Viagar and mess around. Squeak the golden-nosed rat curled up at the bottom of the backpack. He covered his mouth with his little paws and almost shed tears. It's gone. All the apple cores are really gone. After a long time of not taking out new things, Aemon gave up in disappointment. Rat is not good. Do you usually eat secretly? Have you tried stocking up? What are you doing? Rhaenyra came over for some reason, her eyes wandering around the room. Rhaenyra. Laena looked back and smiled. We met by chance. Did you leave early? During their conversation, she casually rested her bare hand on Aemon's shoulder. Aemon's body stiffened as he ate an apple. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Sure enough. Rhaenyra also noticed the hand and felt an alarm go off in her heart. Suddenly, an idea came to her. Could this be why her father yelled at her to find Aemon? The more she thought about it, the more sense it made. She looked at Laena strangely and asked suspiciously, "The party isn't over yet. Do you want to go back together?" No. Laena shook her head and refused. She gave a reason, "You know, there are people there who I don't want to see." Hearing this, Rhaenyra fell into a trance for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered that Laena had a fiancé. Thinking of this, she instantly felt much better. Well, let's see the scenery together. Rhaenyra smiled and went back in no hurry. Her father was just looking for an opportunity to get angry, and she wasn't that stupid. Laena smiled slightly and said, "Okay, the party will last until late anyway." Rhaenyra found a place to sit down, changing her previous hostility. Aemon. This scene is really hard to comment on. I'll help you peel it. Laena was considerate. She peeled a grape and put it in Aemon's mouth. Aemon opened his mouth and ate it, staring at her with complicated eyes. He silently accused her, "I'm stupid, and you still bully me." Laena smiled more deeply and turned around to feed Rhaenyra a peeled grape. She was just like a big sister who cares about her younger brothers and sisters. Rhaenyra was very moved. "Thank you, Laena." It had been a long time since anyone had peeled grapes for her. "You're welcome. Just do as I do." Laena's words were full of meaning, and she winked at Aemon secretly. As if to say, "Look, she has to thank me." Alas! Aemon sighed, feeling disappointed. It's no wonder that, in the feudal dynasties of his previous life, daughters of wealthy families who lost their mothers at a young age were despised when it came to marriage. Queen Emma died of dystocia in 105 AC. Rhaenyra had lacked her mother's guidance since childhood, and her emotions were weak. If this were a palace drama, it would last only 2.5 episodes at most. The next day, early in the morning, the 9 Flights Hall was cleaned up after the banquet. Corlys held a separate banquet to entertain the royal family. After the meal, he showed them the harvest arranged in the hall. For example, there was the broken mask of the crab feeder. The sea changes rapidly, and even the best sailors dare not say that they are infallible. Corlys pointed to each collection with pride. Aemon followed behind him, blinking innocently. He was not emotionally affected. Honestly, Sea Snake Corlys is a very good politician, military strategist, and adventurer. Formerly, Tidehead Island was very barren, roughly equivalent to Dragonstone. There was a dark and humid Tidehead Castle and several small fishing villages with scarce land. When Sea Snake was young, he witnessed his family's struggles and devoted himself to the cause of great navigation. He made a total of 9 voyages, the farthest of which were to the Arctic Glacier, Asai in the Shadowlands, and the Summer Islands in the Summer Sea. These voyages also earned him great wealth. Based on Tidehead Castle, the majestic Tidehead city was rebuilt. Several small fishing villages expanded into the town of Hull, and a second spice town was established. The current achievements of the Velaryon family are supported by the sea snake. However, Aemon glanced at Aunt Rhaenys beside the wine cabinet with respect, but not worship. Without the dragons of the Targaryen family, the Velaryon family would not be so arrogant. Daemon, leaning against the window, held the same attitude. Hearing the sea serpent brag, he looked at him with contempt and took a sip of wine to hide his sneer. Without the dragon, he could flatten Tidehead Island alone. Hey, is that a chessboard? Aemon wandered around, bored, and saw a beautiful chessboard. Corlys glanced at it and said lightly, "Try the next game. If nothing unexpected happens, the royal family will leave today." Since his marriage goal has not been achieved, it would be unwise to make enemies with the royal family again. It is better to ease the relationship gradually. Slowly and gradually is the best strategy. Aemon hesitated and said, "I don't know how to play." Seeing that the chessboard and pieces resemble the products of the free trade city-state, he realized that he only understood the rules. "No problem. You'll learn them in the next game." Corlys's eyes were deep as he took the initiative to pick up the chessboard and arrange the pieces. He was very interested in the young man in front of him. Chess reflects the quality of people, so it's a good way to test his background. "Okay then." Aemon shrugged, no longer refusing. The two found a golden Nanmu stake from the Summer Isles and played a game of chess. No one cared at first, but the noise soon attracted others. "Kill. If you come over here, I'll just eat your chess piece." "I know, kill again. You lost another piece. Keep killing." After playing 7 or 8 games in a row, Aemon continued to lose, yet his energy remained unabated. In the last game, only 2 pieces remained on the chessboard. Aemon moved a piece forward and said decisively, "Kill." "You lost again." Corlys frowned and ate the chess piece. According to the rules of chess, if only 1 piece remains, it's considered a loss. Aemon had expected this outcome and remained calm. Master Corlys is a superb chess player, so if you lose, you lose. Anyway, I can't win. I'll just play casually. There must be a benefit to winning and being happy. He was relieved, but Corlys on the other side had an ugly expression and stared at the chessboard without saying a word. In 8 games, this kid killed himself more than a dozen times. Although he is a bad chess player, his sharp aura is unstoppable. In Aemon's puzzled eyes, Corlys slowly raised his head and stared at the young man's face. He felt heavy in his heart. "Another Daemon. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Daemon, who is with you and us?" In the afternoon, the royal ship sailed out of the port, escorted by a golden dragon. "Won't you stay a few more days?" Rhaenys stood on the cliff behind the castle, trying to convince her nephew to stay. "No." Aemon shook his head. "I'm here, and my cousin Laenor doesn't go out." Rhaenys sighed and rubbed his head. Seasmoke was seriously injured, so it would be difficult for him to recover in a short amount of time. Laenor couldn't overcome the emotional barrier and refused to socialize. "Forget it. It's up to you." Rhaenys was reluctant, but she wasn't one to back down. She reminded him, "Be careful on the road. I'll let Laena take you away." Aemon wanted to refuse and stay away from Laena, the bad woman. But, seeing the other party's eager eyes, he swallowed his words. "Come visit when you're free." "I will, Aunt. All good things must come to an end, not to mention the tension between the two families." A moment later, Rhaenys snuggled in her husband's arms as they looked out at the vast sea together. Suddenly, there was a noise from above. They didn't need to look back. A huge bronze dragon stepped onto the edge of the cliff, spread its wings, and jumped down. Hiss! Vormithor roared, swaying from side to side as he caught up with the royal ship in the distance. Aemon sat firmly on the dragon's saddle, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. One man and one dragon attacked vigorously. Unlike the petite Syrinx, Vormithor's body was like a heavy, dark cloud. A pair of broad, brown wings covered the sky and earth, shrouding the royal ship in shadow. From afar, it was quite shocking. Rhaenys looked solemn, but she felt relieved. From this moment on, the royal family had finally overcome the embarrassing situation of having no successors. Assuming nothing unexpected happens, the family will prosper for another century. They are all gone. Let's go back, too. Corlys sighed softly, feeling a sense of loss and depression. From now on, the royal family could no longer be manipulated by anyone. His plan to get close to the Iron Throne had failed again. Hiss! Gah! Suddenly, a sharp, piercing hiss sounded from the cliff. Corlys frowned and looked up to see a scarlet dragon as long as a snake. Caraxes stretched out his snake-like neck and climbed along the edge of the cliff, his sharp pupils visible. His huge wings blocked the sunlight, and his evil appearance brought a full sense of oppression. Daemon, you said something wrong. Corlys stood in front of his wife and turned to see a thin figure slowly walking behind him. Oh, when? Daemon walked out of the porch with a faint smile on his face. He didn't remember what he had promised the other party. Corlys's face darkened as he accused, you said your brother was unfair to you, so we joined forces to regain our rights and interests. We. Daemon's face suddenly became cold, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. Who said we? Corlys was stunned and looked at Daemon deeply. With a new bargaining chip, he planned to turn against him. Rhaenys watched quietly, not interfering in the conspiracy between men. Daemon glanced at her and warned, Aemon is my son. Anyone who wants to take advantage of him had better watch out. He didn't care about the uncrowned queen. If he could win once, he could win again. His son was his greatest cause, and he would never allow anyone to spy on him. Too many Targaryens died young. Hee. Rhaenys turned her head away and crossed her arms. People laugh when they're speechless. Corlys remained relatively silent, feeling helpless about the ally he had chosen. Any politician in power is afraid of people who will overturn the table. Daemon is just such a person. Okay, the stepstones are still waiting for me to govern. Daemon turned and returned to the porch. Suddenly, he stopped and pondered, my brother is a coward, but he's very lucky. His brother and nephew are not cowards. Of course, he didn't speak the second half of that thought, it remained only in his heart. Thinking about how unfairly his brother treated him, Daemon felt lonely and quickened his pace to leave. This seemed like contempt to Corlys. Soon, Daemon left. Caraxes spread his wings and flew, his forked tail stirring the waves as he headed towards the Stepstone Islands. Corlys clenched and then dejectedly released his fist. Suddenly, a hand held his. Looking up, he saw Rhaenys smiling and saying, it's not my husband's way to feel sorry for himself. Corlys was stunned for a moment, and a warm current surged through his heart. Let's go. The children should be back. Rhaenys patted his shoulder and walked back to the room steadily. Although she disapproved of her husband's behavior, she loved him deeply. A sea serpent that has lost its sharpness is not worthy of the blood of a real dragon. Looking at his wife's heroic back, Corlys laughed dumbly. Somehow, he felt more at ease. Blackwater Bay. Hiss! An old dragon with a dark green body turned halfway around. The sound was like thunder as it turned back to Driftmark Island. On the dragon's back, a graceful figure with long, curly, silver-gold hair could be seen vaguely. Roar! Vormithor glanced with his pupils erect, and the flame of the copper dragon accumulated deep in his throat, ready to go. Quiet, Vormithor! Aemon shouted and slapped the bronze scales as he lay on the dragon's back. Vormithor raised his head and confirmed the rider's order. He slowly closed his huge mouth. Then, he accelerated and flew over Blackwater Bay. Boom! The sails of the royal ship fluttered and shook violently for a while as a pair of dragon wings raised a strong wind. Aemon had no choice but to hold his forehead and continue communicating. The old dragon was difficult to control. It has a strange temperament and is difficult to train. Understandable, though, it's not the original wife. This time, when I go back, I have to learn dragon taming skills well. Aemon made up his mind. He was going to return to the valley but was stopped by his uncle, Viserys. Dragons are chaotic and terrible creatures with the destructive power to easily destroy a town. In the past, it didn't matter if it was a young dragon or an adult dragon, dragon riders had to tame them. They all had to stay in the dragon cave in King's Landing and focus on learning dragon taming skills. Dragon keepers, who have taken care of dragons for generations and understand their habits, are the best teachers. It's better this way, so as to avoid the danger of the dragon getting out of control. Aemon touched Vormithor's back, showing his affection for the dragon. Throughout the Targaryen family's brief history, there have been cases of dragons getting out of control. In the past, Rhea Targaryen rode Black Death, Balerion. Balerion missed his homeland and forcibly took Rhea back to ancient Valyria. There, she was attacked by fire dragon worms and died a painful death with her body burned all over. This is the most serious case. In the present day, there is also Daenerys, the mother of dragons. Her black dragon, Drogon, has repeatedly disobeyed her, as have her other two dragons. Without achieving the realm of human-dragon unity, one cannot fully exert the dragon's true strength. Roar! Vormithor roared, his body undulating and soaring as he deliberately created a small bump. Dragons and their riders have telepathy. Although the connection is weak, the rider can sense that the dragon is thinking something offensive. Sorry, big guy. Aemon sat back on the dragon saddle, speechless for a moment. He has a bad temper and is petty, he really found himself an uncle. Viagar is older and has a much better temper. At least Laena won't be teased by the giant dragon under his crotch. I still need to practice more. Aemon knew this was the breaking-in period. Things will improve if they spend time together day and night. On second thought, Aemon became sentimental. He really wanted to grow up quickly so he could ride the dragon as he pleased. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Black and Green. 4 years later, 113 AC King's Territory, Blackwater Bay. Hiss! A thunderous roar echoed for dozens of miles, and a massive shadow loomed over the serene sea. A majestic dragon with bronze scales spread its wings and soared. Its body turned sharply in the air like a falling meteor. Dragon Flame, Vormithor. A thin young man with silver gold hair, bright purple eyes, and a handsome face leaned on the dragon's back. He held the handle of the dragon's saddle and shouted loudly. Boom! A sharp aura flashed across the dragon's vertical pupils. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of copper dragon flame as thick as hot lava erupting from a volcano. The young man looked up and smiled. He opened his arms and rode the dragon flame upstream. King's Landing, Mud Gate. Countless onlookers blocked the city gate, witnessing this terrifying scene firsthand. Everyone held their breath and felt their hearts in their throats. Hiss! In a flash, the bronze dragon stretched its neck, flapped its wide brown wings, and flew quickly around. The thin boy leaned back and the tip of his nose brushed against the dragon's flame. The next second the sticky dragon flame, like rolling copper water, splashed into the sea, picking up raging heat waves and condensing into pieces of dark metal slag. The bronze dragon immediately flew to the mud gate along the sea surface. When it was about to reach the shore, it raised its head and flew into the air, raising strong whines. 7 layers of hell. The onlookers stared at it, their faces flushed with excitement. They clapped wildly. The thin boy listened to the cheers, smiled, and glanced back. Hiss! A smaller golden dragon plunged down from the clouds and roared loudly, chasing the bronze dragon down to the mud gate. In a flash, it followed suit and rushed into the sky. Boom! The onlookers felt only a gust of wind blowing in their faces. They couldn't open their eyes at all. Good! Applause and cheers rang out again and again. Well done! They are a perfect match. Viserys stood on the city gate tower and waved his fist fiercely. Lionel smiled and looked up at the two giant dragons hovering in the air. He praised them generously. Your Highness is known as the warrior descended from heaven, and he is a favored son of heaven. Haha, this kid deserves it. Viserys laughed and shared his joy. In just 4 years, his nephew had passed the 14 ancient dragon riding tests handed down from ancient Valyria. Even adult dragon riders rarely achieve this level of mastery. In other words, if his nephew had lived in the Valyria Empire before the Doomsday Catastrophe, he would have been one of the youngest decorated dragon knights. Expanding the territory would be easy. In the evening, Aemon took off his black dragon riding clothes and went to the banquet hall of the Red Keep. Prince! 2 white knights guarding the door saw the young prince salute respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, sirs. Aemon still loved to laugh, and his voice was as clear as mountain water. At the entrance of the hall was a glass mirror that had been presented by the messenger from Pentos. Aemon turned his head and took a closer look. The person in the mirror had an outstanding appearance, a thin figure, silver hair, and purple eyes that were particularly bright, just like stars falling into dust. Especially in terms of height. At a young age, he grew to 5 feet 9 inches, nearly 1.8 meters. Hey, let's see who still calls me a dwarf. Aemon snorted lightly and walked with his head held high. Time is like a deformation and reorganization machine. Some people grow up, and some people think it through. Clearly, His Royal Highness has inherited the inhuman beauty of the Targaryen family. Soon, dinner began. Aemon generously sat down, picked up the knife and fork, and waited for the meal. Don't be impatient, the dishes are here. Beside him, Rhaenyra smiled and spoke with a clear, crisp voice. Aemon smiled. He really wanted to tell the other party, do you know how much a big potato needs to eat? Rhaenyra had no idea. She rested her chin on her hands, still recalling the dragon riding performance from earlier that day. It was Aemon's suggestion. He wanted to show off his strength and let the 7 kingdoms know that the royal family is not to be trifled with. After a while, the others arrived one by one. Aemon, you've been in the spotlight today. Viserys walked briskly with a smile on his face. The more he looked at his nephew, the more satisfied he became. The only thing missing was a stone sculpture to place on the bedroom table and collect as a figurine. It's really good. Alicent followed by a string of children. Aemon glanced at them and secretly smacked his lips. There were 3 little ones in total, 2 boys and a girl. 6-year-old Aegon, 4-year-old Helena, and 3-year-old Aemond. That's right, the future one-eyed Aemond had arrived. Perhaps his uncle saw how exceptional his nephew was, so he was anxious when he returned to the Red Keep, thinking about making more children. In 110 AC, Aemond, the 3rd son, was born. Even his name was based on Aegon's, with a homophonic change. Brother. Seeing his popular cousin staring at him, little Aemond shrank back, hid behind his mother's skirt, and dared not show his head. Still a little coward. Aemon retracted his gaze and looked closely at little Aegon, who was about to climb onto the table. Aegon had just put one leg up when he noticed the knife-like gaze and sat down quietly. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. As the eldest son of the royal family, he is a treasure who is loved by everyone, even if he is not as favored as Rhaenyra. He is usually lawless and loves to bully his younger brothers and sisters. He doesn't talk while eating or sleeping. He finished the meal in a flash. Aemon wiped his mouth and said, I'll go back to the Vale tomorrow. What? Viserys said angrily when he heard it. Lady Rhea usually only knows how to hunt. You won't meet her when you go back. Aemon smiled bitterly and said, No, I have something to do when I go back. Thanks to their unreliable parents, his uncle has become possessive of him. If not for them, they would probably fight for custody. What can you do? Runestone City is not your domain. Viserys frowned and said, King's Landing has everything. It's not too late to go back when you come of age. His nephew is only 13 years old and shouldn't waste his youth in the closed and conservative Vale. The royal family needs him more. I'm going back to raise my own flag, Aemon said seriously. Aemon said seriously. Then, he said the words he had prepared long ago. Since his trip to Driftmark, he has been traveling back and forth between King's Landing and the Vale. Everything in the Vale is normal, and his mother, Lady Rhea, is in good health, so he doesn't have to worry about her. He spends more time in King's Landing. There, he learns dragon riding skills, feeds Vormithor to strengthen their bond, and reads books about the dragon kings of ancient Valyria. He also has to find time to ease the conflict between Alicent and Rhaenyra. The two women are naturally hostile toward each other. After the Valyrian family died out, Daemon returned to the Stepstones and proclaimed himself king. Without external pressure, the tension between the two factions at court intensified. Because of his presence, the slogans of the Black and Green parties have yet to spread. It is better to ease than to block. As little Aegon grows older, more and more people are secretly fanning the flames. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid there won't be any peace. Aemon complained in a quiet voice, looking at the two women who ignored each other. Alicent is better off, she has 3 children to take care of. Throughout the whole process, Rhaenyra had a cold face, standing there like a wooden man. From time to time, she glanced at her siblings, and a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes. However, there was no chance for her to contact them, and she couldn't speak. She insisted on maintaining her dignity as the heir to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra, Aemon is leaving. You can ride the dragon to see him off. Alicent held her daughter in one hand and smiled as she looked at the other side. Rhaenyra frowned and said, I'll do what's right, and you don't need to pretend to be good. Whatever you want. I'm just suggesting. Alicent said angrily. Viserys frowned unhappily at the two of them, but more at Rhaenyra. His daughter's attitude was tougher, and her words were harsh and uncomfortable. It's none of my business. Rhaenyra turned her head away, unwilling to see her father's disappointed eyes. Viserys opened his mouth to speak. Okay, I'll leave early tomorrow morning, and no one will see me off. Aemon interrupted the spell, feeling tired. He helped everyone he could. He was neither black nor green and was not a vassal of anyone. My uncle has 4 children, and his succession order has been downgraded. No matter how good King's Landing is, it doesn't belong to him. It would be better for him to return to the valley and raise his own second flag. He has the title of prince, but there is no prefix for the fiefdom. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Patrolling the Territory Vale, Runestone City. Boom! A huge bronze dragon soared past, blocking the sun's rays and sweeping up green leaves. Many people saw the dragon and walked out of the building. It's the prince. His Royal Highness and his dragon. Everyone talked about it, and their fear of dragons turned into proud worship. After a long time, the bronze dragon landed outside the city. Aemon climbed down and smiled at his familiar home. His uncle tried to keep him, but he was too eager to go home. Meanwhile, Alicent and Rhaenyra's relationship broke down, and they almost came to blows. They both wanted to possess him and force him to choose sides. Seeing that the Black and Green parties were about to form, he hurried to build cities and towns and establish a foundation for independence. Only then could he enter the field as a third party and assert his power again. Valley, your prince is back. Aemon raised his chin and suddenly fell ill. Roar. Vormithor's pupils were indifferent, and a dull roar came from the depths of his throat as he approached the driver like a debt collector. 2 fat sheep for 1 flight, no credit. Aemon's smile disappeared, and he cursed, "You're great. You have no dignity at all." Vormithor ignored him, snorted lightly, and rested his chin on the grassy slope, waiting for dinner. What an arrogant attitude! Seeing this, Aemon took a deep breath and accepted his fate. Vormithor has a bad temper, but Aemon had been with him for several years. Besides, he doesn't eat in vain. The more meat he eats, the more he grows. He has grown considerably since he was tamed, and he's almost reached the 90-meter mark. Overtaking Viagar is just around the corner. Prince. The escort team arrived soon. Aemon glanced at everyone and asked the White Knight, "Steve, is Mom home?" "Lady Rhea received your letter yesterday and has been waiting for you." Delighted, Steve led the prince through the castle gate. After staying in the Vale for 4 years, he had almost forgotten his identity as a White Knight. He could only hope that His Royal Highness would come of age soon so he could return to King's Landing. As he walked, Aemon talked with everyone, reminding the dragon breeders stationed in Runestone City not to forget to feed the dragons. In the spacious hall, Aemon saw his mother and carefully expressed his inner thoughts. "You want to find a territory?" Lady Rhea raised her eyebrows and sneered. "Runestone City can't accommodate you, so you'd better stay in King's Landing." She was dissatisfied with her son's permanent residence in King's Landing. What's the use? In the end, he still returned to the Vale obediently. "Mom, you should support me." Aemon wasn't angry. He sat down next to his mother and said with a smile, "The Royce family accepted me, but you're still in your prime. You should give me some room to play. This is the truth." With the dragon, however, the Royce family's attitude changed drastically. They all wanted him to stay in Runestone City because they feared he would stay in King's Landing and never return. Lady Rhea glanced at him and said unceremoniously, "The valley is high in mountains and has many lakes. The best land is in the Aran Valley. Where are you going to establish your territory? Could he be going to the mountains to compete with the mountain clans for territory? I can look for it. There's nothing to lose." Aemon closed the distance and said shamelessly, "As long as you send me some people and don't leave me to go alone." "Are you sure?" "Of course." Lady Rhea was discouraged and waved her hand. "Thank you, Mom." Aemon laughed, stepped forward, hugged her tightly, and ran out quickly. He's not stupid, how could he ask for trouble? For 4 years, he had accumulated countless magical essences and exchanged them for resource cards. As long as he had a decent territory, he would definitely showcase his skills. Stupid boy. Madame Rhea rolled her eyes and smiled. The next day, Aemon rode a white stag and led a group of 150 Vale Knights. 50 were from his prince's camp and 50 were newly recruited by his mother. The Vale ceremony was grand. "Prince." Steve rode forward and said, "According to Madame Rhea, you should first inspect the villages in the territory before visiting your vassals." Aemon chuckled and replied, "Don't worry. I understand." His mother's meaning was simple, she wanted him to familiarize himself with Runestone City as soon as possible. The last one to come is finding an unowned territory. "Prince, should we go to Seagull Town first?" William approached him with a flattering demeanor and said, "Sir Ryan has a newborn son. We can go congratulate him." Aemon glanced at William and let him experience it for himself. "Is that to congratulate him? I don't want to point it out, but you clearly want to go to Seagull Town for fun. Life in the Vale is monotonous, and Seagull Town is the only place that can be called a city." The 16-year-old William was eager to try it. Let's go to the east coast first. There's a small fishing village there. Aemon made the decision and planned the trip. The valley is very large, and the Moon Mountains form a natural barrier protecting the Aran Valley. In addition to the Aran Valley, which is under the jurisdiction of the Eyrie, there are also the Three Sisters Islands, the Five Fingers Peninsula, and Crab Bay. Runestone City and Seagull Town are located outside the mountains on the east side of the Moon Mountains and on the west side of the Strait of the Sea, as well as on the north side of Crab Bay. The Royce family calls this independent and fertile land the Eastern Cape. Seagull Town relies mainly on Crab Bay for port trade and owns very little land. 90% of the land in the Eastern Cape is under Runestone City's jurisdiction. Aemon's trip this time is to travel all over the Eastern Cape. For this reason, he chose a white deer instead of riding Vormithor. Yes, Prince. The escort team responded in unison. Aemon rode the deer and took the lead, followed by 150 knights from the valley. The two-part flag bearing bronze runes and three-headed red dragons was hoisted high, piercing the dust kicked up by the horses' hooves. At dusk, in an ordinary, small fishing village, every household has low houses with curling chimney smoke. There were no dogs barking or chickens crowing, and the path was rugged. A few small, broken boats were stranded on the beach, showing that the people lived in poverty. Aemon led the white deer to the village entrance and saw a child who looked like a mud monkey picking up unwanted conch shells in a basket. They have a hard time, Aemon said. Aemon frowned and said. It was April, and the valley was still cold. William whispered persuasively, compared with other places in the valley, the people of Runestone City are already very fortunate. Aemon looked at the White Knight and the taciturn Gunthor. Both nodded. Aemon remained silent, deep in thought. During the reign of his great-grandfather, the Seven Kingdoms were initially stable, and people's lives thrived. When my uncle took the Iron Throne, a prosperous era began. However, this prosperity belonged to the nobles and knights, not the lower class. So what? After pondering for a while, Aemon quickly figured it out: the world is unfair. Only when the nobles are wealthy do the lower class people have a chance to breathe. Moreover, my uncle is kind and generous to the people. In the territory of Runestone City, for example, people have enough food and warm clothes, which far surpasses the conqueror period. Although my uncle is weak, he is a benevolent monarch. Aemon laughed dumbly. Everyone has two sides, and there are always some shining points. He has considered rebelling, but he has no reason to. Let's go into the village and rest here tonight. Aemon cheered up just in time to see the people's living conditions. Others are fine. The knights of the valley set up camp, and the guard team followed. The arrival of His Royal Highness the Prince is bound to cause a small sensation. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Treasures and Blood Fruit. Upon learning of Aemon's arrival, many people rushed out of the small fishing village to welcome His Royal Highness warmly. Everyone in the Runestone City territory knew that he was a generous man. Aemon chose a relatively poor fisherman's house, where he had dinner with the host. On the table, the fisherman's wife had cooked vegetables and soup and had also taken out the bacon that had been treasured for a long time. For civilians, this was already a rich treat. Aemon did not put on airs as the prince. He thanked them politely and chatted while eating. I see that this village has scarce land. Can fishing alone make a living? He had never put the governance of people's livelihoods into practice. The fisherman experienced the vicissitudes of life in the Middle Ages. He said cautiously, "It is enough. The Lady of Runestone City rarely collect taxes, but..." He was hit by his wife before he could finish. Startled, the fisherman quickly shut up. "What can't you say?" Seeing that the other party had something difficult to say, Aemon's attitude was gentle. His voice was neither anxious nor impatient. The fisherman looked at his wife, then at the gentle prince, and hesitated for a moment. "Just say it. A grown man can't be suffocated by a fart. Gunthor couldn't stand it and urged him on. Aemon glanced at him and signaled for him to be quiet. He ate the bread and bacon provided by others, but he didn't know how to speak gently. "My lord, there actually is a problem." This voice scared the fisherman and made him open up. Ignoring his wife's objections, the fisherman told the whole story. "It's a dragon." The fisherman was dejected and distressed. A few years ago, a dragon suddenly appeared on the east coast. It often stole our catch, causing us to return home empty-handed. "Then why didn't you guard against it?" Gunthor frowned and spoke loudly. "It can't be prevented, my lord." The fisherman complained, "The dragon is very timid. It hides when it sees people and steals when we're not looking. Sometimes we drive it away, and it leaves obediently." Upon hearing this, black lines filled Aemon's head. "I understand. It ran away when chased, but then sneaked back when no one was looking." Given the dog's sneaky style, he had already guessed who it was. Aemon took a deep breath and said affirmatively, "It was a small dragon with light grey scales, right?" "Yes, you saw it too." The fisherman nodded excitedly, knowing that the Targaryens must know about dragons. Aemon's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to tell the fisherman that he had not only seen the dragon, but it had also stolen his fish. "Don't worry. I'll help you solve this matter." After dinner, His Royal Highness made a promise. "After all, it's a dragon. Even if it's wild and undisciplined, it must be taken into the family. Besides, the fish thief is timid and shy, but that doesn't mean there isn't any danger. Staying on the east coast could lead to greater trouble." It was late at night. Aemon lived alone in a thatched hut. Moonlight shone through the shabby wooden window, and the sound of the waves could be heard outside. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat lay on its owner's chest, its little head nodding. The owner couldn't sleep, so the rat had to coax him. Aemon was amused and took the rat's head aside. It was still early, so he opened the gorgeous panel to check. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 34%. Skills, Binding Spell Incomplete, Proficient, Archery, Hitting the Target, and Empty Hands, Skilled. Magic Cards, Strong Body, Blue, Solid as a Rock, Intermediate, Purple, and King's Temperament, Purple. Equipment, Double Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3, Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast. Evaluation, the bloodline is steadily improving, as is the initial mastery of dragon taming skills. Aemon glanced at it and knew the contents well. The most significant changes are the incomplete binding spell, the strong body card, and the 1% increase in blood purity. There is not much to say about the latter two. The incomplete binding spell comes from the 14 ancient dragon taming skills. For example, one could use commands to fly a dragon, steer it to avoid stray arrows, or calm an agitated dragon. After passing all the tests, an entry for the binding spell appears in the skills column. It turns out that the 14 ancient dragon controlling techniques are a youth version of the binding spell that has been altered countless times. The binding spell was one of the main means used by the Dragon Kings during the ancient Valyrian period to control the dragons. At that time, there were 40 Dragon King families in total. The Targaryens ranked in the middle and lower ranks, so naturally, they were not qualified to master the binding spell. The youth version that Aemon is learning now merely involves forming a deep bond with the dragon through pure blood and commanding the dragon. This is a very primitive way of controlling dragons. If the blood is slightly inferior or the person and the dragon are incompatible, the effect is greatly reduced. This is also why the Targaryen family rarely produces famous dragon riders, most of them are just ordinary riders. If you really want to single one out, though, the combination of Daemon and Caraxes should qualify as a decorated dragon rider in the Valyria Empire. Others, including Rhaenys and Laena, don't stand a chance. This mother and daughter are still at the stage of controlling dragons with whips and can't communicate with them. Of course, whipping a dragon is not like whipping a horse. Dragon scales are very thick and hard, so the iron whip does not hurt. The whip's function is to transmit vibrations as a familiar signal. This saves the trouble of shouting commands while riding a dragon. It's a tricky way. My blood is very pure, so it's easy for me to form a human-dragon bond. However, the natural growth rate is slow. Aemon analyzed patiently. He thought the problem was that his blood had risen too quickly, reaching the high standard of a normal dragon rider. If he wanted to purify his blood, relying on age alone would have little effect. I still have to find a dragon to touch. Aemon smiled slightly, he had already set his sights on a small goal. Then, he turned over the card panel. Next to the golden hourglass, a line of small words shone, essence quantity, 2280. 4 digits with zeros and holes. Aemon took a look at it, and his expression immediately relaxed. He felt a sense of security. Rich. After 4 years, he had saved a significant amount of money. Most of it came from 4 dragon eggs, which provided more than 5,000 essences steadily. The rest came from white deer, dragon bone bows, and bronze armor, which provided more than 5,000 essences. If you calculate carefully, you can harvest 220 essences steadily every month and more than 10,000 in 4 years. This includes the 1,000 essences he gained from taming Vormithor and his good luck. The total is over 13,000. Although I spent some of it, it's still a lot. Aemon was happy as he calculated the family's assets over the years. 2 red cards used to build the city cost a total of 10,000 essences. That's quite expensive, but I don't know if the effect is as good as advertised. His only red card is God-given bronze, which can designate a mountain for a large copper vein. The 2 cards are on par with God-given bronze, so they must be extraordinary. The rest of the consumption records are various magic card exchanges. For instance, Strong Body is worth 200 essences. He received 2 Constitution plus 1 cards, each worth 10 essences. It's worth mentioning that the physical fitness of ordinary people is 10. Aemon exchanged Physique plus 1 5 times, which is 50% higher than the physical fitness of ordinary people. In addition to being strong and healthy, his physical fitness surpasses that of adults. The rest are small items that can be exchanged at will and cost very few essences. Let's take a look at what magic cards are available today. Aemon lay on the bed and clicked on 3 refreshed cards. Pop 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 green. 3 magic cards appeared. The gray and green ones were disregarded, and the eyes fell on the blue card in the middle. Blood Source Fruit. After consuming it, the growth rate of the body accelerates. Exchange price, 500 essence points. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, The Fish Thief on the East Coast. Blood Origin Fruit. Aemon's eyes widened and he sat up in bed. There was no fruity fragrance, only a faint smell of copper rust. It smelled like rotten fruit with mold and worms. The treasure is hidden from mortal eyes, and I cannot see it. Aemon stuffed it into the golden-nosed rat's mouth, his face serious. Squeak! The rat's mouth bulged, and its small eyes showed disgust. It seemed to be asking, "What did you stuff into me, master?" Hey! Aemon's eyes were strange. The treasure could make creatures grow quickly, yet the golden-nosed rat, sensitive to magic, showed no reaction. Could it be? Aemon slapped the bedboard and figured it out. The golden-nosed rat is already an adult. It's useless to eat it. The premise of rapid growth is that there is room for growth. Aemon thought about it and said in surprise, "The dragon's body will continue to grow, it's the perfect match for the blood source fruit." Eager to try, he thought about this. This time, he stepped out onto the doorstep and did not ride on Vormithor. Otherwise, he would definitely make that arrogant old dragon suffer. The next day, the morning sun rose and the mist spread over the blue sea. It was as if the smooth mirror had fogged over. Yo, yo! Aemon rode the white deer to the beach and looked out at the small, broken boats heading out to sea to fish. After learning about the situation in the small fishing village, he was about to leave. He planned to first go back to Runestone Castle to wake up Vormithor and drive away the fish thieves on the east coast. He wanted to restore the fishermen's living standards. "Prince, I left 2 gold royals for the fishermen." Steve came over silently and reported on the mission. Aemon smiled lightly, feeling assured of the White Knight's loyalty. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp hissing sound came from the sea, and the faint sea mist stirred up the water. Aemon paused with his hand on the reins and suddenly raised his eyes. He saw a small wooden boat returning with dozens of silver fish thrashing in the net. Swish! A light grey-white dragon shadow flashed by, picked up the big fish that had fallen out of the net, and quickly escaped. Its movements were so agile and its speed was so fast. It was a habitual offender at first glance. "It's really him." Aemon bit his back teeth. His Royal Highness didn't hold a grudge and had long forgotten that his catch had been stolen for several days in a row. "Tell the fishermen to come back, but do not disturb the wild dragon, Grey Shadow." Aemon gave a decisive order, vowing to protect the people's rights and interests. "There are 3 wild dragons on Dragonstone, and Grey Shadow is undoubtedly the smallest and youngest. From what I saw just now, he is about 6 or 7 meters long. Perhaps the wild dragons live in a bad environment and often go hungry. Grey Shadow is developing slowly and is still considered a young dragon." "Yes, Prince." William held his head high and sent 2 Vale Knights to call for help. No one, including the White Knight, questioned His Royal Highness's desire to drive away the wild dragons. After all, even a strong dragon like Vormithor was impressed by the prince. A relatively docile little wild dragon is easier to catch. Half an hour later, on the empty beach, a fishing net was spread out with hundreds of live fish jumping back and forth. Every household in the small fishing village had closed their doors and windows and was making no sound. Aemon hid behind a reef, keeping a close eye on the movement of the sea fog. It was a simple dragon trap. As long as Grey Shadow is greedy, he will find it right away. When a person and a dragon meet, they can try to communicate. Aemon was confident that he could drive the young dragon back to Dragonstone Island and prevent it from bothering the fishermen. For a long time, the mist on the sea gradually dissipated, and the sun shone brightly. After waiting for a long time, Aemon began to doubt the feasibility of the plan. Flutter! Suddenly, a light grey-white young dragon flew out from behind a reef on the shore. Aemon was stunned when he saw this and had many questions. How come it was also behind the reef? The distance between the 2 reefs is less than 100 meters. When did it hide? Hiss! Grey Shadow jumped and landed on the fishing net. He stared at the big fish jumping around and couldn't help but eat it. It had seen humans release the fish before. But he was hungry, so he had to eat it. What a fish thief! I finally caught him in the act. Aemon sneered and stared at the little dragon thief. Not to mention, it's quite attractive. Its whole body is covered with smooth, light grey-white scales. Its body is unusually slender, and it has a pair of mist-like wings. A pair of small horns sit atop its head, and its claws and fangs are as white as porcelain. It can't be called gorgeous, but it is delicate. Aemon compared the dragon's size, which was only about 6 meters long, as it walked boldly out of the reef beach. Hiss! Grey Shadow was startled when he saw the silver-haired human coming out while he was eating deliciously. He flapped his wings, reluctant to leave the range of the fishing net. "Don't be afraid. I mean you do no harm." Aemon raised his hands, communicating in ancient Valyrian as he slowly approached. Grey Shadow's sapphire-colored, vertical pupils flashed as he picked up a big fish and moved back vigilantly. Hiss! Seemingly embarrassed, he roared at Aemon in protest, but the big fish in the dragon's mouth fell first. Grey Shadow was anxious and picked up the fish again. He raised his head and swallowed it whole. "You're hungry, aren't you?" Aemon kept walking and picked up a live fish jumping on the gravel, like a dragon dealer luring a baby dragon. Hiss! Grey Shadow tilted his head and stared at Aemon for a while. He looked familiar for some reason, so Grey Shadow moved closer and sniffed him from a few meters away. Suddenly, a sapphire-colored vertical pupil flashed with light. It remembered. When the other person was a child, he had invited it to eat fish. Grey Shadow immediately felt relieved and buried his head in the big fish, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. Don't be brave when you should be brave, and don't be cowardly when you should be brave. Aemon smiled slyly and pounced on him in an instant. Hiss! Grey Shadow was shocked, he didn't expect to be stabbed in the back. "You can't run away, damn fish thief!" Aemon flashed forward, grabbed the slender dragon by the neck, and threw it down with a wrestling move. Grey Shadow didn't have time to resist, his neck was hit with a huge force and he fell to the ground with a plop. Hiss! Hiss! It cried sharply and flapped its wings and hind legs vigorously, raising a large piece of sand and gravel. However, it was tightly entangled by the fishing net. It was really unlucky. "Fish thief, you're done." Aemon was strong and fought the young dragon, not losing. Grey Shadow was stronger, but he wasn't good at fighting and couldn't break free. Screaming in panic, he tore the fishing net to pieces with his claws. A man and a dragon struggled and rolled on the beach for a long time, unable to break the stalemate. 7 layers of hell. William and the others hid in the distance, their jaws nearly dislocated, and watched. Without the prince's order, they could only stand where they were and stamp their feet anxiously. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. With amazing perseverance, Aemon gripped the slender dragon's neck tightly. Hiss! Grey Shadow exploded with a sharp hiss, his body almost twisted into a knot, but he couldn't struggle free. A dragon's only weakness is its eyes, and the rest of its body is covered with scales. However, the neck is slender and relatively weak. For both young and adult dragons, locking the neck with an iron chain is a form of imprisonment. Grey Shadow panicked and opened his mouth to spit dragon flames. The orange-yellow flames rose, about to burst out of his throat. "Shut up!" Aemon was quick-witted. He grabbed the young dragon's jaw, lifted it up, and held back the dragon flame. Puff! Grey Shadow hastily retracted the flames, and a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. He instantly wilted and collapsed to the ground with a gloomy look. It was as if he had been played to death. Aemon's heart was as hard as iron. He said sternly, "Fish thief, I caught you. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 70, Chapter 70, Kidnapping Grey Shadow, a grudge that has lasted from childhood. If we catch it this time, we will have something to worry about." His Grey Shadow looked pitiful as he stared at the silver-haired human with sapphire vertical pupils. He wondered why he had been caught. He was just looking for food. "Don't act weak, thief." Aemon glared at it and taught it a lesson in half-Valyrian. "If you want to get away with it, you can't." Hiss! Grey Shadow was completely subdued, lying on the sand, allowing the other party to hold his neck. He could sense that the other party had a blood-related breath. They knew each other, so they wouldn't hurt it. Either way, it wouldn't hurt, so it was better to let them toss it around than to resist in vain. Life in the Shell Land was not easy anyway. An ugly mud dragon often drove it away. Occasionally, a terrible stench would come from the reef beach where it was active. Every time it smelled it, it was terrified. Seeing that it no longer resisted, Aemon was stunned. "So spineless?" Hiss! Grey Shadow moaned weakly and stretched his neck to eat the fish. Aemon frowned and gently loosened his grip. The restraints disappeared, yet Grey Shadow did not run or hide. Instead, he climbed up to eat the fish. He tilted his head back and swallowed a big fish whole, eating more than half of it in a few bites. Judging from his posture, he was very hungry. What a sense of accomplishment! Aemon rolled his eyes and sat on the ground casually. You can't really be a dragon slayer. Even rabbits bite when they're angry, let alone dragons. Grey Shadow glanced at him and ate the fish as quickly as possible, not caring at all. What's wrong with eating some fish after being hungry for so long? Speechless, Aemon sat aside to watch. He organized his thoughts and decided to warn the other party to return to Dragonstone. But he changed his mind. Dragonstone is not a good place, and wild dragons have limited habitats. Dragons usually don't wander around the place where they hatch, and they have a strong sense of territory. Grey Shadow followed him to the valley, meaning he was in a worse situation on Dragonstone. Why don't you follow me? Aemon had an idea and pushed the well-fed young dragon. Grey Shadow drooped his wings and gurgled twice into the distance. He didn't understand and didn't want to listen. Obviously, Aemon wouldn't let go of the dragon he had obtained. Gritting his teeth, he walked back to the reef beach to find the golden-nosed rat and took out the blood fruit he had traded for last night. Hiss! Grey Shadow jumped up as if he had smelled something delicious and crawled on the ground with his wings. He was afraid the smell would disappear. Reluctantly, Aemon handed over the blood fruit and said, "Stay in the valley. This is your reward. It could also be called the money for selling your body." Gilu! Grey Shadow was ignorant and swallowed the red fruit whole. He didn't understand trading at all. After eating it, however, a warm current surged all over his body, making up for the physical deficiency of years of hunger. Hiss! His sapphire, vertical pupils shone as the dragon pressed his head against the silver-haired human, rubbing his chest affectionately. He wanted to eat more. Haha, it seems that you are very knowledgeable. Aemon smiled proudly and scratched the other's jaw. Grey Shadow's whole body softened in ecstasy, and he let out a comfortable moan. The 14 ancient dragon controlling techniques are not just about controlling giant dragons. They also teach how to live in harmony with dragons and please them. Is also a key link. Aemon couldn't bear the strength and fell to the ground, holding the small dragon's head in his arms. It was painful to feed the dragon the blood fruit. However, if you want to catch the wild dragon, you can't give up the fruit. He found a pattern on the panel. Any item refreshed by a magic card has a chance of being refreshed again. For example, Constitution +1, Rock Solid, and many sophisticated weapons. Living things can't do it. There is only one golden-nosed rat, and it has never been refreshed a second time. You receive 500 points of essence of the blood fruit, which can be exchanged for Vormithor in the future. I'm sorry, my first wife. Aemon pretended to be regretful. In fact, when he embraced Grey Shadow, he could barely suppress the smile on his face. It's an ironclad rule that one person tames one dragon. However, it does not say that he cannot command a second dragon. Just like Daenerys, the Dragon Mother, in later generations, she controls the black dragon Drogon, and the other two dragons also follow her into battle. They are just not very obedient, and the command is not smooth. However, compared to the combat power of a dragon, these small problems are insignificant. Hiss! The Grey Shadow rested his chin on the thigh of the silver-haired human and stared at his face with sapphire vertical pupils, deeply imprinting the image of a young man with silver hair and purple eyes. Aemon seemed to sense something and lowered his head to meet the blue vertical pupils. In the dark, a connection so thin it almost didn't exist appeared out of thin air. At the same time, outside Runestone City, a bronze dragon lay on the ground, its huge head resting on the grassy slope. Hot breath gushed out with every exhale. Its vertical pupils were closed, it was sleeping. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes, and a ray of fire appeared in its pupils. Hiss! The dragon was enraged and roared like thunder. Its huge body quickly rose up. On this day, the people of Runestone only heard the dragon roar. Then, a bright copper dragon flame crossed the sky like a volcanic eruption. On the other side, Aemon frowned slightly and retracted his gaze. Hiss! Grey Shadow's pupil shrank, and the silver-haired, purple-eyed figure instantly faded. The dragon screamed in panic. It had just seen the reflection of a bronze dragon in those purple eyes. Its body was larger than the mud dragons and looked like a volcano that could erupt at any time. It was accumulating anger constantly. Grey Shadow lowered his head and broke free from the silver-haired human's grasp. The other party has a dragon. Aemon didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said unexpectedly, "You actually want to form a bond with me? You really want to eat and take? This fish thief is not stupid. One meal is enough, and the other is not. The difference is clear. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed as long as you are willing to follow him." The panel was called up, and the prompt sound was displayed: discover a creature with special magic and gain 100 essence. Open the personal panel. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 36.5%. Skills, Binding Spell Remnant, Proficient, Archery, hit the target every time, Empty Hands, Skilled. Magic cards, Strong Body, Blue, Solid as a Rock, Intermediate, Purple, and King's Temperament, Purple. Equipment, Dual Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3, Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast. Evaluation, the bloodline is steadily improving, and the initial dragon taming skills have been mastered. However, only 2.5% of the bloodline purity has improved. Aemon was surprised and thought about the reason. Looking at the petite grey shadow, he realized it was far smaller than when it touched Syrax. Aemon pondered this and said, could it be that the dragon is too small and that the young dragon can only be half the size of an adult dragon? After thinking carefully about it, he realized that this was very likely. Well, I've given up the idea of going to Dragonstone to meet the young dragons. I'll raise them again. Aemon sighed, feeling a bit lost. It will take many years for little Aegon to be able to tame dragons. Hiss! Grey Shadow observed back and forth, wanting to get closer but not daring to. He was timid. 3 days later, the westernmost part of East Cape, adjacent to the Moon Mountains. Go! Aemon rode a white deer and led the Knights of the Vale on a gallop. It had been a few days since they left the small fishing village. First, he inspected the fertile southern land, where there were more than a dozen villages, a large market, and 3 mills. The people in the territory mostly planted barley and beets, providing enough to supply the entire Runestone territory. As they approached Gulltown, they headed west. The southwest was mountainous and had many grasslands and pastures. The people there planted soybeans and potatoes and raised cattle, sheep, and other livestock. Then, they traveled north again, heading northwest toward the Moon Mountains. This area has vast land and is sparsely populated, with lots of land and rivers. However, because it is far from Runestone, the area is often plundered by the mountain clans of the Moon Mountains, resulting in the lowest population density. There are very few villages along the way. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Open Pit Coal Mine. Looking west at the mountains. The group pulled in the reins and stopped by the mountain to rest. There was a clear stream nearby, and Aemon led the white deer to drink from it. The northwest is really a remote place. Aemon looked at the mountains and sighed. The East Cape extends like an egg from the Moon Mountain Range and encircles the southeast, northwest, and northeast. This also indirectly confirms the strength of the Royce family. Most nobles' territories consist of a castle and part of an enclave. The popular definition of an enclave is a territory that is not bordered. The Royce family has no concept of enclaves. They occupy 90% of East Cape and Corner Gull Town, another great noble. The only families that can rival the Royces in terms of territory are probably the great nobles in the Riverlands and the Reach. In the Vale, only the Arryn, which guards the Vale of Arryn, is better. Am I going to gain a foothold in the southwest? Aemon frowned when he thought of the scenes he had seen along the way. The vast land and sparse population mean there is plenty of land, but only a small amount has been cultivated. Moreover, the southwest is part of Runestone territory, bearing the mark of the Royce family. The territory he wants should be independent. He must get rid of the Targaryen and Royce families. Then, gather the strengths of the two families to build your own foundation. Yo, yo. The white deer's eyes were gentle. It lowered its head to rub against him and knelt on the ground, signaling him to mount. Thank you, Dabai. Aemon smiled and rubbed the white deer's head. Well. Since the southwest is not possible, lean towards the Moon Mountains. There will always be unowned land. The guard team was also giving water to the horses. Seeing the prince riding the white deer, they all planned to mount their horses. Don't bother. I'll follow. Gunthor held down the white knight, turned him over, and rode the black horse to follow. His voice was low, not allowing anyone to refuse. Half an hour later, Aemon rode the white deer to the foot of the continuous mountains. The nearby mountains were all bare, which was unusual for the Vale, where the mountains were green and the waters were clear. It's a bit unusual. Aemon looked up and tightened his grip on the deer's belly to signal to get closer. Ahead was a mountain range running north to south like a high wall separating East Cape from the Vale. Crack! The white deer slowly moved forward, crushing an irregular black stone with its hoof. Aemon glanced at it casually but could not take his eyes away. This is coal. He hesitated, unable to believe it, then quickly jumped off the deer's back to pick up the black slag. He pinched it, and it broke into smaller pieces. There was slag on his fingertips. After wiping them clean, there was still black ash, like ash at the bottom of a pot. Aemon suddenly smiled, putting his hand to the tip of his nose to sniff carefully. Yes, it smells like kerosene. It was coal. Excited, Aemon strode around to look for more, full of energy. If there is more coal, then there must be a coal mine here. If the coal is exposed outside the mountain, then it must be an open-pit coal mine. The climate in Westeros is changeable, and cold winters are common. In the Crownlands, the Vale, and the north, heavy snows fall year after year. If it really is a coal mine, then it must be rich. Aemon's breath was short, and his face flushed with excitement. He searched the foot of the mountain as if he were a miner quarrying stones. Fortunately, he found a lot of coal. They were all irregular shapes, and once found, they were in a small pile buried under the stony soil. Whoa! Gunthor arrived quickly and saw the prince holding a pair of black stones. He laughed foolishly. His purple eyes shone. Come and see. Is this coal? Aemon waved his hands repeatedly, still unsure. Unexpectedly, Gunthor picked up a stone, crushed it, put it in his mouth, chewed it for a while, and said, Yes, it's coal. It smells bitter and smells bad. After that, he spat it out. Aemon was stunned when he saw this and thought to himself, You are really fierce. But he was happier. Coal is coal, and it has a different name in Westeros. Prince, there is a lot of this stuff in Raven Hill. It can be burned to keep warm in the winter. Gunthor frowned and offered a reminder, but the smoke from this stuff is poisonous. Unless there's not enough firewood, no one will use it. Aemon was even happier when he heard this. It's the right thing to do. Fireplaces are commonly used in Westeros, and they all burn wood. If coal is not processed, it will cause carbon monoxide poisoning. No one studies this, so naturally, no one knows its value. Intellectual property monopoly. Aemon was surprised and delighted and asked, "Gunthor, you said this place is called Raven Hill." He suddenly felt that he had found the location of the territory. Gunthor was rough but meticulous. He raised his hand, pointed to the back of Raven Hill, and said solemnly, "If you want to expand the territory, Raven Hill can only be used as a barrier. The real territory is inside the mountain." "Oh, why?" Aemon asked, puzzled. The other party seemed prepared. "It once belonged to the Royce family and completely meets your requirements." Gunthor spoke directly and did not beat around the bush. Before leaving, Lady Rhea had given instructions. If Aemon could reach Raven Hill and wanted to expand the territory, Gunthor was to inform him with full authority. The Moon Mountains block the connection between the Vale and the East Cape. However, the mountains form a river valley. Crossing this natural barrier at Raven Hill allows entry into this unowned land. The rugged path through the river valley is the only way for Runestone to enter the Vale. It was once the outpost of the Royce family's rule over the Moon Mountains. After hearing this, Aemon felt a warm current in his heart and chuckled. "Since my mother has already prepared, let's go in and take a look," he said. "The new territory that is about to be acquired must be carefully surveyed." Gunthor pondered for a moment. Looking at the sky, he saw that it was still early and said, "There are many mountain clans in the Moon Mountains. We will lead the Vale Knights into the mountains. We can return at night after traveling 50 miles. Crossing Raven Ridge takes 50 miles. Aemon said, "Not all of them. Just call 2 teams of 20 people. Traveling light will be faster." Gunthor's brows twisted into a knot. He thought it was not safe. "Do you think there will be danger?" Aemon smiled slightly and looked up at the cloudy sky. Gunthor said nothing more and went back to call for help. The stream was not far away. It took less than 10 minutes for the escort team and 2 teams of Vale Knights to arrive. "Prince, there is a letter from the king." Steve handed over a letter with a serious expression. A raven had come. It was a messenger raised by the princess and prince. Aemon looked puzzled, wondering what could have happened to Rhaenyra. When he opened the envelope, his expression became even stranger. It wasn't a letter from Rhaenyra, but from his uncle, Viserys. The letter said that Rhaenyra was 16 years old and that it was time to talk about marriage. Viserys hoped that Aemon could return to the Red Keep to discuss this matter in person. "You still treat me like a child husband," Aemon complained secretly. Aemon complained secretly. He had only been away from King's Landing for a few days, yet they were anxious to call him back. Even Rhaenyra's marriage was at stake. They were afraid he would put down roots in the Vale, so they wanted to lure him back with family affection and marriage. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, The Mountain Clan. Let's go first, and we can talk about the letter later. Aemon grinned, putting his worries behind him. Rhaenyra would not easily agree to marriage. The more anxious his uncle was, the more eager he was to win him over. This way, he could stabilize the court, which was full of contradictions, and fill the empty spaces on the power table. Let him worry. He still has to expand his territory and seize the opportunity to increase his power. G. The prince ordered, and the small army set off immediately. Raven the Ridge stretches hundreds of miles from north to south, so there are inevitably some bumpy mountain roads. A group of people rode on horseback, and it wouldn't take them long to travel 50 miles. Yo! The white deer jumped 7 or 8 meters, stepping over the rugged path. Aemon observed carefully. The path was unexpectedly good, wide enough for 2 carriages to run side by side. Of course, the wheels would probably get stuck when entering. However, if it's a horse race, 5 or 6 knights from the valley can run side by side without any problem. Every year when we visit the Arryn, we have to take this road. Gunthor rode behind him and reported the situation, but the path is still not wide or flat enough. If a large army goes there, the formation will be very long. Aemon immediately realized the implication of this. The most taboo thing when marching and fighting is to stretch out the team and not be able to take care of each other. The path is located between the mountains, making it easy for someone to set up an ambush. A typical example is the former lord of the Arryn. That year, he and his heir were ambushed and killed by the mountain clan on their way home. This nearly caused the main line of the Arryn family to fall. Only with the support of his great-uncle, John Bird Royce, was the 3-year-old Jane Arryn able to take the throne. This preserved the last bloodline of the main line of the Arryn family. Aemon's mind turned over and over, and he secretly made up his mind, the first step after expanding the territory is to build a road. At noon, the sun was shining, and a breeze was blowing. Whoa! Aemon pulled the reins and stopped his white deer in a vast grassland. After crossing Raven Ridge, the world suddenly opened up. Gods be to you! Sir Steve looked around, his mouth wide open in surprise. There's such fertile land in the Moon Mountains. The group looked around. Behind the bare Raven Hill, they saw a grassland crisscrossed with streams. The terrain was relatively flat, with few hills. There was no end in sight. Aemon took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scent of the earth. The white deer raised its hoof and stepped onto the black soil. It's really black soil. Aemon found it hard not to be shocked. You know, the entire continent of Westeros only has black soil in the Vale of Arryn. The Riverlands and the Reach, the most fertile region, do not have black soil suitable for planting and harvesting. Prince, there is another mountain ahead. You can only see the edge of the Vale of Arryn after climbing over it. Gunthor's face was serious as he described the terrain. There are 3 mountains between the Vale of Arryn and East Cape. After crossing Raven Hill, you will come to a small mountain that used to be an outpost. Behind it is the main branch of the Moon Mountains, which truly protects the Vale of Arryn. Hearing this, Aemon was fascinated and decided to continue on his way. Listen to what Gunthor said, the river valley is 300 miles long from north to south, 100 miles wide from east to west, and oval-shaped. After another 30 miles, you will see a second small mountain range. Then, you will see the main branch of the Moon Mountains. The group set off immediately, crossing grasslands and streams. Aemon slowed down to observe the environment. This place is called the River Valley. A long river flows from the gorge inland, forming a valley with crisscrossing paths. Another half-hour passed. Aemon bumped along the way and saw a long mountain range with emerald green peaks in the distance. This was once called the Green Ridge. Legend has it that there is a beam of cut fish wood on it. It was originally the territory of the Children of the Forest. Gunthor picked up the water bag, filled it, and said, "Tons, tons, tons," while drinking. The water flowing down his chin was all he needed. Aemon listened carefully but was not interested in the Children of the Forest. Those were stories from thousands of years ago. After the ancestors arrived in Westeros, the Children of the Forest and the Giants were driven away. The Bronze King Royce family later became vassals of the Arryn family. It's getting late. Let's go around the Green Ridge. The mountains were right in front of him, there was no reason not to explore them. There is an open pit coal mine in Raven Ridge. What if Green Ridge has resources too? They're all just stones. There used to be marble, but it has been mined out, Gunthor reminded him seriously. Marble is hard and an excellent material for building castles. Unfortunately, there is a lack of marble in the valley. If you want to use marble, you can only buy it from outside the valley at a high price. Aemon became more excited when he heard this. Stone mines are also mines. Stone is indispensable for building cities and towns. His Royal Highness insisted on going with Aemon, and the others risked their lives to accompany them. Soon, they arrived at the foot of Green Ridge. Aemon rode the white deer back and forth and indeed saw many mine pits left by stone mining on the mountain that were already covered with weeds. Further back is the core area of the river valley. Aemon stopped at the wide road beside Green Ridge and saw fertile land to the west. The towering mountains blocked the Aran Valley. It's a good location. It also blocks the Aran Valley from entering the river valley. Aemon thought that the towering mountains were also a geographical advantage. If we occupy the high mountains, we can advance into the Vale of Aran and retreat back to Runestone City. The river valley is a transit station. Thinking about it, Aemon was in a trance. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow was shot from a high position, and the iron arrowhead flew directly toward the back of the silver-haired man's head. "Prince, be careful!" Steve was shocked, but it was too late to stop the horse. Aemon frowned slightly and took action instantly. Clang! The long sword at his waist was drawn back, and a bronze flash cut through the air as the sword tip sliced through a feather arrow. "Protect your highness!" Steve rode his horse forward to stand in front of the prince. He drew his long sword and scanned the area. The knights of the valley took out their shields and formed a circle around the prince. Aemon turned around, picked up the feather arrow, and noticed that it was crudely made. He frowned and said, "Low-grade goods from the mountain clan." He looked at the iron arrowhead stuck in the grass again. It was sharp. Or is it the mountain clan with good forging technology? Aemon thought quickly and looked in the direction from which the arrow had come. Just above Green Ridge was a dense bush with mines. Suddenly, a group of people wearing animal skins rushed down the mountain. "Everyone, be alert! It's the mountain clan!" Gunthor was worthy of being Runestone City's instructor. He immediately mobilized the troops to deal with the situation. Boom! The enemy approached from the front, so the Valley Knights changed their formation and charged. "Kill them! Kill these Valley Knights and take their iron!" The mountain clans swarmed down. Each of them was strong and powerful and held crude weapons. At a glance, there were no fewer than 100 of them. "Which tribe is this?" Aemon remained calm as he rode forward on a white deer. Blessings and disasters depend on each other, disasters are blessings, and blessings are disasters. He found a suitable new territory, but he must face new challenges. It's the Firesmith tribe, a medium-sized tribe in the Moon Mountains. Gunthor's eyes were sharp. If I'm not mistaken, these mountain clans all have tattoos of flames or hammers on their faces, and almost everyone has burns and scars. Gunthor looked solemn and asked, "Prince, do you want to retreat? They only have 20 Valley Knights, and they are not at a numerical advantage. If they fight, the young prince may be in danger. What do you think?" Aemon glanced at Gunthor. The white deer under his crotch jumped forward and came in front of the Valley Knight. The knights looked up at the young prince. To them, the prince without a dragon was just a 12-year-old boy. He might have panicked a long time ago in front of the barbaric mountain clan. However, he didn't. "Valley Knights!" Aemon's face firm, he drew his bronze sword and raised it above his head. His voice boomed like thunder, "Follow me to charge. If you want to accomplish great things, you can't retreat when you encounter difficulties." As soon as he finished speaking, the young prince tightened his legs, and the white deer beneath him jumped. Facing hundreds of ferocious-looking mountain clan members, he led the charge. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Bronze Fury, is coming. Aemon was as calm as water, showing only coldness toward the enemy. He was a Targaryen, born of bronze and fire. When the enemy is outnumbered, we must lead the charge. Yo, yo! The white deer cried melodiously and charged into the crowd with agility. One man and one deer, fearless. The Knights of the Vale witnessed this scene and felt a surge of blood rush to their heads. The Vale is closed and backward, yet it adheres to the spirit of chivalry. A leader who dares to fight is a living benchmark. Gunthor's face fell. He grabbed the flag, raised his arms, and shouted, "Bronze and fire!" The flag, bearing bronze runes and 3 red dragons, fluttered in the wind as if a stream of copper water were flowing back. A giant dragon, its head raised and roaring, flew out. Bronze and fire. The 20 knights of the Vale flushed with excitement, forgetting completely that the enemy was outnumbered. They shouted, charging forward. Their oak shields, as big as the 2-point flag, were raised high, and their lances were like a torrent of steel. Though there were only 20 people, they charged forward with the force of thousands of troops. The white deer had already charged into the crowd. Yo, yo! A pair of wide deer antlers swung left and right like a big pendulum, knocking away the enemy and abruptly creating a gap. Aemon narrowed his eyes slightly and used his bronze long sword like an arm to cut off the head of the enemy blocking his way. Catch him! He's the leader of the Valley Bottom clan. The Mountain clan was not foolish and immediately focused on the handsome boy with silver hair and purple eyes. The white deer rushed forward, and some fish slipped through the net and got close. The battle became fierce in an instant. Get out of here, bastard! Aemon dodged left and right. The long sword cut open one person's neck and stabbed another person in the chest. His speed was like lightning. Wherever he passed, blood flowers splashed. Charge! The Valley Knights galloped over, forming a triangle around the prince and piercing the crowd like a sharp blade. Boom! Although the Mountain clan had hundreds of people, they were in disarray. Aemon rode a deer and rushed in a semicircle, full of vigor. 20 Valley Knights followed closely behind, trampling a bloody path with their hooves. Ah! Stop them! The Mountain clan had no armor or horses, their unprotected bodies could not withstand the cavalry charge and were smashed to pieces. Shoot! Someone screamed in fear, reminding the tribesmen to fight back. Hundreds of people pulled back their bows and shot arrows into the sky. Suddenly, arrows rained down. Among the Valley Knights were Gunthor, a fierce general, and Steve and William, 2 skilled warriors. A proper charge was unstoppable. Facing the arrows, they all raised their shields. Ah! After the first volley, a Valley Knight was tripped by his horse's legs and his shield could not block the arrows. In an instant, he was killed by a hail of arrows. When he heard the sound, Aemon turned around, his face immediately filling with murderous intent. Boom! At that moment, the clouds and mist in the sky parted, and a light grey dragon shadow emerged. The grey shadow had never left. Hiss! The shadow focused on Aemon, flew over the High Mountain clan, and opened its mouth to spit hot dragon flames. The dragon flames were orange-yellow and shaped like fireballs. As the flames accumulated in its throat, the fireball grew larger until it was ejected with a diameter of half a meter. Boom! The High Mountain clan was about to pounce on the white deer when the dragon fire hit it on the head. An explosion sounded, thick smoke billowed out, and a shrill scream came from the firelight. Aemon looked up, surprised. The grey shadow was small, but the dragon flame was powerful. He thought its talent was all in stealth. The dragon is coming! Charge! William shouted excitedly, looking at the light grey dragon that suddenly appeared. His shout completely ignited the blood of the Valley Knights. Seeing the dragon join the battlefield, William was determined to fight dozens of people alone. Hiss! Grey Shadow was more excited than his teammates. He relished bullying the weak and boldly spat out dragon fire. He targeted crowded areas and caused continuous explosions. Good job, cowardly dragon! Aemon laughed loudly and charged even more vigorously. He was solid as a rock, and swords and knives could not harm him. The land under his feet is his new territory. This group of mountain clans has stepped into his territory without permission. They really deserve to die. Yo, yo! The white deer cried and charged into the crowd. He lowered his head and used his antlers to pick up 7 or 8 people. Aemon's eyes and hands were quick. The bronze sword in his hand swept across like the wind. Puff! 7 or 8 heads flew up at once, forming a bloody waterfall. The white deer shook its head, and the corpses fell to pieces. The man and deer worked together closely, like a heavy hammer breaking the enemy's delusion. "Follow me to charge!" Aemon raised his head and roared, launching a one-sided massacre. "Run, run! There is a dragon, there is fire!" Under the dual pressure of the young prince and the grey shadow, the mountain clan finally lost their courage and fled in disarray. In a moment, corpses were everywhere. The remaining high mountain clans entered the Green Ridge, intending to escape into the forest. "Prince, the cavalry can't go up the mountain." Steve looked cautious, and the white robe behind him was dripping with blood. This usually kind white knight also displayed incredible strength. "Wait a minute!" Aemon shouted so that the hot-headed valley knights wouldn't dismount and chase after him. Hiss! The grey shadow glided at a low altitude. The dragon flame fireballs were getting smaller, and the dragon was visibly fatigued. Seeing that it was about to fail, Aemon frowned secretly. The grey shadow was still too small. A 6-meter dragon could not carry people and fly. Suddenly, Aemon's eyelids jumped, and he felt a thorn in his side. Boom! The clouds in the sky surged violently, and a huge monster broke through them. When its true face was revealed, its dark golden bronze scales shone brightly, covering the sun's brilliance. His Vermithor's sharp pupils narrowed, and his wings flapped, covering the endless green ridges. He lowered his head and spewed blazing dragon flames. The flames were as bright as water, like underground magma erupting. A golden line passed overhead and poured over the heads of the mountain clan. Ah! The shrill screams were deafening, and dozens of people burned to charred ashes. Excess dragon flames dripped onto the mountain, burning all the grass and trees. They condensed into grey-black rock slag when they met the wind. Vermithor! Aemon's eyes lit up, he was overjoyed. It seemed that his intuition was correct, the dragon had come to protect its master. Roar! Vermithor roared angrily and spewed copper dragon flames at the fleeing crowd, one after another. He circled back like ducks. "Stop them!" Aemon chased them decisively and took the lead in blocking the retreat of the mountain clan. Boom! Vermithor slowly landed and smashed a deep pit with his hind feet. His huge body was like a small mountain. Without hesitation, Aemon dismounted the white deer, climbed the rope ladder, and mounted the dragon. Hiss! The grey shadow in the distance screamed in panic and flapped its wings, flying far away. Vermithor glanced at it with a majestic, domineering aura, as if a king were looking down on commoners. "Fly!" Aemon saw it all and hurriedly gave orders. He had guessed why he felt like a thorn in his side. But that didn't matter, he had to wipe out the mountain clan first. His Vermithor roared again and soared into the air, spewing dragon flames at the fleeing crowd. This time, it was especially violent. Boom! The bright copper dragon flame arced and landed on the mountain clan like a carelessly smeared stain. Only pungent white smoke emerged, leaving not even charred corpses behind. Only inconspicuous grey-black puddles of rock slag remained. It announced the arrival of the end of the world. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Two Dragons Dance Together. Vermithor glided low in the sky, a pair of brown wings covering the sky and the earth, covering the green ridges that stretched for hundreds of miles. The dragon flames like copper water splashed wantonly, as if it was hell on earth. The mountain clan had no way to retreat. Hiss! Looking at the bronze dragon, Grey Shadow's pupils were full of fear, and he curled up in the stone mine to pretend to be a quail. It was terrible. This old dragon with the smell of copper rust was more than 10 times stronger than the ugly mud dragon. Even the owner of the rotten smell was not necessarily more terrifying than it. Grey Shadow hugged his head with his wings and trembled. Dragons are like this, let alone humans. The knights of the valley were all stunned, tightening the reins to control the frightened war horses, and even forgot to cooperate in the pursuit. As soldiers in peacetime, they have never participated in formal wars. In the past, they had heard about the power of dragons from word of mouth of the older generation. When His Royal Highness was young, he tamed the Bronze Fury, and the whole Runestone city knew that the family's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Today, after witnessing the destructive power of the dragon, they truly realized how high the strength had grown. It was higher than the eagle's nest on the giant's spear. His Vermithor raised his head and rose into the air, his wings fanning out a strong wind that swept down the bushes, and his thick dragon tail lightly shattered the rocks. Aemon clenched the handle and looked down at the earth from a high altitude. At this time, there were flames below. In the evening, Vermithor lay on the green ridge, lazily closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Someone secretly observed, swallowing saliva nervously. I saw that the bronze dragon's body was charred black, all of which were ashes after the green ridge vegetation was burned out. It symbolizes unparalleled power. Have you interrogated clearly? Aemon lit a bonfire and sat by the dry stream. Steve answered truthfully, they are the mountain tribes of the Firesmith tribe, a medium-sized tribe of 2,300 people. This time, there are 467 people wandering around hunting. The Firesmith tribe. A tribe that is not well known among the mountain clans, but has a pivotal position. Like most mountain clans of the ancestors, they first worship bronze. Secondly, they believe in fire. They are good at using fire to forge weapons, and the people of the tribe are proud of being burned, so they are named Firesmith tribe. Aemon glanced up and frowned. How many people are there? Not far away, dozens of defeated soldiers knelt in a group. Steve said, 74 people. There were heavy casualties under the dragon flame. Hearing this, Aemon frowned even more deeply. What a good laborer, wasted. Prince, they are willing to swear allegiance to you and pay for the crimes they have committed. William ran over, sweating profusely. Aemon said, call them. Yes. Soon, 74 people from the Firesmith tribe came forward tremblingly. How many people do you have left? Aemon's voice rose. 1,900 or so. An old man from the Firesmith tribe replied, not daring to hide it, more than 400 men, the rest are old, weak, women and children. Aemon nodded gently, too lazy to talk nonsense, pledge allegiance to me, or choose dragon flame. A tribe of 1,000 people is very worth conquering. To put it bluntly, the High Mountain clan is also a descendant of the first men, or the descendants of those first men who were unwilling to kneel when the Andals invaded. The Royce family is also a descendant of the first men, and he also has half the blood of the first men. Building cities and towns is easy to say, but the problem of population base must be faced. Aren't you here to work? Plop, plop. 74 members of the Firesmith tribe knelt down one after another, with reverence in their eyes, and shouted, God of Fire, we are willing to pledge allegiance to you. They believe in bronze and fire, and are obsessed with the power of iron. Seeing the dragon today, they were shocked to see it as a god. Aemon was stunned when he heard this, and laughed dumbly. William stepped forward and said, it's not the god of fire, it's the Dragon King. His voice was so loud that it was louder than a group of people. The Firesmiths looked at each other at first, and then bowed again, Honorable Dragon King. Aemon stood up and took a look, his eyes flashing with light. Labor Camp Number 1, it's done. Keep an eye on them, send 2 people back to notify the entire Firesmith tribe, and let them come down the mountain and surrender. Aemon gave an instruction, turned around and climbed up the green ridge. Steve said, where are you going? The other side of the mountain. Aemon was full of energy and decided to ride the dragon to patrol the new territory. Roar! Vermithor opened his vertical pupils, impatience flashed in his eyes, and his upper and lower jaws chewed slightly. Aemon climbed the rope ladder and saw the grey-black rock slag in the dragon's mouth. Those were the remains of the dead. You are not picky about food. I really wronged you normally. Aemon shook his head and laughed, without any resistance. Dragons eat whatever they want. The larger the dragon, the greater its food needs. Vermithor has to eat more than a dozen sheep in one meal to feel full. If he eats freely, he can eat twice as much. Fortunately, the larger the dragon, the slower its digestion speed. If you eat occasionally, you won't be hungry for half a month. Otherwise, the Targaryen family really can't afford to feed these dragons. Roar! Vermithor glanced at the driver, stood on the edge of the Green Ridge cliff and jumped down. The man and the dragon haven't seen each other for a few days, and it still remembers the inexplicable anger a few days ago. Isn't this just coming to the door? Aemon was sweating profusely, and wiped the sweat with a wry smile. Fortunately, the old dragon was well fed, otherwise it would be hard to fool. Hiss! Grey Shadow hiding in the corner saw the silver-haired boy flying away, and crawled out, flapping his wings and taking off. That was a long-term meal ticket, and he must not lose it. He put all his strength into catching up with the old dragon's tail. Roar! Vermithor growled, and saw the light grey-white young dragon from the corner of his eye, and the hot dragon flame accumulated directly in his throat. No! No dragon flame! Aemon was shocked and hurried to calm down. Vermithor shook his body, and his brown wings cut through the clouds, finally giving face to the driver. Hiss! Grey Shadow screamed shrilly and chased after it with great effort. Like a small fluttering moth, it hung behind the tail of the bronze dragon. Aemon's face was blown by the breeze, and he looked back and saw the embarrassed look of Grey Shadow, and couldn't help laughing. The size difference is too big. Vermithor is about 85 meters in size, a little bigger than 4 years ago. Grey Shadow was only 6 meters tall. The size difference between the two sides was nearly 16 times. However, Grey Shadow still tried to catch up. The sun was setting, and the sky was covered with red clouds. Aemon flew dozens of miles on Vermithor and saw the main branch of the Moon Mountains. The mountains stretched for hundreds of miles from north to south, corresponding to the Raven Ridge where they came from. The tallest one among them was like a spear protruding into the clouds. What a high mountain, a natural barrier! Aemon was amazed and looked down at the terrain below. The foot of the mountain stretched for several miles. It was adjacent to a large lake covered with green duckweed and vast. The lake was calm and reflected the red and green brilliance under the setting sun. A group of black swans wandered on the lake, causing slight ripples, lowering their heads to catch fish and play in the water. His Vermithor was used to being domineering, roared angrily, and circled around the towering mountains. The black swans were startled and flew away, facing the setting sun. Be quiet, Vermithor. Aemon was quite speechless, and taught the old dragon a lesson. Vermithor snorted heavily, retracted his wide wings, and landed on the top of the mountain. Hiss! Grey Shadow hurried over and fell exhausted halfway up the mountain. Aemon laughed and looked down at the mountains, and a sense of pride rose in his chest. I will climb to the top of the mountain and see all the mountains. Look, there is the Vale of Arryn. Aemon patted his bronze scales and looked at the vast land opposite the mountain. The area is larger than the entire Eastland Cape, and it can't be seen as a valley at all. Roar! Vermithor was very impatient, his bronze pupils were cold and ruthless, and he had no interest in this. Aemon's eyes were like torches, and he muttered to himself, open up the river valley, connect the Vale of Arryn and the Eastland Cape from east to west, and the crops and food in the valley can be exported through Seagull Town. If we build a transit trade town, the tax revenue can feed an army. Without using war, this is enough to make a lot of wealth. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Lady Rhea's forced marriage. The next day, over Runestone City, a huge bronze dragon slowly circled and landed outside the city walls. Thank you, big guy. Aemon smiled and carefully jumped off the dragon's back. Roar! Vermithor growled, turned his head, and lay down. He had just eaten yesterday, so he went to collect debts from the driver. Aemon and the dragon were in tune with each other, but suddenly, they couldn't laugh. He was really a stone in the pit with a bad temper. How could my great-grandfather stand you? It was puzzling. Roar! Vermithor narrowed his eyes and stretched his head to nudge the driver, expressing his dissatisfaction. Aemon was hit by the dragon, stumbled, and almost fell. Not only was he bad-tempered, he was also very strong. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Aemon held his forehead and muttered softly. Wake up your partner from Dragon Mountain one day and cure your bad temper. A pair of dragon partners had been forcibly separated. Maybe they blamed him. Spacious hall. Aemon sat in a chair holding a cup of warm milk. His mother, Lady Rhea, was still hunting and had just sent a message, Prince, I have golden wine from the arbor. Johanna stood by with a silver wine jug on a tray. Oh, golden wine? Aemon asked curiously. Johanna smiled and poured wine for him. The king sent this wine, which is difficult to find outside. The clear wine flowed out and down the side of the cup. It was golden in color, and its aroma was overpowering. Aemon sniffed it and gave it a good review. Well, good wine. Want to try some? No, minors aren't allowed to drink. Aemon looked at the stunned Johanna and continued to taste the fresh milk with honey, satisfied. He was a rough man and couldn't tell if the wine was good. Drinking became popular in Westeros because well water was unhygienic and inconvenient. In contrast, Aemon preferred nutritious milk. It was mixed with honey water. After a long time, Johanna recovered, lowered her head, and pursed her lips to hold back her laughter. His Royal Highness is unique and does not follow the ordinary path. Aemon drank it all in one gulp, put down the ceramic cup, and said, Johanna, the king wants to open up a new territory. How about you be my housekeeper? Well, me. Johanna pointed at herself, full of doubt. Yes, you. But I can only make beds and clean. At most, I can help Lady Rhea settle accounts. Johanna pursed her lips, seeming embarrassed. But under Aemon's sharp gaze, he caught a clue. Johanna's breathing was steady, not labored or anxious. He even felt that the other person's beautiful eyes, hidden by her long, curly black hair, were quietly observing his expression. Another smart, bad woman. Aemon's heart trembled, but his expression did not change. You can definitely do it. Do you want to be a maid your whole life? He knew how powerful Johanna, the Black Swan of the original world, was. Even after being sold to a brothel in Lys, she rose to the top step by step, becoming a prostitute. For a long time, she ruled Lys from behind the scenes. Isn't that better than the white maggot that Daemon kept? Aemon was determined to obtain this SSR and planned to activate it. Hearing this, Johanna buried her head even lower, nearly pressing it against her breasts. I don't know if it's an illusion. After Aemon's 12th name day, he felt that her neckline was lower than usual every time he saw her dressed in a maid outfit. There's no doubt she looks like a bad woman. Johanna paused for a moment and finally tried to speak. Footsteps sounded, and someone quickly entered the hall. Aemon, I heard that you met the Mountain Clan. Lady Rhea wore bronze leather armor designed for hunting, and she walked with ease. She quickly approached her son and looked him up and down. I'm fine, but Vermithor is not a vegetarian. Aemon stood up to greet her and offered her his seat. Lady Rhea was half believing and half doubting, but she felt more at ease. No one knows a child better than his mother, and she knew how capable her son was. She rode back all the way. If it weren't for her face, she would have wanted to check it out right then. Johanna acted as if she were invisible and brought the wine poured for His Royal Highness to Lady Rhea's hand. Aemon glanced at her and smiled evilly. Johanna stepped back silently and raised her collar 2 inches. What are you looking for me for so urgently? Lady Rhea didn't notice the two people's subtle movements and took a sip of wine to regain her composure. She seriously suspected that her son had come back to collect a debt. Yes, she was right. Aemon sat next to her and smiled. The river valley is ideal for reclamation, but I need craftsmen and logistical support. He had surveyed the area the night before. The foot of the mountain was the best place to build a city. The 2 red cards can provide for the construction needs and speed up completion, but a lot of manpower is still needed. Lady Rhea took a deep breath and asked, how many people are needed? At least 3,000. How many? Aemon said shamelessly, 3,000 people are enough. I will build a castle first. Lady Rhea was shrewd and calculated, saying, it takes at least 5 to 10 years to build a castle. There are 20,000 households in the jurisdiction of Runestone City. Are you going to withdraw 25% of the able-bodied men all at once? It was April, and the summer harvest was approaching. As a lord, she could not ignore her people's harvest. Aemon waved his hand quickly. Not really. You just need to give me the craftsmen and half the staff. I'll go to King's Landing and make up the rest. Rhaenyra had been running street sanitation improvement and reclamation of wasteland in the King's territory programs for many years and had adopted many orphaned children. Because of this, her reputation as the light of the kingdom spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. Upon hearing this, Lady Rhea raised her eyebrows and said seriously, the king's letter was sent to me. What do you think of the princess's marriage? Aemon looked puzzled. How else could he look at it? Of course, he had been watching. The king wants to recruit you as a son-in-law. You should know that. Lady Rhea was unambiguous. Aemon nodded. What do you think? Lady Rhea narrowed her eyes and spoke sharply. If you don't agree, you should stop the other party as soon as possible. Aemon was slightly stunned and stopped thinking. To be fair, both his uncle and Rhaenyra had been good to him. Especially Rhaenyra. When they were in King's Landing, the two of them basically went out together, and their relationship was similar to Alicent's. But I don't know if they're too familiar with each other or if they can't get over it. When he saw Rhaenyra, he didn't show her much affection. He simply treated her like a brainless partner. Lady Rhea observed her son's expression and suddenly realized, it seems that you don't like her, so I won't have to try too hard. What do you mean? Aemon stopped thinking and suddenly realized that something was wrong. What do you mean, I don't have to spend too much effort? Lady Rhea straightened her back and said seriously, as your mother, I can provide you with all the craftsmen in Runestone City, including 3,000 strong men and logistical supplies. What are the conditions? Aemon asked. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and his mother didn't love him that much. Lady Rhea tilted her head and said righteously, if you want my support, your wife must be from the Vale. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, The people of the valley are sheep, and I am a real dragon. Aemon tilted his head and said in surprise, you have to give me a reason. Although it was still a mother-son conversation, the voice was no longer cheerful. Marriage is a big deal, no matter how serious it is. Lady Rhea said lightly, I don't like Targaryens, and I don't like girls with Targaryen blood either. Aemon became more and more confused and stared at her in a daze. Lady Rhea continued, the one on Driftmark Island is also of Targaryen blood. 2 sentences. Not only did they deny Rhaenyra, they implicated Laena as well. Aemon frowned. Laena hasn't offended you, has she? You like her? Lady Rhea asked quickly. Aemon hesitated for a moment and denied it. Not really. Laena is indeed very good. She's beautiful, generous, intelligent, and has a unique, gentle temperament. But there is a gap between the two. For many years, the sea snake has failed to solve the stubborn problem of his daughter's marriage and has kept the son of the former king of the Sea of Bravos like a pig. This disgusted Aemon, who thought the Velaryon family was too calculating. The sea serpent wanted him to kill the Sea King's son to preserve the reputation of his daughter and family. Additionally, Laena was too smart. She was a 12-year-old girl determined to tame Vhagar, the largest and oldest dragon in the world. And she succeeded. Even brave Balin only managed to tame Vhagar after he was knighted at the age of 16. This made him feel as if he were stripped naked and seen through when he was with Laena. Without secrets, it is impossible to establish basic trust. Over time, the two went from having a friendly relationship to actively distancing themselves from each other. Occasionally, they would communicate or meet atop the dragon. However, it can't be said that they liked each other. Then it's over. Lady Rhea looked as if she had expected it and calmly said, "You don't like either of them, so why not marry a girl from the Vale?" Aemon noticed something strange and sought an answer. "Mom, why do you insist on marrying a girl from the Vale? If you can't see the problem, look at the result. You can always find clues by inferring the cause from the result." Lady Rhea said, "You have to do this if you want to take root in the Vale. Are you worried that I will betray the Royce family if I marry a dragon rider?" Aemon closed his eyes and sighed. People and dragons influence each other. He was already getting irritated and couldn't help but tear the window paper. He was able to inherit the Royce family's runestone city with the Targaryen surname not only because of his mother, Lady Rhea, but also because of his great-uncle Jon Bert Royce's plan. His mother married his father, and their offspring had Targaryen blood. One example is the sea snake, Corlys. 2 of their children are dragon riders, and their family's power has skyrocketed. Although this calculation failed in the original world, with Aemon, however, the Royce family's prestige and power in the Vale is no longer second to anyone. However, everything in excess is bad. If he marries a Targaryen, their children will be alienated from the Royce family. At that time, the Royce family will be at risk of being wiped out. This move is a blessing and a curse, showing the boldness of Jon Bert Royce in politics. More than that. Lady Rhea shook her head. "If you only want to inherit Runestone City, I won't force you. But if you want to develop the river valley, it's essential that you marry a girl from the Vale." Aemon opened his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Will someone trip me up?" Lady Rhea took a sip of wine and slowly replied, "The river valley was once an outpost of the Royce family, but it fell into disarray after the Andal invasion. In the thousands of years since then, this land has belonged to Runestone City, Iron Oaks, and Redford at different times. Until a few years ago, the mountain clans became more and more rampant, and the land became completely unowned." Aemon suddenly realized. No wonder the river valley was unowned, it turned out to be a buffer zone. By occupying the river valley, he touched the interests of the nobles in the Vale. His identity was also too sensitive. A Targaryen prince with a dragon had settled in the Vale. Did this scene resemble the time when the conqueror Aegon landed on the continent of Westeros? Lady Rhea remained composed and said, "Your goal is to gain a foothold in the Vale, so you must abide by its rules." She knew very well that her son's personality was similar to her husband's beneath his playful exterior. They both admired dragons and were clever, but they lacked patience. Such people can attract countless followers wherever they go, but they will always be excluded and have a hard time gaining a foothold. If you are unwilling to sacrifice, you will be envied. The rules of the Vale. Aemon pondered carefully. His mother meant that he would gain the nobles' recognition through marriage. To put it bluntly, it was a token of surrender. The struggle for power was clearly visible. Lady Rhea was not impatient. She slowly savored the aroma of wine, waiting for her son to make a decision. "Mom." After a moment of contemplation, Aemon spoke, his voice serious, "I have a dragon. Why should I abide by the rules of the Vale? My great-grandfather's integration strategy proves that truth. Compromise will only result in a heavy price being paid. He will never win with the nobles' rules of the Vale. Lady Rhea still doesn't understand. Why don't we overturn the rules and set new ones for the nobles of the Vale? Aemon's eyes were deep, and his tone changed. Majestic, iron-fisted, and murderous, more like a decisive, iron-blooded monarch. Hearing this, Lady Rhea's pupils suddenly shrank. She said in disbelief, "You want to challenge the Arryn family?" It was a fair question. Aemon nodded vigorously and said solemnly, using Runestone City as a springboard to seize power in the Vale. "I don't believe my great-grandfather and Lord Jonbert never had this idea." Lady Rhea was even more shocked. Uncle Jonbert must have said something similar. She thought it was her uncle's obsession with the honor of the Bronze King. However, the old man remained loyal throughout his life. Aemon was very rational and said slowly, "This idea only existed in its embryonic stage. It was abandoned by the two old men at the same time, but it makes sense. He was raised by his great-grandfather, who never stopped nagging him. This made him aware of many secrets. For example, the marriage between the Targaryen and Royce families was no coincidence. The heir, Aemon, was killed, leaving only the second son, brave Balon, to fight the tripod. At the time, the great-grandfather's idea was that eggs should not be put in one basket. He separated the second grandson, Daemon, borrowed chickens and eggs from the Royce family, and spread the bloodline to the Vale. Lord Jonbert's idea was also pure: take the opportunity to obtain the blood of the real dragon and strengthen the family's power. If possible, you can take it a step further. The two old men have different ideas about this step further. Lord Jonbert wants to regain control of the Moon Mountains and restore the Royce family's glory. However, he didn't expect that, shortly after Daemon married his niece, Rhea, the old Lord Arryn and his heir were killed. Only a 3-year-old girl was left. There was no way to challenge, only to assist. The great-grandfather considered the long term and made preparations. Daemon, the second grandson, married Lady Rhea. Before that, the eldest grandson, Viserys, married Queen Aemma, who had Targaryen blood. Through these political marriages, the Targaryen family will always have a place in the Vale. No matter how you look at it, it's a sure win. However, accidents happen. Daemon doesn't like Lady Rhea and refuses to sleep with her. In 101 AC, brave Balon died, which was a heavy blow to the royal family. Two events nearly brought down the old man. Seeking stability in the chaos, Lord Jonbert threatened Daemon with the right of succession to force him to consummate his marriage with Lady Rhea. Aemon was successfully born. The two families barely recovered. Without brave Balon, however, the royal family struggled. Queen Aemma could not bear a son, and Daemon coveted his brother's throne. With constant internal disputes, there was no intention to expand outward. "Mom!" Aemon was determined to change. His voice was sonorous and powerful. "One punch is better than 100 punches. On this continent, whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. The people of the Vale are just sheep." Looking into Lady Rhea's doubtful eyes, Aemon calmly said, "I was born of bronze and fire. I am a real dragon that eats sheep." You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Site Selection and City Building. If the people of the Vale don't welcome me, then I will conquer this place. After saying this, Aemon looked at his mother. As a son, he expected his mother's support. Even if he didn't need it. "You?" Lady Rhea was confused. After a long time, she said, "You are my son." There was no other sound. Maternal love speaks for itself. "Thank you, mother." Aemon smiled and hugged her tightly. For the first time in his life, he buried his head in her neck. He could smell the pleasant fragrance of grass and the faint smell of sweat. Not very ladylike, but she loves him very much. "Don't try that. Lady Rhea had a blank expression on her face. She was disgusted by her son's closeness. He was raised from childhood. Aemon didn't let go and asked, "Didn't you promise to support me? I haven't hugged my mother in a long time. Of course, I have to take this opportunity to show her affection. Children and mothers are like treasures. Runestone City will be yours sooner or later." Lady Rhea softened her heart a little. She said she disliked it, but her body was very honest. The hand that had pulled the bow for years patted her son's back gently. Aemon smiled. Then, Lady Rhea glanced at him and emphasized, "But you still have to marry a girl from the Vale. I will find someone for you as soon as possible." Ah! Aemon was stunned. "You cannot refuse this. Otherwise, get out of the Vale." Lady Rhea frowned, not allowing any rebuttal. She hated the Targaryen bloodline. They were selfish and untrustworthy. In contrast, although the Vale is closed and conservative, it has always kept its promises. Aemon could not respond and angrily retreated. Mom's temper is like being hit by rain, it's completely unreasonable. Stay out of the limelight for now. 2 days later, Aemon led the craftsmen of Runestone City and 1,500 laborers who had been temporarily recruited to set off. Time was short, and perfection was not an option. First, send some people and food supplies and plant the 2-point flag in the river valley. Runestone City is not far from Raven territory. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Under the high mountains, nearly 2,000 people set up camp and sent craftsmen to survey the terrain. "Prince, are you sure you want to build a city here?" Steve, who accompanied him, said, "The mountains are steep, and the north and south sides are flat, which is not conducive to defense." As he spoke, he looked around. At the foot of the mountains, there was a vast lake covered in green duckweed. Building a city between mountains and water would indeed be beautiful. However, in terms of safety, it is inferior to the green ridge at the mouth of the river valley. Aemon had his own plans and smiled. "It doesn't matter. You will know when the time comes." "Prince, the location has been surveyed." William trotted over. "Okay, let's go see it." Aemon set off immediately. He had thought about it a long time ago. There are coal mines in Raven Ridge, and Green Ridge could build a quarry. He held a god-given bronze in his hand, which would be perfect for forming a copper vein in the high mountains. Once the city and town are built, they can mine in the west and fish in the east. Even if they don't have time to open up the wasteland and cultivate crops, they can become self-sufficient in a short time. Soon, they came to a relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain. An old craftsman, born a slave, said respectfully, "Prince, this place is flat. The soil is firm, not loose, and the slope is convenient for drainage." He explained the advantages one by one, including how to use the lake for water. Aemon listened and looked around, then chose a location on a gravel beach. The altitude was not high nor low. One side is backed by a mountain and the other faces a lake. The gravel and lake water in this location can meet most needs during the initial stages of building the city. "Okay, let's set up here." Aemon made the decision and began assigning tasks. Gunthor was the Runestone City instructor, so he naturally led the Knights of the Vale. He was responsible for protecting the project and guarding against attacks from the mountain clans. "Sir, you are responsible for supervising the craftsmen." Aemon handed the most important responsibility to the White Knight. Steve replied seriously, "I will do whatever it takes." It was this dedication to duty that won the heart of His Royal Highness. "What about me?" William was tall and strong. He raised his head proudly and asked. Aemon hesitated for a moment before finding a task for him: "You take care of the pyrotechnics and don't let them run away." "William, taking care of the prisoners is also an important task." Aemon patted his shoulder to comfort him. Meanwhile, all the pyrotechnicians were on the gravel beach, bending down to pick up stones and pile them up. Aemon touched his chin and pondered. It's been so many days, and the pyrotechnicians haven't come to surrender. They are probably hiding in the mountains, unwilling to surrender. Forget it. Let's take care of business first. Aemon pushed his distracting thoughts aside and found a secluded spot. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat crawled out of the collar, put its little paws on its mouth, and pulled out 2 red cards. Aemon looked closely. Jade Palace, Wonder Building card, choose a palace module and provide sufficient materials in a task list. Task list, recruit 3,000 people to start construction and control the construction speed. Iron Wall, Wonder Building card, choose a city wall module. Provide sufficient materials in a task list. Task list, recruit 5,000 people and control the speed of construction. Both cards were red, like 2 streams of fire. Aemon examined them closely and said with satisfaction, with these 2 wonder cards, building a city is a piece of cake. One card is worth 4,000 essence points and the other is worth 6,000. They almost emptied his family's wealth. Without the ability to create miracles, wouldn't that be a loss? Let's take a look at the palace module first. Aemon put away the iron wall and started building a palace. According to Westeros tradition, nobles must have a castle. With a casual touch of the red card, the base map of the sky disappeared and turned into a diagram of free-to-build architecture. Build as you like. Aemon's eyes burned as he began operating directly. It's impossible not to build a castle. Castles are popular in Westeros because of frequent wars between nobles, with enemies beating them to their doorsteps. Castles have thick walls and a solid appearance. They can provide a certain degree of protection and buy more time for the owner. It has nothing to do with me. Aemon curled his lips in disdain and gave up decisively. The castle is extremely uncomfortable. It is damp and hot when it rains and cold and windy when it is windy. It is cold in the winter and hot in the summer. He prefers the garden-style architecture of the free trade city-state or the exquisite style of High Garden. Both are based on comfort and enhanced by natural scenery. One look makes people feel magnificent. After much thought, he designed a palace complex with white tones as the main color. The main palace is surrounded by auxiliary palaces. A road runs straight through the city gate. The other auxiliary palaces are on both sides of the main palace in the center. The area is not very large, comparable to the Red Keep. Hey! Aemon said in surprise. It's a bit like the shadow of the Forbidden City. It also resembles the layers of the inner walls of High Garden. It's impressive and in line with the background of the times. The round building of High Garden looks like it has been changed into a square building. William, give me a piece of paper. Aemon put away the Jade Palace card and planned to draw the blueprint. The task list cannot be triggered until the recruitment of 3,000 people is complete. Hand in the blueprint first so the craftsmen can familiarize themselves with it. William came and left in a hurry. Aemon stood up and brushed off the dust, thinking about a question. How will the materials provided by the card appear? They can't appear out of thin air. In addition, Runestone City's manpower is on the way, estimated at 3,000 people. They are still 2,000 people short of the 5,000 required for the Iron Wall. While there is time, we can gather them in advance. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Angry Viserys. King's Landing, Red Keep, Parliament Hall. A royal meeting is held to discuss the princess's marriage. Viserys lost his temper and said indignantly, Aemon cut off contact with me as soon as he arrived in the Vale. He was furious. Prince Aemon is still young. It's normal for him to avoid commitment. A strong, middle-aged man with black, curly hair and a beard smiled and said this. He sat in Lionel's original seat, holding the position of Minister of Justice, the king's right-hand man. Viserys glanced at him and said resentfully, he should write a letter back to his king instead of making his uncle wait. Jasper Wilde laughed and said, young people need more experience to become stable. All right, Lord Jasper. Prime Minister Lionel interrupted, disliking the heir apparent sitting opposite him. Jasper is called Iron Rod. He earned this reputation after taking over as Minister of Justice. It was because he married several wives in succession and fathered more than a dozen children. All of these wives died under mysterious circumstances, and it was said that Lord Jasper was broken by an iron rod. He was inexperienced, but more experienced than the young people. Then tell me, what about Rhaenyra's marriage? Viserys pointed his finger at the Prime Minister, eager for a solution. Lionel was silent. Anyone could see that Prince Aemon had no improper thoughts about the princess. The king was interested in his nephew, so he tried his best to promote the matter. The conference table was silent for a while. Viserys looked around. Is there no one to give him advice? Your Majesty, I have something to say. Grand Maester Myros suddenly spoke up. Viserys was surprised. Oh, tell me about it. With his hands in his sleeve pockets, Myros slowly said, the prince is still young. Why not let the princess broaden her horizons and have more choices? Viserys' face fell. I've found half the young talent in the Seven Kingdoms, but there's no young man Rhaenyra likes. Then you might as well let the princess see the other half of the young men of the right age in the Seven Kingdoms. Myros suggested. Viserys was stunned. Yes, I agree. Sea Master Tyland quickly raised his hand to support the princess's public selection of a husband. His brother, Lord Jason, was already married, but he had not given up. Whoever marries the princess will rise to prominence. Viserys looked at the other ministers suspiciously and asked, what about you? Lionel frowned deeply but still did not speak. Prince Aemon's father is Daemon. If he is unwilling to marry, then he and his son are both unstable factors. If the king were to die in an accident after the marriage, the princess would definitely not be able to control the two Targaryen men. The marriage cannot be rushed, it must be done gradually. If it is delayed, however, Prince Aemon may change his mind. I agree. There are many good men in the Stormlands. Jasper raised his hand to vote. The finance minister, Lyman, hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to object. Daemon is a recognized dangerous element. However, Prince Aemon was raised by the centenary king when he was young and has grown up in the Red Keep in recent years. His character and personality are beyond reproach. As long as the king pushes for it, the marriage can be arranged. Okay, with 3 votes in favor and 2 abstentions, the result is obvious. Myros interrupted and made the decision for Lyman. Lyman's face changed, he looked angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. Prime Minister Lionel remained silent, and his opposition alone was invalid. Well, let's do it this way. Viserys sighed and said, Rhaenyra has come of age. She will tour the continent as the crown princess and broaden her horizons. The ministers nodded one after another, supplementing the process of touring and selecting a husband. Afternoon. A huge bronze dragon crossed Blackwater Bay, hovered over King's Landing, and slowly descended into its lair. The Red Keep, Maegor's Holdfast. Aemon walked into the castle and climbed the stairs. By chance, he ran into Rhaenyra strolling in the open-air corridor. What are you doing? Aemon was surprised, as he had just been about to find her. The others had to fleece her. Rhaenyra raised her eyes and glanced at him. She said lightly, my father convened a royal meeting and kicked me out. Aemon was speechless for a moment. No wonder he looked so resentful. Rhaenyra lightened the mood and asked, would you like to accompany me for a walk? Okay. Aemon agreed frankly. The only issue that could have driven her out to meet with him was probably the marriage issue. He had listened to her complaints many times before, so he wasn't surprised. The two walked and talked. Do you think I should listen to my father and get engaged as soon as possible? Rhaenyra asked, glancing at Aemon's profile from time to time as she talked about the marriage. She knew who her father had in mind. "You have your own responsibilities, don't you?" Aemon avoided answering. "Being a trashcan is one thing, giving advice is another matter entirely. My responsibility is to give birth to children," she said. Rhaenyra lowered her head, looking listless. She thought of her mother, that gentle woman. Her father forced her to get pregnant, miscarry, and then get pregnant again. Her mother's funeral was a nightmare. This is also why she didn't want to marry young and had a bad relationship with her father. She was very scared. Aemon pondered for a moment and whispered, "The world is unfair. Instead of living in fear, it's better to be brave." "What should I do?" Rhaenyra asked, confused. "I don't know." Aemon shook his head. "Everyone's path is different, but the end is the same. The only thing you can do is strengthen yourself." Even if he were a little kid without a dragon, he would still face the inheritance problem in Runestone City. Rhaenyra hung her head, silently thinking about what she could do. "I found a new territory when I went back this time, and I'm planning to start construction." Aemon laughed and wanted to tease her. "New territory, new?" Rhaenyra muttered to herself, her beautiful eyes gradually shining. Yes. She could find new allies, expand her power, and deal a severe blow to Alicent's party. She could prove to her father that she is not like him. Aemon's eyes were strange, and he found that his words had touched a nerve. Rhaenyra couldn't stop. "Ahem, let's continue talking about the marriage." Aemon quickly changed the subject. Rhaenyra wasn't the brightest to begin with, so she couldn't be fooled. "You're right." Rhaenyra clapped her hands and smiled. "What's right?" Aemon was horrified. Rhaenyra tilted her head to look at him and suddenly found him much more attractive. "Isn't he a ready-made ally?" Leaning forward, Rhaenyra raised her face and started talking. "Aemon, how are you doing in the Vale? Are you having any difficulties?" Aemon raised his hand to push her face away and create distance. "It's a new, uncultivated territory, and I have a problem with my mother. Speaking of which, it's really depressing. This is what it feels like to be urged to get married." With this thought, Aemon looked at Rhaenyra. No wonder she always looks so down. She can withstand pressure. "My father asked me to get engaged." Rhaenyra wasn't angry, she wanted to test the other party's attitude. "Coincidentally, my mother is the same." Aemon laughed dumbly. The two looked at each other with sympathy and locked eyes. They said at the same time, "My father asked me to choose you. My mother asked me to marry a girl from the Vale." You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Love begins. As the words fell, the two fell silent at the same time. Rhaenyra's face stiffened, and she quickly lowered her head. Shame filled her heart. Aemon was stunned. He hadn't expected the other party to be straightforward and break through this layer of window paper. I'll go back first." Rhaenyra stuttered. She turned around and left quickly. In that moment, she wished for a crack in the floor to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. "Rhaenyra, wait a minute." Aemon came to his senses and chased after her. Some things must be resolved once they're said. Many misunderstandings are born unintentionally. Obviously, he forgot a law. When a woman is angry and in a hurry, she moves as fast as a dragon. It's impossible to catch up with her. From the open-air corridor to the inner corridor of the Red Castle and finally to the door of the princess's bedroom. Princess Cole, dressed in silver armor and white robes, guarded the door and nodded to greet him. "Stop him." Rhaenyra gave the order without looking up. Cole was stunned for a moment when he saw the two people. Aemon shrugged, his face full of innocence. "Another. Hey, did the young couple quarrel?" A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes leaned against the corridor and looked at the boy and girl chasing each other and teasing. Bang! Rhaenyra entered and closed the door in one fluid motion. Then, she turned and leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside. Aemon! The silver-haired girl gritted her teeth. In the corridor, 3 men stood on either side. Aemon looked at the handsome blonde man and felt vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. I am Gawyn Hightower, the eldest son of the former Prime Minister and brother of Queen Alicent. Gawyn introduced himself. Aemon suddenly understood. Alicent's brother, no wonder he looked familiar. Didn't you return to Old Town with Lord Otto? Cole looked him up and down and stood guard at the palace door. Gawyn is also famous. In the tournament in 105 AC, he was knocked off his flying horse by Prince Daemon with a lance. After that, he became much more low-key. Gawyn sized him up and said sarcastically, Sir Cole, hailed by Her Royal Highness the Princess as my White Knight, is indeed handsome. You'd better watch your words. Cole said coldly. The two seemed to be natural enemies and started fighting as soon as they met. Aemon watched from the sidelines, frowning slightly. Gawyn is known for his sharp tongue, and he dares to say anything. But is he acting on his own, or is Alicent instigating him behind the scenes? White Knight, I'm praising you. Gawyn slowly stepped forward and stopped 1 meter away. He teased, you are of such humble origin, yet you wear a white robe. It is really an honor. Then, he pointed at Cole's black, curly hair. The meaning was obvious, just short of being said clearly. The other person is a humble commoner born in the Dorne frontier and the son of Black Harbour's steward. Cole was fond of this and controlled his temper. Sir, this is the princess's bedroom. You should leave. Yes, the princess's bedroom with a precious elephant. Gawyn took a step back and said meaningfully, I wonder if the White Knight is lonely at night and only uses 5 fingers to relieve pressure because of his oath. As soon as he arrived at the Red Castle, he heard rumors flying everywhere. Daemon's son, Prince Aemon, is the prospective son-in-law of the king. Or that the princess's White Knight is favored and always with her. Don't you think so, Your Highness? Gawyn seemed to have found some fun and turned around to talk to the quiet, silver-haired boy. Bang! As soon as he turned his head, he was kicked in the stomach. Are you good at talking? Aemon's face was cold, and he was clearly angry. Ridiculing Cole alone was enough for him, he just watched the fun. But he had to involve the reputation of the royal family. He really thought that, as Alicent's brother, he could do whatever he wanted. Ahem! Gawyn was kicked, rolled to the ground, and coughed hard. It's not over yet. Aemon glanced at Cole coldly. He stepped forward, grabbed Gawyn's collar, and lifted him up. Bang! Gawyn didn't react as his back hit the wall. Aemon held him with one hand and gripped his neck with the other, sneering. Spreading rumors about the royal family makes you feel very accomplished, doesn't it? Then, he pressed his arm hard against Gawyn's trachea. No, Gawyn's face flushed red. He put his hands on Aemon's arms but couldn't pry them apart. Bang! Aemon kneed him, brought his face close to Gawyn's, and said viciously, Who asked you to come here so you could talk nonsense? There are no good people in Old Town. Humph! Gawyn groaned sourly after being injured in the soft part of his abdomen. He was in so much pain. What's the situation with the kid across from him? Why did he want to kill him? Speak! Speak out! Aemon was merciless, raising his elbow and twisting it. Gawyn screamed and his face quickly swelled up. I'll tell you! I'll tell you! Gawyn couldn't bear the beating anymore, so he hastily said, I was jealous of the White Knight's top ranking in that tournament. I heard the rumor and came here to mock him. Really? Aemon sneered. I'm absolutely sure. Galwin was flexible and just wanted to get away from trouble as soon as possible. "Humph, get out of here!" Aemon's eyes flashed as he let go, throwing Galwin to the ground. He didn't believe a word he said. He was just too lazy to pursue it. "Sorry, I stained your clothes." Galwin wiped the sour water from his mouth and staggered to his feet. As he passed Cole, he was still being servile. "Come on, White Knight, your future is bright." Cole clenched his fists, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. "You should fight back, White Knight." Aemon glanced at him, walked up, and knocked on the door. With all the commotion, Rhaenyra must be behind the door. Dong dong. There was no response from behind the door. Aemon rolled his eyes and said, "I'm going back to the Vale. Can you lend me a hand?" He had seen it all. Rhaenyra's situation in the huge red castle was getting worse and worse. Otherwise, Galwin would not have come in broad daylight to ruin her reputation. Creak. After a while, the door opened a crack. "Take it. There is a boat at the mud gate." A small white hand reached out and handed over an exquisite necklace. Aemon snatched the necklace and said simply, "Thank you." Then he turned and left without hesitating. His behavior had already proven his allegiance, so there was no need to waste words. Just as he left, the crack in the door opened slightly, revealing a pair of purple eyes. Rhaenyra was lying by the door, looking at the silver-haired back with radiant eyes. She had watched the whole process. Aemon was decisive, and his movements were smooth. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his silver-gold hair and cold profile still attracted the eye. This was especially true when he pulled Galwin up and beat him. He was lean but strong, with a broad back and a slim waist. Rhaenyra was fascinated by him, her face flushing. "Aemon seems to have grown up." He was completely different from the fat little boy she had imagined. He was a head taller than her with a green face, yet handsome. Most importantly, he was very brave. On the other hand, Aemon had no idea that a nymphomaniac was peeping at him. He put the necklace in his pocket and left the city immediately. Rhaenyra's newly reclaimed fields were all outside the city. Where should he go to recruit the remaining people? You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Alicent's Jealousy. The sun sets. Aemon returns to the Red Keep and steps onto the long stairs of Maegor's Holdfast. "Your Highness." "Prince." A group of minor nobles greet him as they approach. Aemon responded to each one and walked forward in silence. After a busy day that included supervising the composting of the new fields, he was exhausted. Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet. Aemon looked up and saw Viserys surrounded by his ministers. After hesitating, he bowed and said, "Uncle." Viserys turned his head to the side, expressionless. "Go on. Which territory will the tour stop at first?" "Starting from the Crownlands, then passing through the Riverlands and the Vale." Grand Maester Miros answered the king's question, his eyes and nose buried in his heart. Aemon tactfully pretended to pass by. This meant that his uncle held a grudge against him. It's better not to provoke him. "Alicent said you want to build a city." Viserys suddenly asked indifferently. "I will assign 300 craftsmen from the Red Keep to you. You can pay for their work yourself." "Thank you, uncle." Aemon smiled. Looking at his nephew's back, Viserys complained to his old friend. "Look at him. He won't even say a word." Miros closed his mouth, and sweat broke out on his forehead. God's wood. Aemon searched the Red Keep but didn't see Rhaenyra hiding anywhere. Finally, God paid off. Under a thick weirwood tree, bright red fallen leaves spread out like a blanket. The silver-haired girl leaned against the pale tree trunk, her hands around her knees. A wailing human face was carved into the tree trunk, making the painting look a little sad. "Steal the little pearl." Aemon walked forward. Rhaenyra raised her head. Her beautiful face was calm. I want to be alone and think about the embarrassing things I did, she said. Did I disturb you? Aemon gently sat down beside her, leaning against her shoulder. He was in a good mood now. The new fields had recruited 1,200 young men, and his uncle had sent 300 craftsmen. Thinking of the misunderstanding that day, he knew he had to make it up to her. No. Rhaenyra's voice was soft as she leaned her head on his shoulder. She was very generous and not at all shy. Aemon glanced at her sideways but couldn't bear to push her away again. He and Rhaenyra had a good relationship. When he was a child, she would often hug him to sleep and molest him in bed. Thank you. Rhaenyra spoke first. Aemon replied, You're welcome. Do you know what I'm thanking you for? I don't know. Aemon's mouth curled up slightly, and he fell silent. You really haven't changed at all, from a little boy to an adult. Rhaenyra could barely breathe and angrily said, Alicent is important to you, yet you've helped me openly and secretly. Don't think she's stupid, she can see it. You have been on her side since childhood. Aemon turned his head in surprise. Did she see it now? Rhaenyra looked up, and the emotions accumulated over the years burst out. With hope, she said, the veil is closed and conservative. How about you stay with me in King's Landing? As she said this, she took the other person's hands in hers. Her meaning was beyond words. Aemon was stunned at first and remained silent for a long time. The veil is my foundation. Would you give up Dragonstone or the Iron Throne? He had many goals to strive for. He wants to prevent the tragedy of the Dance of the Dragons, build a city of his own, and live arrogantly with Vormithor. The first goal is for his great-grandfather and his family. The latter two are the result of his temporary short-sightedness. If he stays to help Rhaenyra, what will Alicent do? Looking at the leaders of the Black and Green factions during the Dance of the Dragons, they are all crazy. Sometimes he wonders if he should replace them. He should let them sit on the Iron Throne so that they won't ruin the family's dragons. I knew you wouldn't agree. Rhaenyra remained calm, as if she had expected this result. Aemon, have you seriously considered what happened today? She sat up and asked fiercely, Did my father choose you as the Queen's consort? Do you agree? Another straight ball hit her in the face. Aemon was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. He actually had a good impression of Rhaenyra. Although she was silly, she was really good to him. You don't have to answer. I'll find the answer myself. Rhaenyra's eyes were firm as she turned over and sat astride his legs, holding his head. Aemon was forced to look up and met her purple eyes. Once again, their eyes met, and time seemed to stop. Without the tacit understanding of the day, there were fewer misunderstandings. Compared to the aggressive Rhaenyra, Aemon's gaze was evasive. He tried to turn his head but was pulled back by a bare hand. He stared at her for a while. 1 second, 2 seconds. For a long time. Rhaenyra tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and burst into laughter. Aemon, eyes can't deceive people. She laughed so hard that her body shook with the joy of victory. The other party had her in his sights. Pay attention to your image. Aemon was speechless. Anyone could see that she was beautiful. He still preferred Laena's gentle character. At first glance, she seemed like a considerate and virtuous wife. You are thinking badly. It seemed that Rhaenyra had come to her senses when she pinched the other's chin. Aemon gave her a fierce look. To be fair, though, Rhaenyra was not bad. In terms of appearance alone, no one in the entire King's Landing or the Crownlands could compete with her. Not even the elegant Alicent or the beautiful and generous Laena could compare. Her high nose and rosy lips had an inexplicable allure. Wait, something's wrong with me. Aemon's pupils trembled slightly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't noticed these details before. You're sweating. Rhaenyra examined him. Aemon lowered his head in guilt. Their friendship had deteriorated, and he was guilty. I'll give you a little reward. Rhaenyra raised the corners of her lips, put her hands behind her back, and loosened her skirt. You. As soon as Aemon opened his mouth, a touch of whiteness hit his face. A faint, creamy fragrance filled his mouth. Outside the god's wood. Cole stood up straight and glanced back at the scene under the weirwood tree. First, he was anxious, and then he was frightened. He took a step and stopped. His duty was to protect the princess, not disturb her. Cole quickly turned his back, unable to hide his disappointment. If you don't behave, something will happen sooner or later. The Queen's bedroom. Alicent wore a green skirt and knocked her hands on the glass window. Her eyes were fixed on the ground below. From this vantage point, you could just see the god's wood. Rhaenyra. Alicent bit her lip, her eyes were indescribably fierce. She looked like a female beast that had just given birth, staring at the hunter who took away her cub. In her view, Rhaenyra was sitting astride someone, holding their head tightly. In Westeros, there is no concept of underwear. Under the beige skirt, there was nothing. Sitting astride someone like that is simply shameless. Bang! Alicent bit her lip until it bled and slammed her fingers hard against the glass window. Everyone in the room was startled. Woo Helena was a small ball, and her big eyes wouldn't stop crying. Aegon looked up but continued to play with his toys. Sister Aemon's face looked worried as he moved to sit next to his crying sister. One was a little bigger and the other a little smaller. They were close together and very warm. Alicent suddenly turned around and stared at her well-behaved daughter with a pale, tender face. Rhaenyra is okay, then. Dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Two figures stood in front of the door. Alicent, why is the child crying? Viserys asked in confusion. Yeah, what's outside? Galwyn stood aside, massaging his sore neck. He was also curious why his sister hadn't comforted the child and what she was looking at. Nothing. Alicent drew the curtains, and the room grew dim. She stood up, hugged her crying daughter, pressed her face against her daughter's furry little head, and hummed a ballad to comfort her. She didn't say a word to the two men closest to her. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Little Helena. The sun sets. Under the fish beam tree, the red leaves lie like a blanket. Aemon lies flat on his back with his head raised, recalling the sudden incident that just occurred. Really, soft and white. Aemon, what are you thinking about? Rhaenyra lies on his legs, fiddling with a red leaf in her hand. A certain female hooligan, he replied. Aemon teased. Rhaenyra immediately turned sideways, hiding the remaining blush on her face, and slipped off her snow-white shoulders. After all, she is young, and her face is still thin. Today, she was backed into a corner. She had to find an answer and acted without hesitation. After a while, Rhaenyra peeked and whispered, "My father asked me to travel and choose a husband." Aemon was not surprised and softly said, He was slow to express his opinion, so he must have had a plan. Rhaenyra raised her head slightly. Seeing that he did not respond, she hurriedly explained, "I want to find some allies on this tour." "Not a bad idea," Aemon commented. "Aemon." Rhaenyra was annoyed and raised her hand to slap him. It was not her decision. Aemon pretended to be in pain and teased, "If you want to go, go. What's the use of telling me?" Rhaenyra's face turned cold, and she stood up and started collecting stones. Aemon glanced at her and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What is this crazy woman going to do? What is this crazy woman going to do? Based on the fact that the first to strike is the strongest and the last to strike suffers, Aemon knew he had to act. Aemon hugged her slender waist and threw her down. "Ah!" Rhaenyra screamed as she fell to the ground, her hips raised. There was a lot of laughter and playfulness. If you want to go back to the Vale, I need a new ally. Rhaenyra knelt on the ground and tilted her head to tidy up her messy hair and said, Alicent won't let me go. I'll fight her to the end. This time, Aemon rested his head on her soft thighs and said helplessly, Alicent is just afraid of you. You two really aren't that bad. Humph. Rhaenyra didn't listen. She lowered her head to look at Aemon's face and said seriously, power is power. Power is strength. Aemon suddenly opened his eyes at the familiar saying. Rhaenyra reached out and held his face. Her silver golden hair hung on her chest as she said sadly, if I were powerful enough, you wouldn't have to go back to the Vale. This is the concept she realized today. If she were powerful enough, no one would dare disobey her. Alicent would be obedient and close to her again. Aemon could stay with her forever. If I am powerful enough. Rhaenyra lowered her eyebrows and gently stroked the other's face with her white fingertips. Aemon said, you and I are made of fire, and dragons are power. He thought it was necessary to get Rhaenyra's thoughts back on track so she wouldn't pursue illusory things. Rhaenyra was slightly startled and said, my dragon is too small. Of the dragons with owners today, Syrax is likely the smallest and youngest. He is shorter than Halon, who is also a fourth-generation dragon. Dragons will grow up sooner or later. Aemon smiled and said, wait until I finish developing the river valley. Then I'll take you to hone your dragon riding skills. Many unruly mountain clans are waiting for the dragon flame. It would be perfect for helping Rhaenyra brush up on her combat skills. Rhaenyra was very moved. Okay, it's time to go back. Aemon was overwhelmed and struggled to get up. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes and put away her rare positive emotions. Then, she tied her skirt behind her back and smoothed out the pleats. Her shoulders were still exposed. What a joke. Night fell. Dinner. Aemon sat in a chair, silently thinking about his next move. The city and town were built step by step. The mountain clans must be wiped out. However, he was short on manpower and urgently needed reinforcements. Just then, other people arrived. Rhaenyra changed into a red skirt and sat in her usual seat. The two looked at each other, the latter's eyes were provocative. She turned around, revealing her tight skirt. Aemon's mouth curled up slightly, and he raised his glass to hide it. The pungent smell of wine cheered him up. It seems that you two get along well. Viserys strode over and looked at the two of them with a smile. This was a far cry from his cold attitude that afternoon. Harold, the commander of the King's Guard, followed him and stood at the table with his chest puffed out. He glanced at His Royal Highness. Aemon smiled, nodded, and greeted him. Ser. Prince. Harold's attitude was friendly, and there was love in his eyes for his nephew. The two had known each other for a long time. It was early in the year 112 AC. Sir Harold caught a cold, became bedridden, and nearly died. At the critical moment, Aemon stopped Grand Maester Myros's bloodletting treatment and used common herbs from the valley to treat Harold. The young, strong King's Guard commander had a strong will to survive, and he did. From then on, Harold was grateful and regarded His Royal Highness as his own nephew. What are you talking about? Alicent walked over slowly, followed by a group of children. Aemon looked up and saw that she had changed from a light green skirt to a gorgeous black and red one. If you had come earlier, you would have heard it. Rhaenyra said coldly, changing her expression. Alicent smiled and sat down. Your father decided to let you tour the Seven Kingdoms. There are countless young talents along the way. I hope you can find a good husband. Rhaenyra raised her eyebrows and looked at her with cold eyes. Aemon held his forehead and chose to be deaf and dumb. He understood his uncle's suffering. Caught between two women, even a hero would have to peel off a layer of skin. Okay, don't talk about politics at dinner. Viserys waved his hand to ease the tension. They waited for the servants to bring the dishes. Looking at his nephew, he took the initiative to say, "Is there any news from your father?" If the two parties are engaged, Daemon must be present. No. Aemon shook his head. He lives in the Stepstones and never sends messages. The father and son have similar personalities. Daemon didn't send him messages, and he didn't send Daemon messages. It was enough for them to know that the other was still alive. Viserys nodded slightly and changed the subject. Rhaenyra is going to tour the Seven Kingdoms, visit those vassal nobles, and relax along the way. He explained this to his daughter to avoid misunderstandings. Aemon smiled. Seeing that he didn't take it to heart, Viserys breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. The old man Miras's idea was really good. When they heard that Rhaenyra was going to tour and choose a husband, their relationship visibly improved. What else do you need when you return to the Vale this time? Viserys was in a good mood and thought 300 craftsmen was too stingy. It wouldn't show his generosity as a king. Aemon's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity. I don't have any other requests, but I want to ask for something from the cellar of the Red Keep. What? Viserys asked, wondering if Aemon wanted to move Balrion's skull. It won't interfere with your worship of Balrion. It's just a relic gathering dust in a corner. Aemon kept it a secret, fearing rejection if he revealed it. Okay, then. Viserys was skeptical. The promise had been made, and of course, he couldn't break it. The two chatted harmoniously. Alicent picked up her daughter, Helaena, handed her to Aemon, and said, "You're leaving tomorrow, and the little ones miss you." Really? Aemon took the chubby little girl and set her on his lap. Brother Helaena pouted and took a shell out of her pocket. She raised it over her head and handed it to her cousin. "This is my little baby." "Thank you." Aemon was surprised and rubbed the little girl's head. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, The Arrow leaving the String Silverwing. The next day, Mudgate, the port, Aemon stood tall and watched the large ship carrying the craftsmen sail away. "You are leaving, too?" Alicent was reluctant and hoped he would stay a few more days. "I'll find time to come back." Aemon smiled slightly and looked at the three little kids at his feet. Aegon stuck his butt out to study the brick seams, looking arrogant. Helaena held her mother's hand behind her red skirt, quietly watching her brother take in her little baby. Aemon was close to his sister and was also looking at his cousin, who often laughed. "He's good looking, and he'll teach Aegon a lesson. He's a good man." Hiss. A golden dragon slowly crawled over, stretched its neck, and roared. Rhaenyra, dressed in a dragon riding suit, was full of confidence. "Aemon, we should go." "Okay." Aemon responded. From now on, the other party's tour to choose a husband officially begins. White Knight Cole led the princess's ceremonial guard, rushing to the first stop in the king's territory ahead of schedule. "Your Highness, you may return to the Red Keep if you wish." Rhaenyra walked briskly, looking at Alicent provocatively. "She is a Targaryen. She and Aemon can both ride dragons." "You are right." Alicent's eyes were deep. She walked over to Aemon, lifted his chin, and kissed his cheek lightly. Then, she reminded him, "If you need anything, write to me. Old Town Hightower will provide you with help." Aemon. He touched both sides of his cheeks, cold sweat oozed from his forehead. "Do you want to play it so big?" He did not break the etiquette, but he was no longer a child. "Be careful on the road." Alicent pursed her lips and walked away with a group of children. Helaena and Aemon held hands and turned back to politely say goodbye. It was not until then that Rhaenyra, who was almost petrified, woke up from the shock. The next second Rhaenyra was furious. She grabbed Aemon by the face and wiped it hard, cursing as she did so. What is she going to do? What is she going to do? Damn Alicent! Not only did she seduce her father, but she also wanted to hurt someone else. Aemon was upset and wanted to get away from the trouble as soon as possible. Let's go too. You are not allowed to return to King's Landing while I'm away. Rhaenyra was extremely vigilant. Aemon nodded. Blackwater Bay. Boom. A huge bronze dragon soared past, its wings sweeping up gusts of wind and its long, thick tail splitting the waves. Aemon enjoyed the wind and turned his head to glance back. Hiss. Rhaenyra rode Syrinx all the way to catch up, rising and falling along the waves. Soon, they arrived at Dragonstone. Vermithor slowly landed, covering a large area of the beach with its brown wings and gushing hot breath from its mouth and nose. Aemon's body swayed as his eyes fell on the towering Dragon Mountain. Conquering the mountain clans requires a large army, as does defending the river valley. One dragon couldn't do it, and Grey Shadow was too small to be useful. Therefore, he decided to wake a giant dragon. Hiss! Syrinx caught up, hovering overhead and neighing. Land, Syrinx! Rhaenyra's voice was crisp as she spoke half-Valyrian. His vertical pupils flashed with curiosity as he obediently folded his wings and landed next to the bronze dragon. A very docile dragon. Aemon saw this and envied him. A dragon that hatches in the cradle is more willing to obey its rider's orders than a dragon that is tamed halfway through its life. Vermithor has a bad temper and a strong sense of autonomy. In battle, however, he cooperates with the rider 100%. On weekdays, however, he turns into an irritable old dragon who doesn't listen to anything he doesn't like. Aemon, are you sure you want to wake up Silverwing? Rhaenyra turned over and jumped off the dragon's back, looking worried. Don't worry. I'm sure. Aemon smiled confidently. Silverwing is the companion dragon of his great-grandmother, the good Queen Alysanne Targaryen. Like its master, it has a famously docile temperament. Moreover, Silverwing and Vermithor have a unique partnership. The purpose of this trip is not to tame Silverwing. The goal is simply to wake it up and move it to the river valley. With one more adult dragon in charge, the river valley will be solid as a rock. Rhaenyra was powerless to stop him and said seriously, I wish you success. She could see it. Dragons are the most important trump card. Rather than letting the family dragons be tamed by the Valyrians or given to Alicent's children, it's better to move them to the river valley to weaken the hostile forces. His Vermithor roared, flapped his wings, and flew toward Dragon Mountain. He couldn't wait either. Dragon Mountain. Vermithor circled halfway up the mountain and entered the broken entrance of the smoking cave. Bang! Aemon climbed down from the dragon's back and stepped on the gravel with his boots. Vermithor glanced at Aemon, raised his head, and sniffed around. It was still a familiar smell. I'll go wake it up. You stay here and don't move. Aemon rubbed his bronze chin. It was necessary to give the reminder. First impressions are the most important in the relationship between humans and dragons. If Aemon wanted Silverwing's help, he had to wake it up himself. If Vermithor wakes up Silverwing, it will only serve as a companion and will not establish a friendly relationship with Aemon. Grey Shadow was kidnapped by Aemon and is now very obedient. Roar! Vermithor's vertical pupils dilated, and his huge body curled up, indicating that he knew. Wait for my good news. Aemon lit a torch and walked deeper into the smoking cave. Last time, he only explored half of it, the platform altar where Vermithor slept. Behind that was the nest where Silverwing was sleeping. Time flies. Aemon walked through the dim tunnel, using the torchlight to see ahead. Stinking mud covered the ground, and with each step, his feet sank deep into it. He pulled out his boots, which were covered in black mud. It was made entirely of dragon excrement. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew from the depths of the tunnel. Aemon pricked up his ears and vaguely heard the dragon snoring. We're almost there. Refreshed, he sped up. Finally, he entered a spacious cave with an exit carved into the stone wall. Hurrah! A silver-grey dragon lay on the ground with its huge head on the tip of its tail. Its majestic chest rose and fell with each snore. Silverwing! Aemon's heart surged, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. From afar, he watched the dragon's true appearance. Its hard, silver-grey scales exuded a metallic luster under the light from the cave ceiling. Its body was well proportioned, and its skin was smooth without tiny thorns. Its head was gorgeous, quite similar to Syrux's, with 3 pairs of dragon horns of different sizes growing on both sides. All were covered with a layer of keratin. One of the horns on its lower left jaw was broken in half. It seems as if it had been on the battlefield or broken in a fight with another dragon. What a beautiful dragon! Aemon sighed sincerely and stepped forward lightly. His deepest impression of Silverwing was its pair of silver wings that flashed with a cold light. They were like 2 giant knives that could cut through anything. Swish! Suddenly, Silverwing opened his eyes without warning, revealing cold, vertical pupils. Aemon froze, as if being stared at by a natural enemy. This feeling was fleeting, however, and courage and boldness emerged in his heart. He slowly raised his palm. Look at me, Silverwing. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Glutton Sheep Thief Roar. Silverwing glanced at him sideways, and slowly climbed up with his huge body, spreading his wings to attack. The command was issued in half-Valyrian, with a majesty that could not be refused. And this tough attitude stimulated the dragon's rebellious psychology. Aemon's face was firm, and he shouted again, "Stop the fight, Silverwing!" Every dragon awakened from its slumber was full of anger. If you want to appease, you must not be afraid. Hiss! Silverwing's pupils were cold, and he roared angrily at the silver-haired boy, opening his dragon mouth to accumulate dragon flames. Aemon was face to face with it and could clearly see the shape of the dragon flame. The orange-yellow flame mixed with silver-grey gathered in a vortex on the dragon's upper jaw. No! No dragon flame! Aemon's blood was boiling, and his voice drowned out the dragon's low roar. Roar! Silverwing tilted his head over the dragon's head, and his nostrils flared vigorously, as if he smelled a familiar smell. There are partners, offspring, and there is also a sweet smell similar to that of the previous driver, which is connected by blood. After a slight hesitation, the dragon flame in his throat subsided. Don't panic, Silverwing. Aemon raised one hand high and walked forward cautiously. Come with me and see the sky outside. Roar! Silverwing blinked his vertical pupils slightly, stretched his slender neck, and moved his dragon head closer to the silver-haired boy. The movement was gentle and the attitude was friendly. Aemon thought so, and smiled and quickened his pace. Hiss! Silverwing suddenly turned his face and hit the silver-haired boy's chest with his dragon kiss, directly hitting a parabola. Damn guy, dare to wake it up when it sleeps. Don't think about cheating again. Plop! Aemon's eyes went dark, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness came over him. He fell to the gravel ground like a kite with a broken string. Cough cough! His head was buzzing, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. After a long time, he slowly got up from the ground. Hiss, what a ruthless move! Aemon felt dizzy and shook his head. Thanks to solid as a rock, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Roar! Silverwing's pupils widened, wondering if the silver-haired boy could still get up, and his dragon head was lowered almost to the ground. At first glance, it looked like a curious cat. Aemon took 2 steps forward and laughed dumbly. Are you satisfied now? It is indeed an adult dragon. Even if it has a good temper, it cannot be provoked. You should know that during the blood seeding, there were at least 80 dragon species that died in the mouths of the dragon couple, Vormithor and Silverwing. It is not as docile as the rumors say, and anyone can ride it. Roar! Silverwing did not believe in evil, and the dragon head slowly approached, and arched lightly and quickly. Aemon opened his arms and let the female dragon arch around. The panel prompt sound came to his ears early. Discover a creature with special magic, and get plus 100 essence. Call up the personal panel. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Dragon King of Old Valyria, 41.5%. Skills, Binding Charm crippled, Proficient, Archery, always hitting the target, Empty Hands, Skilled. Magic cards, Strong Body, Blue, Solid as a Rock intermediate, Purple, King's Temperament, Purple, Equipment, Dual Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3, Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast. Comment, the bloodline is steadily improving. You can try to study advanced dragon riding skills. Plop. Silverwing arched 3 times in a row and knocked the man to the ground. Aemon lay down and played badly, and the depression in his chest dissipated completely. He got 100 essence points for free, and the purity of his bloodline increased by 5%. This trip to Dragon Mountain is a sure win. Hey, why is there no movement? Aemon waited for a long time and was not harassed. When he turned around, he saw a sewage canal with dragon excrement. He shuddered. Fortunately, he didn't fall into it, otherwise it would be stinking. Roar. The dragon's roar came again, with more profound meaning and less lively and agitated. Aemon propped himself up and looked up to see Silverwing in front of him. Silverwing's head was lowered, and its huge body was crawling on the ground, revealing the ebony saddle on its back. Aemon was stunned when he saw this, and then he laughed. It seems that he has been recognized by the third dragon. Follow me, Silverwing. Aemon didn't ask for trouble by riding, leaving behind a swift and resolute back. Silverwing tilted its head to express confusion. But seeing it leave, he instinctively chose to follow. Boom, a pair of silver wings supported the ground, and the huge body was shining with metallic luster, like a war beast. The total length is more than 50 meters, similar to the second-generation dragon Dreamfire and the third-generation dragon Malaise. It is not known for its size, but it is both gorgeous and rich. In the cave, Vormithor was lying in a ball. Look who I brought out, big guy. Aemon trudged through the mud with a smile on his face. Roar. Vormithor opened his vertical pupils, glanced at the driver, and kept an eye on the deep tunnel. Rumble, a silver-grey dragon, followed closely, and its head slowly emerged from the shadows. Vormithor's pupils suddenly shrank, and the bronze scales on his body stood up. Silverwing's pupils were indifferent, and his appearance was fierce and elegant. Let's go out for a stroll. Aemon climbed up the dragon's back along the rope ladder with great expectations. Roar. Seeing this scene, Silverwing opened his dragon mouth, and his sharp fangs showed his annoyance. Vormithor growled and turned around to crawl towards the cave entrance. Fly, Vormithor. Aemon was keenly aware of the strangeness of the dragon under his crotch and gave a command to test it. His Vormithor jumped down from the cave entrance without hesitation. Aemon narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt the strong wind blowing, and couldn't help but cheer. Dragon Flame. Subconsciously, he gave the command. Vormithor dived into the sky, and his huge dragon mouth spewed out dragon flames, breaking through the thick clouds. Hiss. Silverwing followed closely behind, flapping his silver wings to chase. Vormithor's pupils were cold, and he lowered his head to avoid the bronze dragon flames, and dived down at high speed. Aemon closed his eyes tightly, and his long silver gold hair fluttered in the wind. Ha ha ha! He could still laugh. Hiss! Silverwing crashed into the dragon flames, and the metallic color of his scales became brighter, and he let out a melodious and sharp dragon roar. Aemon shook his head and opened his eyes a little. He found that Silverwing loved to sing. He soared and neighed, which was somewhat similar to Caraxes, who was used to intimidating enemies with sharp calls. Stone Drum Tower. Hearing the roar of the dragon, Rhaenyra hurried to the front yard to watch. Then she saw 2 giant dragons, one bronze and one silver-grey, entwined and dancing in the high-altitude clouds. Dragon flame! Aemon's voice suddenly sounded, giving an order. His Vormithor raised his head and roared, and the bright copper flames sprayed wantonly. Hiss! Silverwing followed suit, spewing out a vortex of dragon flames, and his body swayed flexibly from side to side. Rhaenyra was surprised. Great, he succeeded. Not only did he awaken Silverwing, but he could also make it fly with him and order it to spit out dragon flames. This was no different from controlling a dragon. His Syrinx crawled from behind, looked up at the 2 dragons and roared. It was as if he was announcing his existence. At the foot of the Dragon Mountain, Boom Vormithor and Silverwing flew over one after another, sweeping up gusts of strong wind. Aemon closed his eyes and quietly established a connection with the 2 dragons. After the blood was purified to more than 40%, there was an additional inspiration in the dark. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could deepen his bond with the dragon. It was not the kind of telepathic induction when fighting with dragons. It was a kind of weak connection that sensed each other's body and mind at all times. Just like now, he could feel the strong flame in Vormithor's heart, which would burn and destroy without reason once it erupted. In the past, it was still words and actions to appease it. But now, it is enough to use the collision of hearts. Hiss! Silverwing flew above the heads of a man and a dragon, without establishing any connection, but flew with them instinctively. One is a partner, and the other is very attractive. This is why it did not leave. The 2 dragons flew side by side, immediately attracting countless eyes. The rocky back mountain of Dragon Mountain. A skinny dragon with a brown mud body and ugly appearance was eating. Hiss! The dragon was attracted by the roar and looked up vigilantly. The dragon mouth held a charred sheep carcass with blood streaks and threw it away with the action. One of the 3 wild dragons on Dragonstone Island. The ugliest appearance, the dragon wings are like devil claws, and it is a freak who often steals and eats sheep. It is called sheep thief by the residents of the island. Hiss! The sheep thief's pupils were flexible, and his nostrils twitched slightly. He followed the scent of the 2 dragons. He wanted to see what was going on. If the 2 dragons left, Dragon Mountain would be his lair. And there was another terrorist who shared the same idea. A remote corner of Dragon Mountain. Crack, crack, the harsh noise of stones being crushed, scratches left by the hard rocks. Roar! A thick, long, and powerful dragon tail covered with black scales flashed by. Just looking at the tail, it must be quite large. The behemoth quietly entered Dragon Mountain, and faint sounds of sniffing could be heard, looking for delicious food. At noon, Aemon drove Vormithor and led Silverwing to fly out of Dragonstone Island and soar over Blackwater Bay. Hiss! Silverwing was very happy and especially liked to fly everywhere. 1 person and 2 dragons soared for a long time, and reluctantly returned to Dragonstone Island. Boom! As soon as they returned to the island, an explosion sounded halfway up Dragon Mountain. A dark green flame like smoke and mist rushed out of the mountain, just like a wildfire exploding. Hiss! A mud dragon screamed and rushed out in panic. Its body was stained with dark green dragon flames, emitting a rotten stench. Is it a wild dragon? Aemon was stunned for a moment, grabbing the handle and not rushing to land. Vormithor smelled the stench, and his copper-bright vertical pupils flashed a fierce look, looking around for the damned fellow. At the same time, a huge monster as black as carbon crawled out of the cave, its claws tightly grasped the rock, hiding in the dark green dragon flame. Aemon narrowed his eyes slightly and vaguely saw a vague outline emerging in the dark green dragon flame. Swish! Suddenly, a pair of green vertical pupils full of cunning, coldness, and evil appeared, staring at him coldly. Hiss! Hiss! The wing membrane of the sheep thief's wings burned sporadic holes, and it wailed and was about to fall. The green vertical pupils turned to stare at it, revealing the desire to eat. In an instant, the bloodthirsty instinct overcame reason. Hiss, a black shadow rushed out and pounced on the frightened mud dragon. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, The Dragon's Dance. Boom! Bronze dragon flames rained down, striking the enormous black shadow precisely. Hiss! A terrifying dragon with a body as black as carbon emerged from the flames. Its pair of green, vertical pupils stared fiercely at the dragon that had attacked it. His Vormithor was even more powerful and looked down at the dragon with contempt. Aemon saw the black dragon clearly and exclaimed, "Cannibal! It is the largest and oldest wild dragon on Dragonstone. It is known for stealing dragon eggs and preying on young dragons. It is called cannibal. What a vicious dragon!" Aemon looked at it carefully. It had scales as black as carbon, green vertical pupils, a thorn-like barb all over its back, and wide, large wings. Its huge dragon mouth exposed black fangs, and drops of smelly saliva slipped down. At night, the saliva corroded large areas of vegetation, turning them into a withered, drooling wasteland. Roar! Cannibal roared into the sky, ignoring the two giant dragons above, and pounced on the mud dragon trying to escape. Prey is its goal. Stop it! Aemon raised his murderous intent toward the evil dragon without hesitation. Boom! Vormithor swooped down, and the dragon's mouth continued to spit copper-bright flames like a volcanic eruption. Silverwing hesitated for a moment before following his partner. Meanwhile, the sheep thief fell to the ground. His skinny body was covered with scars, and he whimpered and wailed. He was not only ugly, but his roar was also unpleasant. None of the giant dragons present cared about him, they were all alert to the imminent melee. Boom! Cannibal stopped halfway, raised his head, and spewed dark green dragon flames. The two sets of flames collided, bursting into brilliant flames. The copper-bright flames were like boiling water, and the dark green flames were like mist. They were compatible and killed each other. A layer of pungent white smoke covered the area for several miles, like clouds floating up Dragon Mountain. Attack, Vormithor! Aemon shook his body and gritted his teeth to give the order. Cannibal turned his dragon head to the side as if he had heard the human shout and stared at the sky with his green, vertical pupils. His Vormithor suddenly rushed out and swooped down with a pair of sharp claws, stepping on the dark dragon's head. Sizzle! Cannibal could not dodge in time. A large number of scales on his head were torn, and hot dragon blood flowed. His 3 pairs of pale horns were already hideous, but they looked even more evil covered in blood. Hiss! Silverwing followed closely behind, floating past and spewing a vortex of dragon flames. Cannibal covered his wings in front of him, and the dark wing membrane was like a black umbrella, blocking the powerful long-range attack. Hey! Aemon glanced back in surprise. Such a thick wing membrane! It can even block dragon flames. With this one glance, the size difference between the two dragons was apparent. Cannibal is worthy of being called the largest and oldest wild dragon. Its body is estimated to be more than 70 meters long, and it is strong and powerful, several times larger than Silverwing. It's really an old dragon. Aemon's face changed slightly. A dragon's body continues to grow with age, and its body length shows its age. Viagar is a typical example. By the time it's 160 years old, its skin is loose, its temples are sparse, and its jaw and neck are drooping. The same is true for Vormithor. Vormithor is over 80 years old and grows much faster than ordinary dragons, giving it the appearance of a 100-year-old dragon. At a glance, people can tell that this dragon has experienced many years. As for Cannibal in front of him, those deep green, vertical pupils are definitely not those of an ordinary dragon. It's at least close to 100 years old. Roar! After being attacked one after another, the glutton became furious and flapped his black wings to chase after them. Don't give it a chance to get close. Aemon made a prompt decision and drove the dragon to Dragon Mountain. Boom! Like a black comet, Cannibal sped toward them, raising its head to spit dark green dragon flames. Dodge! Aemon's pupils shrank slightly as he dodged sideways. Vormithor turned around, avoiding the flames by brushing against one of the dragon's wings. Hiss! Silverwing was not so lucky. He was hit in the back by the dark green dragon flames, lost his balance, and screamed. Cannibal was hungry and rushed toward the silver-grey dragon. Boom! The two dragons collided, one with a claw and the other with a bite, and started fighting without giving in. Silverwing had a gentle personality, but he was fierce in battle and suppressed his opponent for a while. Crack! Silverwing bit Cannibal's shoulder blade, shattering the black scales inch by inch and causing dragon blood to gush out. Hiss! Cannibal roared and opened his mouth to bite Silverwing's neck as if he wanted to kill him. Attack, Vormithor! Aemon shouted again. Vormithor raised his head and roared. His body smashed down like a cannonball and crashed directly into Cannibal. He was a far better opponent than the one who hid in Dragonstone and only attacked dragon eggs and young dragons. This dragon undoubtedly has more combat experience and is more aware of the weaknesses of its own kind. Swish! A pair of sharp claws locked onto the neck and tore into the chest, and the full weight of his body pressed down on his opponent. Cannibal wailed and let go of Silverwing. Dragon Flame! Aemon was lying on the dragon's back and seized the opportunity immediately. His Vormithor gathered a mouthful of bright copper dragon flame and poured it onto the dark dragon's head like a flood. The rolling copper water splashed and dripped all over the sky. Cannibal's green, vertical pupils showed horror as he was swallowed by the dragon flame in an instant. Roar! The smell of burnt white smoke filled the air, and the dark dragon fell from the sky. The bronze dragon and the silver-grey dragon emerged from the smoke, flying and circling over Dragon Mountain like a pair of winged birds. The next second the dark dragon fell to the ground with a bang, raising dust and smoke everywhere. Is it dead? Aemon leaned over to observe, clenching the handle so hard that his knuckles turned white. This old dragon, which had devoured its own kind, was too cruel. If he stayed on Dragonstone, it would be a disaster sooner or later. Stone Drum Tower. Rhaenyra was stunned, watching the fierce dragon fight that happened in an instant. Before she could react, the dark dragon fell. Hiss! Syrax was extremely agitated. It pushed the driver with its dragon head and lowered its body to fight. For some reason, the sight of the two giant dragons flying in the sky made her dragon blood boil. It seemed to be a call from within. The black dragon is seriously injured. Rhaenyra was stunned for a moment and hugged the dragon's head, pushing her. Syrax didn't listen. He opened his mouth, grabbed the driver's skirt, and dragged him to her body. Rhaenyra couldn't stop him, her expression was neither funny nor sad. Without the dragon's help, she quickly stepped onto the saddle and gave the order, "Fly, Syrax!" Hiss! Syrax neighed excitedly and flapped his wide, fleshy wings vigorously. The same scene played out in the nest under Dragon Mountain. Hiss! Hiss! A heavy stone door embedded in the mountain produced two sharp cries. "Elder, the young dragons are out of control." A young dragon keeper ran out from behind the stone door, his silver crew cut was burnt black. The old dragon keeper looked solemn and asked, "Are the chains secure?" There had never been a riot by young dragons before. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! Boom! Two crisp cracking sounds were heard in succession, and flames shot up from behind the stone door. "Get out of the way!" The old dragon keeper pulled his assistant to the ground in horror. Hiss! Hiss! The heavy stone door broke instantly, and two sub-adult dragons, each over 10 meters long, spewed flames and rushed out of the intricate underground nest. One had golden scales all over its body and light pink wing membranes. Its appearance was extraordinary. When it flew into the sun, its golden scales shone brilliantly. The other dragon had cobalt blue scales and an extended lower jaw the color of copper foil. Its body was well proportioned and stylish, and its wingspan was wider than that of an ordinary dragon. It spewed blue flames and burned the dragon keeper guarding it. The two sub-adult dragons looked up, stared at the two dragons flying in the sky, and screamed with excitement. They flew up into the sky together and chased after them. His Vormithor's pupils were vertical as he circled Dragon Mountain, seemingly in an inexplicable state. Silverwing flew by his side like a dancing bird. Soon, Syrinx flew from afar and joined them in their dance in the sky. What's going on? Aemon was stunned. Buzz. A buzzing sound filled his mind, making him feel dizzy and sleepy. In the haze, a picture emerged. 14 fire peaks formed a volcanic group in a row, and sulfur-smelling smoke slowly rose. Hiss! A shrill roar sounded, and the ground collapsed into a bloody dragon. A large black and red dragon circled in the air, looking down at the dragon with cold, vertical pupils. The larger dragon's throat accumulated dragon flames as dark as night. It seemed to be executing something. Boom! The dark dragon flames fell and engulfed the head of the injured dragon. The scene changed, and a group of dragons flew out from everywhere and surrounded the headless dragon. Hiss! A cocky dragon tore open its scale-covered belly and pulled out a broken hind limb covered in scales. More dragons followed suit, pulling out more broken limbs covered in scales. A black and red dragon slowly circled, watching the dragons share the food. At the end of the scene, the dragons roared, and the black and red dragon appeared as the leader. Dragon King! Aemon looked dazed, and Valyrian words came out of his mouth. Every tribe has black sheep who devour their own kind. There are also dragons. These special individuals are tentatively called dragon eaters. They don't eat the bodies of their victims to vent their anger after winning a battle. Rather, they are simply bloodthirsty and quietly hunt their own kind to fill their stomachs. Dragon eaters are usually larger and stronger than ordinary dragons. The dragon that can kill a dragon eater gains the respect of the dragon group. A group of dragons dancing is also a spectacular ancient celebration ceremony. Hiss! Hiss! Two sub-adult dragons, golden and cobalt blue, flew over, intertwining as they joined the circling, dancing group. Their positions were clearly defined. Vormithor circled the top of Dragon Mountain in the sky. Silverwing and Syrinx circled the halfway point of Dragon Mountain, one above and one below. The two new sub-adult dragons could only stay at the foot of the mountain. Aemon suddenly woke up and smiled. You've made quite a scene, Vormithor. Roar! Vormithor's vertical pupils revealed a fierce light as he stared at the smoke and dust below. Aemon felt something in his heart and became cautious again. Dragon-eating species are always cunning and not so easy to kill. Hiss! Suddenly, a dragon roared from below. The man and the dragon focused their attention on them and stared intently. Plop! A mud dragon with bumps all over its ugly body crawled out, wailing as if to gain sympathy. Obviously, it was ignored again. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. A dragon corpse, black as coal, fell to the ground, creating a deep pit with its huge body. Half of its head was broken and mixed with blood, buried in the dust. The dragon's green, vertical pupils stared unwillingly at the sky. It was as if it had fallen into hell and still remembered its hatred. Hey, it's really dead! Aemon stood up excitedly. It was as if a big stone had fallen from his heart. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Dragon Slayer. Aemon the dragons instantly boiled over, and their roars spread across a sea area of dozens of miles. Hiss! Silverwing's vertical pupils flashed as he glided not far from the ground and took the lead in showing interest in the broken dragon corpse. Many of its dragon eggs had been stolen by the other party. Now, it's time for revenge. Hiss! The other dragons became increasingly agitated, looking up at the bronze dragon periodically, as if waiting for the king's orders. "It's up to you, Vermithor." Aemon was proud of him, rubbing his palm against the bronze scales. Vermithor glanced at the vertical pupils and slowly opened his huge dragon mouth. "Dragon flame!" Aemon shouted. Hiss! Vermithor raised his head and roared. The bronze dragon flame roared out, breaking through the thick clouds. The next moment, the dragons seemed to have received a signal and acted in an instant. Silverwing moved the fastest, landing lightly on the ground and opening his mouth to tear open the belly of the dragon corpse. Hiss! The sheep thief, having forgotten his pain, propped himself up with his brown wings and pounced on the dragon corpse to feast. He was the most decisive, tearing off a piece of flesh and swallowing it. The two sub-adult dragons joined the feast as well, eating unceremoniously. The celebration after killing the dragon-eating species must be the saddest meal. Hiss! Syrinx flew low on the periphery, turning around anxiously. Since the driver was still on his back, Syrinx didn't dare go down to fight for it. "Put me down, Syrinx." Rhaenyra looked dazed. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew she couldn't stop her dragon. When Syrinx landed, the driver climbed down and squeezed out the sub-adult dragon, who was also golden. Grunt! At the foot of Dragon Mountain, the two sub-adult dragons they had raised had escaped, and the dragon breeders immediately panicked and went out in full force to look for clues. As soon as they arrived, they saw a group of dragons performing an ancient ceremony. Plop! Plop! Dozens of dragon handlers knelt down, their faces flushed with excitement and their eyes almost fanatical. As professionals who accompany dragons all year round, they are well aware of the existence of cannibal. They can kill cannibals and cause the dragons to celebrate. The glory of ancient Valyria has reappeared. An old dragon handler said tremblingly, his pupils shaking. After reading countless ancient books about the Dragon King of ancient Valyria, only a few similar ancient rituals were recorded. Most of the specific reasons and detailed years are unknown. Witnessing this scene with my own eyes today is no less shocking than a spiritual cleansing. Soon, the dragon corpse was gone. Hiss! Silverwing licked the dragon's corpse and retreated a distance. Seeing this, the other dragons reluctantly gave up their positions. The sheep thief's pupils dilated, and he finally bit off a piece of scaly flesh. He curled up at the end of the dragon group. In the air, Aemon saw everything and whispered, "It's our turn, Vermithor." The last part of the ceremony would be performed by the dragon under his crotch. Roar! Vermithor circled Dragon Mountain. A pair of wide, brown dragon wings blew away the stench, restoring the world to a clean state. Then, it folded its wings and landed. Under Aemon's gaze, the dragon sniffed the broken corpse and revealed sharp fangs in its dragon mouth. Snap! Vermithor's eyes flashed fiercely as he locked onto the intact neck of the dragon-eating species. It bit off the scales bit by bit and lifted up the huge corpse. Aemon sat astride the saddle and stared at it intently. Hiss! Suddenly, Vermithor exerted force, and the dragon's head rose unstoppably, accompanied by the harsh sound of bones breaking. Puff! Cannibal's neck was cut off in the middle, and half of its broken black dragon head was uprooted and thrown high into the sky. The clouds and mist dissipated, and the sun shone. Boiling blood gushed out of the broken neck like a dam bursting in an instant. It covered the man and the dragon that had killed it. Fearless, Vermithor let the blood of the dragon-eating species spill onto his chest. Aemon looked up and saw the dazzling sun, so he raised his right arm to shield his eyes. When he saw it, he couldn't avoid it. The dragon's blood poured down like a bucket, soaking his head and body. Suddenly, white smoke emerged. Aemon! Rhaenyra exclaimed in shock. Dragon blood is extremely hot, and mortals will burn if they touch it. When she thought of this, she felt cold all over. The dragon breeders at the foot of Dragon Mountain also witnessed the scene. Prince! The old dragon breeder's heart stopped. His face turned as pale as paper, and his hair stood on end. Usually, dragon breeders who come into contact with dragon blood can only commit suicide with the obsidian dagger they carry. Give yourself a quick death. Hiss. With a roar, Vermithor discarded the dark dragon's head and spewed bright copper dragon flames to start the cremation process. Cough, cough. As soon as the roar subsided, a rough cough emanated from the dragon's back. Everyone present was suddenly shocked. Hiss. It's like taking a boiling bath. Aemon reached out to wipe the dragon blood off his face and took a deep breath of cold air. It's so hot. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed that his silver hair was slightly curled due to fever. Vermithor, you are a bastard. Aemon gnashed his teeth, his face red and shiny. He was burned. He hurriedly wiped off the dragon blood, and his long, silver-gold hair clumped together in tangles. He was a mess, but no one could see that clearly. Aemon. Rhaenyra covered her mouth, speechless with shock. The dragon keepers trembled all over as if they had witnessed a miracle. Aemon the Dragon Slayer. Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Only dragon slayers can be baptized by dragon blood and forge an indestructible body. The shout reached everyone's ears. Even the old dragon keepers, accustomed to seeing big storms, opened their mouths and said tremblingly, Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer who controls the dragon. Aemon the Dragon Slayer. A warrior descends to earth, Daemon Targaryen. Aemon had wiped halfway when he heard noisy shouting. His blood-stained eyebrows knitted up. What the hell are you shouting about? He didn't speak any louder. The dragon's back was too high, he couldn't hear clearly. Aemon, are you okay? Rhaenyra hurried over and shouted beside the bronze dragon. Aemon replied speechlessly, what do you think? Fortunately, he has pure blood and is twice as fit as an ordinary person. Try another one. It's cooked to medium rare. Rhaenyra's expression was stunned as she stared at the bloody boy on the dragon's back with her beautiful eyes. His face was still handsome, but his long, blood-stained hair was messy. He's not disfigured. Aemon lowered his head and stared at her. The four looked at each other and could see each other's thoughts. Humph. Aemon rolled his eyes, smiling. Although being poor and bulging did not limit his stupidity, he was kind-hearted. At this time, only a black dragon skeleton remained in the pit. Hiss. Silverwing took off again, and the other dragons turned around and flew away. However, as they left, they all roared in respect to the bronze dragon. Vermithor raised his head and accepted it peacefully. Aemon patted his face, knowing it was time to say goodbye. Be alert, and don't lose face. Tidehead Island. Roar. An old dragon with a dark green body crouched on the ground. Its sparsely pointed head drooped as it enjoyed the driver's caress. It's time to eat, Viagar. Laena, wearing a white lace dress, gently hugged the dragon's chin. Viagar's eyes were drooping, and his huge body was motionless. He only responded with a nod of his chin. The movement was very light and gentle. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past. Viagar raised his head slightly and his vertical pupils instantly became indifferent, exuding faint hostility. Be quiet, Viagar. Laena staggered after being pushed and hurriedly comforted the sensitive old dragon. Viagar glanced at her. His cracked dragon mouth opened and closed. Finally, he relaxed his body and fell down with a bang. She was inexplicably extremely restless. It seemed that something big had happened and she had missed it. Just like that. Don't be angry. Laena brushed off the dust and stroked the old dragon's sunken eye sockets with both hands. Then, she looked up into the distance. I saw two giant dragons, one bronze and one silver-grey, flying side by side across Blackwater Bay and out of the throat. Aemon. Laena's eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered softly. He awakened the dragon Silverwing. She realized what had happened in an instant because she was smart. It's incredible. Laena bit her lower lip and felt her heart surge. She liked dragons, especially big, fierce adult ones. So she chose Viagar. Unexpectedly, someone was more cunning than she was. He used the unique partnership between Vermithor and Silverwing to wake Silverwing up and fly with him. So you are here, Laena. A male voice pretending to be surprised suddenly came from behind. The son of a former Bravu Sea King was working hard at that moment. Laena didn't even look back, and the blush on her face faded quickly. Roar! Viagar turned his head and roared. The hot wind blew and he came out to drive away the driver. I'll come next time. The other party was sweating profusely. He didn't want the flowers in his hand and ran away. The image of the straw bag was simply a true performance. Roar! Viagar snorted heavily and looked sideways at the driver. I'm fine, Viagar. Laena's voice was soft and magnetic. He tilted his head and gently leaned against the dragon's head. Their heads touched, and they felt each other's warmth. Just then, however, the man and the dragon were interrupted. An ugly, brown-scaled mud dragon quietly flew through the clouds, sniffing and following the scent. It seemed to be fighting for new territory. Half a month later, Runestone City, Valley. In an empty room, a tall figure with short, silver-gold hair lay on a table, writing furiously. With a piece of parchment and a feather pen, he was creating a great plan. The first batch of materials provided by the card has arrived. It's time to officially start, Aemon muttered in a low voice. Half a month later, His Royal Highness changed his hairstyle to a more fashionable one. There is no way. Dragon blood is sticky and thick, it can't be rubbed off, even if it sticks to hair. His Royal Highness could only endure the pain and cut his hair short, which slightly improved his appearance. Rhaenyra is leaving for a tour, and I should formulate my first 5-year plan. Aemon's eyes were bright, and he didn't stop writing. People must have a clear goal in life. Referring to a series of recent and long-term events, muddling through is no longer an option. The feather pen moved slightly, leaving handwriting on the parchment. The development plan of the River Valley. As the prince's territory, the importance of the River Valley is obvious. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is essential for survival. The palace has not been built yet, and the city is nowhere in sight. We must tighten the screws. Second, the marriage candidate. You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 86. Chapter 86, the cards must be high quality. Aemon paused for a moment, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. Swish, swish, swish. The quill pen wrote down a name, Rhaenyra Targaryen. The pen tip poked and drew a cartoon pig's head next to it. Marriage is a big deal, and many aspects must be considered. Aemon had a good impression of Rhaenyra, and she also liked him. Of course, she is the first choice. In terms of their identities, the two are a good match. She is an heir to the Iron Throne, but unfortunately, she is a girl. He is a young prince who tamed an adult dragon, but his place in the line of succession was downgraded repeatedly. Together, they make up for each other's shortcomings. In one word, orthodoxy. Aemon nodded slightly and wrote down the second name, Laena Velaryon. A cartoon rabbit head was drawn behind the name. Apart from Rhaenyra, Laena may be the most suitable spouse. With Vermithor under his crotch and Viagar tamed by Laena, who can compete? Once they join forces, it's hard to imagine who could compete. Aunt Rhaenys and cousin Laena are dragon riders too, so they could help at the critical moment. In terms of raw strength alone, it's beyond imagination. The sea snake is not an easy old lamp. Aemon frowned and circled the woman's name. The Velaryon family is too involved, rash contact will only bring trouble and offend the uncle. Then, he wrote the third line of small words. To be determined in the Valley marriage. As usual, he drew a sheep with its butt sticking up behind it. Aemon smiled and drew a big X. Marrying the nobles of the valley is currently the most profitable option. This way, you can integrate into the power structure of the valley nobles. Unfortunately, he wants to make money quickly. If you marry a girl from the valley, Daemon will fly back directly from Driftmark Island, right? Aemon couldn't help but laugh. Future direction, it's impossible to gain a foothold in the valley without friction. Aemon's eyes were narrowed, full of determination. They must seize control of the Moon Mountains and undermine the Arryn family. Subdue the closed and conservative nobles of the Vale. I am weak now, and I need allies, vassals, and subordinates. Aemon wrote them down one by one, and the future looked promising. Suddenly, a suitable marriage partner in the valley seems possible. The possibility is very small. A dignified lady requires more when choosing a husband. Being too strong is not good, it's easy to take over the magpie's nest. Too weak, and she will become a stepping stone. Since the two have never met, it's difficult to say whether they're suitable for each other. Knock, knock. The door was knocked on and gently pushed open from the outside. Prince, we should set off. Johanna wore a black gauze dress, and her voice was soft and charming. The nephew of old Maester Hughes is here, following most of the people in the southwest who are migrating to the river valley. Aemon heard this and stood up happily. He rolled up the parchment and stuffed it into the green satchel on the table. Squeak, a little mouse opened its mouth and hid its master's treasure. Let's talk on the way. Aemon carried his satchel and travelled lightly with Johanna. As they walked out of the castle, they saw a bronze dragon in the distance. Johanna's beautiful eyes shone as she said, "Walking, with this group of migrating subjects, the valley will finally have a population. No hurry." Aemon smiled slightly, seeing through the other party's intentions. It took a lot of effort to get this black swan. His mother, Lady Rhea, had told him to be strict and forbidden him from losing his virginity early. Roar! Vermithor opened his vertical pupils and moved his huge body slightly. A dull roar came out of his throat. Gurgle. Johanna's body stiffened, and she didn't dare move forward. The famous bronze fury exuded oppression with just a look. "Give me your hand," Aemon said as he held her hand and approached. With panic in his eyes, he pressed his hand against the bronze scales on the dragon's neck. Johanna's face changed drastically, and her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. "Don't scare her, Vermithor." Aemon concentrated, calming his breath as he rested his forehead against the dragon's slightly shaking neck. To conquer a smart and capable subordinate, you must show corresponding courage. Nothing is more intimidating than a giant dragon. Roar! Vermithor glanced sideways, raised his head slightly, and prepared to take off. "How is it?" Aemon asked, tilting his head. I. Johanna stammered for a moment. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes, and she laughed from the bottom of her heart. She could see His Royal Highness's sincerity. Just like her burning heart at that moment. The best expression is not language. Aemon read her excitement through her eyes. The number of housekeepers increased by one. Hiss. After a while, Vermithor roared into the air, carrying two figures into the sky. Near noon. River Valley, at the foot of the mountain. "How are the preparations?" Aemon strode over and asked the White Knight in charge of supervision. Steve replied truthfully, "The obstacles have been cleared, and the old craftsman has measured the ground's uniform height and is compacting the foundation." Aemon nodded and took a quick look around. At the foot of the mountain in front of him was a flat, open space half a kilometer long and wide. The stones that had been moved away were piled up in different categories all around. They were waiting to be used later. On the open ground, a mixture of sand, stone, and clay, 1 meter thick, was laid on the surface. 3,000 people used wooden hammers or stone rollers to repeatedly tamp the mixture without stopping. "Let me try," Aemon thought, stomping his foot on the tamped ground. There was a dull sound, and a shallow mark was left behind. Steve said, "Prince, everything is built according to the highest standards. It's absolutely solid and firm. Just barely passed." Aemon was not very satisfied. What good is a 1-meter thick foundation? It can only make a shallow mark, proving that the tamping is not thorough enough. He is not going to build a towering tower like Harrenhal, but the hardness of the foundation cannot be ignored. The construction level in Westeros is limited. Aemon secretly shook his head. Let's put that aside for now and check the first batch of building materials provided by the card. The location is not far away, and we will arrive in a few minutes. Prince, I have counted everything. Johanna handed over a list, her eyes seductive. Aemon took a quick look. Bricks, tiles, beams, and food were all available and quite heavy. The quality of these materials exceeds expectations. They're much better than the products of Westeros. Johanna said calmly. Really? How high? Aemon didn't respond, but he carefully checked each of the stacked building materials. He started with the bricks, each of which was 1 foot long and 3 inches thick. From the outside, they look like green bricks fired in a kiln. The tiles are not simple either. They make a crisp, pleasant knocking sound, and each piece is emerald green like leaves. At a glance, there were hundreds of piles of bricks and tiles stacked separately, amounting to no less than 1 million pieces. The beams are made of various materials. The most precious ones are 12 golden Nanmu beams, each of which is a rare treasure with a diameter of 1 meter. They are just right for the main hall's beams. There is enough food for 3,000 people to eat 3 meals a day for a month. It's worthy of a red card. Building a palace is just like this. Aemon became happier and happier, sweeping away his depression. According to the task list, provide sufficient materials. Recruit 3,000 people to start working, and control the construction speed. From these 2 points, it's clear that he doesn't need to worry about materials, and he can speed up the process. At this moment, the card shows, not fully activated. Progress time, 1 year. 1 year is quite fast, and it will take another 1.5 years for Rhaenyra to finish touring. Aemon was very satisfied. Don't worry about the phrase not activated. It means the palace has not been built yet and construction has not officially begun. When the time comes, he will activate the card, and the construction materials will arrive in sequence. Prince, if Lady Rhea asks, what should we say? Johanna was always cautious. It's a question. Aemon's eyes turned, and he leaned in and said, just say I bought it from the free trade city. You don't need to answer anything else. The card will automatically reduce suspicion. If someone asks, say you bought it on the other side of the sea. After that, Aemon continued to inspect other materials. Long Lake. It is a vast lake covered with green duckweed. The lake is fed by the sea and connected to a long river from the north, hence the name. Hey, hey! A dozen old craftsmen led the way, directing thousands of young boys and girls to work hard. Some shoveled sand and clay while others fetched water. Finally, they stirred it into mud. A tall, thin, yellow-faced young man wearing a coarse bachelor's robe was supervising. Your Highness! Seeing a silver-haired boy leading people from afar, the young man bowed slightly and saluted respectfully. Aemon guessed, who are you? My name is Munter, nephew of Bachelor Boulder of Runestone City. Bachelor Munter calmly introduced his origins. Aemon's eyes flashed, and he replied lightly, I have heard of your name for a long time, Bachelor Munter. At the end of Blood Dragon Dance, he replaced the previous Grand Bachelor, who had absconded from the Green Party, and became the new Grand Bachelor recommended by the Academy City. He also compiled historical books on the Blood Dragon Dance. I didn't expect that you are the nephew of old Bachelor Elias. Aemon's expression remained calm, but his heart beat faster. What is lacking most in the valley? Talent. Maester Munter's sallow face showed guilt, and he apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. Master Elias sent me a letter, and I agreed. But the academy arranged to repair it temporarily, so I studied there for another 4 years." Aemon waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Just come." He seemed generous, but he sneered inside. "You dared to stand me up for 4 years? You skinny stock! You'll wait to pay back your debts like a cow and a horse." Maester Munter was a rookie, his mind was simple, and his face turned grateful. He raised his hand to introduce Aemon to His Royal Highness. "Look, these mud plasters are a mixture of fine sand from the lake and clay excavated from the mountains. They are considered top grade." Aemon heard this and thought of materials not provided by the card, such as mud plaster that acts as an adhesive. For example, there was mud plaster that acted as an adhesive. These materials are relatively common and can be found ready-made in the valley without having to be transported from elsewhere. Just use local materials. Suddenly, Aemon looked at the finished mortar and asked, "Is it strong enough for laying bricks?" Maester Munter spread his hands and said, "We don't have any better materials." Aemon's eyelids twitched wildly. He decided to use this as an opportunity to hone his chi cultivation skills. "You are from the Citadel. Do you have a better solution?" "Yes, lime," Maester Munter replied. Aemon smiled as if he had just been enlightened. "Yes, burn lime. In an era without cement, slaked lime is one of the strongest adhesives." With this thought in mind, Aemon turned his head and looked at the towering mountains. Halfway up, a deep cave appeared out of nowhere. His A-string was plucked in his heart. A sound came from the dark cave, and a huge dragon head slowly emerged. "Build infrastructure, conquer mountain clans, expand the army, step by step, the prince will stand up." You can read +100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get +100 advanced chapters. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Dragons need to work in the fields. Vermithor stuck out its dragon head. Its bronze pupils were impatient, and it angrily opened its dragon mouth and growled. It had just returned to its new home when something happened as soon as it turned around. "What does the driver want to do? Help me, Vermithor!" Aemon was thick-skinned and waved his hands vigorously at the bronze dragon. Roar! Vermithor was angry and flew over from the new nest with its wings spread. Its low, muffled roar sounded like very dirty curses. Boom! The bronze dragon slowly landed, sending fine sand flying several feet high. The boys and girls carrying water were so scared that they fell to the ground on the spot, some directly into the water, and their faces turned pale. "Those who can swim, save them quickly." Maester Munter was anxious yet steady as he urged people to go into the water and rescue them. Without saying a word, Steve took off his armor and white robe, went into the water, and picked up the drowning people one by one. "Thank you for your hard work, sir." Aemon handed him a white robe to dry off. "These boys and girls are not from Runestone City, they are orphans recruited from Newfield in King's Landing." He didn't want to let them go, so he had to treat them well. The episode was over. Aemon found a pile of limestone. Limestone is usually white or brown with a soft texture that makes it easy to break. It is a common stone that can be found everywhere. "Prince?" Johanna's eyes sparkled as she guessed what was about to happen. Maester Munter saw His Royal Highness's audacity in just a few minutes and quickly led the rest of the people to retreat. "Dragon Flame!" Aemon gave the order. Vermithor looked down at a pile of rotten stones, his pupils vertical, and opened his mouth to spit out copper-bright dragon flames. Sizzle! The limestone quickly dissolved under the dragon flames, burning, turning into lumps of red, fiery magma. "Stop!" Aemon frowned. Vermithor's flames stopped abruptly, and a puff of black smoke spurted from his nostrils. Looking at the limestone that had been burned into liquid, Aemon asked, "Can this still be used?" "Can this still be used?" "Yes." Maester Munter replied and asked someone to deal with it. After it cools, it will become volcanic ash. It can replace clay, and its texture is better. Aemon's eyes were full of helplessness. He wanted to burn lime, not volcanic ash. We can try again as long as we control the temperature. Maester Munter exerted all of his masterly curiosity and was extremely curious about the dragon burning lime. Okay, then let's try again. That was the only way. Aemon stroked the bronze dragon's brown wing membrane and warned, "Reduce the fire, don't melt it." He spoke in High Valyrian, keeping it simple and orderly to ensure it could be understood. Roar! Vermithor shook his dragon head, indicating his bad temper. Soon, someone brought more limestone. Dragon flame! Aemon ordered. Vermithor was no longer reluctant but still spat out dragon flame. This time, however, the dragon flame was much weaker. Crackling! The limestone burned red-hot and softened. Stop! Seeing this, Aemon hurriedly called for a halt. As a former student of compulsory education, he remembered that the limestone should not crack or shatter during the burning process. Vermithor slowly extinguished the dragon flame, and the limestone turned grey and black as it cooled. "Get a bucket of water," he ordered. Maester Munter ordered a strong young man. The Citadel has studied countless lost skills, and burning lime is just one that is difficult to popularize. The process is simple, but difficult and costly. Therefore, it cannot become a mainstream building material. While waiting for the water, the grey-black limestone gradually cooled and turned white again. Aemon couldn't wait. He dipped his hands in the water, picked up a few pieces with his bare hands, threw them into the bucket, and smashed and stirred them. "Dear Prince!" Maester Munter was astonished by this scene. It's not scientific to hold burned quicklime with bare hands. Not even the heat-resistant Targaryens should do this. "Don't make a fuss, Maester." Johanna smiled slightly and ordered more people to fetch water and stir the quicklime. Limestone that has been burned to change color but not broken up for use has already turned into quicklime. When quicklime meets water and heats up, it becomes a fine white paste called slaked lime that can be used. Aemon concentrated on his work, using a wooden stick to mash the quicklime in the bucket into a paste. "Prince, it's done," Maester Munter said tremblingly. He still couldn't accept it and needed to slow down. "Let someone try it on the brick joints to see if it's solid." Aemon stood up and patted the water, looking forward to the results. The process is specific. However, the temperature of the burning lime is not well controlled, and the cooling time is insufficient, so the lime has not completely transformed. However, this is just an exercise, and the subsequent burning will be gradually refined. Two old stonemasons stepped forward and built a row of low stone walls using a mixture of slaked lime and fine sand, as well as a mixture of sand and soil. "Pay attention to the ratio, 1 shovel of slaked lime and 3 shovels of fine sand," Maester Munter instructed. Maester Munter instructed from the side, and it really looked like that. Aemon nodded slightly, thinking that Maester Munter was indeed talented. Similarly, he viewed the city differently. As expected of a learning institution that gathers the continent of Westeros, it possesses a wide range of knowledge and skills. Unfortunately, slaked lime has reached the ceiling of the era. Aemon felt a little regretful. He knew how to make cement, but burning cement was more than 10 times more costly and difficult than making slaked lime. The effect of cement. It was hard at first, but it was sensitive to sunlight and cold. Its shelf life was no more than 100 years, and it usually cracked after a few decades. Using cement to build the prince's palace was disproportionate to the cost and benefits of laying the foundation. In comparison, burning lime was simple, and slaked lime itself was more durable. When mixed with other materials, ancient buildings using slaked lime could last 1,000 years. "Prince, why don't you move first? It will take some time for the slaked lime to bond." Maester Munter looked at the bronze dragon and kindly reminded him. With such a bad-tempered dragon next to him, the craftsmen slammed their feet while laying stones. "Go back, Vermithor." Aemon accepted the suggestion and turned his face away from the dragon. "Roar!" Vermithor roared at the driver, and hot wind blew his silver hair. Then he turned his head and flapped his wings to fly. "Let's go too." Aemon wiped his face and said calmly. He had already led Vermithor's partner, Silverwing, to the river valley. What's wrong with ordering him around once or twice? Aemon dared to speak loudly to him. A silver dragon head with a backward curving horn for a crown poked out of the high mountain dragon's nest. It quietly looked at its partner and the silver-haired boy. After confirming there was nothing there, it quietly shrank back. Give full play to the calm character of a home dragon. While waiting for the quicklime to take effect, His Royal Highness remained restless. Compared to half a month ago, there are more rows of huts on the shore of Long Lake. Many farmers wearing coarse linen clothes squatted by the wall, staring into the distance with dull eyes. They were subjects from the northwest of Runestone City. The northwest bordered Raven Ridge, where there were few subjects. Lady Rhea had decided to move these subjects to the river valley to serve as the first batch. Aemon did not approach but whispered, "How many households are there, and how many people?" Leaving their original lives behind and moving their whole families to a strange land would inevitably cause them to be confused and lose hope for the future for a while. There are a total of 509 households, each with 3 to 10 people. That's a total of 1,824 people. Johanna reported in both decimals and integers and added, "Only half are young, strong men and women, the other half are elderly and children." In an era of low productivity, ordinary people have more children. Children are the next generation of laborers, helping to support the family. A large family will not be bullied by neighbors. There are a few people. Aemon smacked his lips. According to detailed statistics, the 3,000 young, strong people who built the prince's palace are from Runestone City and will return in the future. In addition to the more than 100 craftsmen in the prince's camp and the 150 valley knights, only the labor camp of the firesmith department belongs to the river valley. The 300 craftsmen and 1,000 orphans in King's Landing do not currently belong to him. In total, the 509 households in front of him are the only real residents of the river valley. There are still a few residents in the back who are harvesting crops and will slowly migrate here. Johanna offered comfort at the right time. "Don't disturb them for now." Aemon did not approach. The first survival crisis of the river valley has arrived. How will the new residents live? Reclaiming wasteland is one strategy, but the river valley is in ruins, and there are no extra people to do so. How long will their food last? It was June, and the valley had already harvested its summer crops. Thanks to the Westeros continent's changeable climate, it has been summer in recent years. Johanna said, "It can last until next year's summer planting, and there is also livestock to raise." In other words, the construction period for the prince's palace must be shortened. First, though, we have to find a way for the residents to make a living. It's not easy. Aemon frowned. For the first time in his life, he felt his shoulders were heavy. He compared the difference between his uncle and his father, Daemon. His uncle was the king, having inherited the prosperity left by his great-grandfather and continued it. This is considered ability. In contrast, Daemon used public funds to rebuild the Golden Robe and privately recruited mercenary troops. At the peak of his career, he proclaimed himself the King of the Sea. He had only occasionally heard about Daemon riding a dragon to punish the offending pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom, but there was no news about how the Stone Steps Islands were governed. After all, he was the second son, and his talent lay in bravery. Hiss! As I walked around the lake, I heard the roar of a young dragon in the distance. When I looked up, I saw a light grey dragon holding a large fish and flying back from the lake. Grey Shadow! Aemon chuckled. Hiss! Grey Shadow saw him too. He raised his head, swallowed the big fish whole, and flew over happily. Plop! A giant dragon hit His Royal Highness, knocking him to the ground. Aemon's eyes twitched in pain. He held the young dragon in his arms and said helplessly, "It seems you've grown a bit." Now that he mentioned it, it seemed true. Grey Shadow was only 6 meters long and still looked like a little guy. Aemon looked at him now and saw that his porcelain white horns had grown longer, and his tail was thicker. Its body length was actually about 8 meters. Hiss, hiss. Grey Shadow licked Aemon, rubbing his dragon head against His Royal Highness. His royal blue, vertical pupils were full of expectation. Aemon pondered this and said, "It's the effect of the blood source fruit. Only the secret treasure fruit provided by the panel can make a young dragon grow 2 meters in a month. Perhaps the blood source fruit is more effective because of the young dragon. But that fruit is also rare and precious." Grey Shadow continued to flatter, hugging His Royal Highness with his mist-like wing membrane, acting like a spoiled dog. "Okay, stop it." Aemon was pushed back constantly by it and lightly slapped the dragon's head. Under Johanna's surprised but inconspicuous gaze, he silently brought up the card panel. White mist and 3 unturned cards. Aemon's mind moved, and the 3 cards were turned over, 1 was white, 1 green, and 1 blue. The third blue card was slightly more useful, bronze shield, inscribed with the runes of the ancestors. It is said to have magical blessings that cannot be damaged. Price, 250 essence points. Aemon poked it and exchanged it directly. He liked bronze artifacts and collected them. Unfortunately, blood fruit is difficult to obtain. Aemon touched the dragon-headed dog and considered giving Vermithor some compensation. "I can't always get it for free, right? Even if Balerion is resurrected today, he still has to work 2 acres of land for me. You can read plus 100 advanced chapters on my Patreon tier 4. You'll get plus 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, if there is no road, then draw a smooth one. Then, call up the personal panel. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 41.5%. Skills, Binding Spell Remnant, Proficient, Archery, Hitting the Target, Empty Hands, Skilled. Magic Cards, Strong Body, Blue, Solid as a Rock Intermediate, Purple, King's Temperament, Purple, Equipment, Double Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3, Bronze Shield Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast. Evaluation, the bloodline is steadily improving. You can try to study advanced dragon riding skills. It was ordinary, with almost no changes. Aemon sighed and checked the golden hourglass on the card page again. Number of essence, 2197. After hunting the glutton, the dragon blood drenched his body to obtain 100 points of magic essence. The 4 dragon eggs and the white deer provided 67 points of essence. I just exchanged for the bronze shield for 250 essences, and I have 2197 essences left. There is only one regret. Cannibal failed to provide 5% blood purity. The dragon is dead, and the blood has lost its essence. Aemon rubbed Grey Shadow's dragon head angrily, feeling sad for the death of an adult dragon. But it's better to die. Without cannibal stealing dragon eggs and hunting dragonlings, the number of dragonlings on Dragonstone may usher in a wave of growth. It's all for the family. Aemon comforted himself and felt much better. Hiss. Grey Shadow blinked his pupils and waited for a long time without reward. It's not too late. Aemon pushed away the greedy dragonling, got up and left ruthlessly. Halfway through, he ordered, "Remind Sir Ryan of Seagull Tower to pay attention to receiving the next batch of building materials." "Yes, Prince," Johanna said. The building materials did not appear out of thin air, but were shipped from the Strait of Oceans by a foreign ship and landed in Seagull Town for transfer. "As long as you don't make a fuss, the card will provide protection measures." The only thing to worry about is that the mountain road through the river valley is difficult to travel. Prince. Maester Munter said happily, come and see, the hardness of slaked lime is very high. He picked up a stone and smashed it hard against the low wall built with slaked lime. Bang! The stone broke into two halves, and a small concave pit was smashed on the surface of the low wall. Aemon reached out and touched it. It felt a little damp and cold, and it was still half dry. As we all know, slaked lime must be completely dry to exert its full hardness. This degree is quite good. Maester Munter was afraid that His Royal Highness would not know the goods. According to this hardness, how much slaked lime is needed? Can it be calculated? Aemon was very satisfied. The amount of slaked lime for a prince's palace is incalculable. To put it another way, how many people can burn lime to supply 3,000 people to build a palace? At least 500 people. Aemon was surprised, 500 people are enough. He thought more people were needed. More than that. Maester Munter elaborated, it's easy to burn lime, but the demand for stone and firewood is huge, and we need 3 times the number of people to supply it. That means an additional 1,500 people, specializing in quarrying and cutting firewood. Aemon was speechless. 1,000 orphans from the new fields and 509 new subjects, combined, are not enough. Johanna tiptoed and whispered in her ear, Prince, we have coal mines. Yes, coal can replace firewood. Aemon's thoughts suddenly became clear, and he planned a complete production chain in his mind. Half of the people will dig coal and quarry stones, and the other half will burn lime. Both will not be delayed. Dare to think and act, Aemon walked towards the temporary village by the long lake. Prince, what do you think? Johanna accompanied him closely. Give the subjects a smooth path to the future. Aemon didn't even turn his head, and a smile appeared on his face. At this time, the new subjects heard the noise and had already walked out of the hut and gathered together. Both men and women lowered their heads, full of fear of the new lord and the fish-eating dragon. The northwest is relatively poor and the news is blocked. They don't know what it means to be a prince or not, they just hope to have land to cultivate and the new lord can collect less miscellaneous taxes. Everyone, the valley welcomes you. Aemon walked to the entrance of the village and shouted with open arms. The new people looked at each other, and many old people pulled their children to kneel down. The scene was quite cold. Steve rushed out and said in a loud voice, in front of you is the bronze and fireborn of the Targaryen family, the heir of Runestone City, the prince of the dragon clan, and the dragon slayer Aemon. The voice was loud and spread across half of the long lake. Hiss! The grey shadow screamed sharply, startling the depressed. The little guy was catching fish on the lake. A single move can move the whole body. The black swans wandering on the green lake are startled and fly over the lakeside. Young dragons and black swans. The new people have been born in the countryside, where have they seen such a scene? The sharp-eyed people saw Steve wearing silver armor and white robes and heard the name of the White Knight. Immediately, a large number of them knelt down. Aemon the Dragon Slayer. My Lord Prince. The country folk all called the nobles master. When they heard about the dual identities of the heir to Runestone City and the Dragon Prince, they felt that he was 100 times more noble than the nobles they had seen before. Aemon was used to it, and waved his hand calmly, everyone, stand up, I want your loyalty, not your knees. The new subjects dared not disobey, and thanked him one by one and stood up. Steve, who was guarding at his side, said solemnly, Prince, please give me a lecture. Thank you. Aemon took a deep breath and announced loudly in the common language with a slight valley accent, welcome to join the river valley. As your new lord, I will provide you with land. Wow! The new subjects were pleasantly surprised, and the target was hit accurately. Aemon continued, at the same time, I will build a new home for all of us. The new subjects did not understand why the prince would live with them. Aemon's next sentence, "How much work you do, I will pay you. Long live the prince!" The new subjects' eyes sparkled, and they shouted wildly. In any era, money is the driving force of human society. After a long while, Aemon pressed down with both hands, signaling them to be quiet. The new subjects shut up, and their enthusiasm was mostly reduced. They began to doubt whether the wages were true or false. It was rare for nobles to provide 2 meals of porridge for conscription. Aemon did not waste words and asked, "Who is the village chief?" or something like that. Soon, 7 old men and 3 middle-aged men came out. "We are the village chiefs of 7 villages. Our village is still rushing to harvest crops, and we are representatives. The 10 people have similar identities, and they are all grassroots managers." Aemon said simply and rudely, "Building a city and a town requires manpower. If you contribute, I can distribute wages or other compensation. Your Highness, what are we going to do, and how much reward can we get?" An old village chief was trembling with fear, and he didn't dare to mention the wages at all. Different jobs have different wages. Aemon knew that the lower-class people were the most practical, so he introduced them one by one: 28 copper stars a month for burning lime, 3 silver deer a month for quarrying, and 6 silver deer a month for mining. According to the exchange rate of 1/10 of copper stars, silver deer, and gold dragons, the wages were squeezed to the lowest critical point in King's Landing. Only coal mining is a profitable job. Correspondingly, coal mining is the most difficult and tiring. Really? The old village chief widened his eyes, full of disbelief. There is a shortage of jobs for country people, and after farming and harvesting, they basically have zero income. How could your highness lie? Steve spoke at the right time. The old village chief was very excited and immediately discussed with the other 9 people. They lost the land originally provided by Runestone City, and the river valley was all uncultivated land. They were worried about their future life. With a job that could make money, they would not be afraid of starving. Think about it carefully. Both men and women will be recruited, but not the elderly and children. Aemon left a sentence and stared at the new field orphans gathered nearby. You too, I will pay you. They originally supported the river valley because of Rhaenyra's status, and did not talk about wages. Hearing this, the group of new field orphans also became lively. In a moment, both groups discussed the result. Of course we have to do it. Aemon finally showed his foxtail and said righteously, as long as you are a vassal of the river valley, I will distribute 6 acres of land to each person according to the number of people. Not to mention the new vassal who valued land the most. Even the new field orphans were secretly excited and wanted to stay in the river valley to share a piece of land. There is land outside King's Landing, but the orphans are very competitive. And those lands are relatively barren, which is not as good as the fertile black soil of the river valley. Aemon glanced at the people and saw that they could use their will. He added, in addition to wages, if anyone wants to stay in the valley, a house will be distributed according to the household registration after the town is built. He didn't care whether he would suffer a loss or not. Anyway, he has nothing in his hands now, and it all depends on the people in front of him to work hard. You work hard, and it's better to make this king lose money. Your Highness, let us stay. Someone shouted loudly, squeezing out from the orphans in the new field. What do orphans care about most? Not to be hungry and cold. After being favored by Princess Rhaenyra, the light of the kingdom, they got rid of hunger and had the opportunity to reclaim land and build houses. But that didn't belong to them after all. Staying in the valley and getting money and housing is the life they dreamed of. With the first one taking the lead, the rest were all boiling. The new subjects were no less, and they knelt down again to ask for loyalty. Prince! Johanna's eyes were surprised. I didn't expect that His Highness had begun to master the skills of ruling his subordinates. Although it was all due to interests, it was enough for a while. Aemon ignored him and focused on his work. 2 groups of people will be put together. Women will burn lime, old and young men will mine stones, and young and strong laborers will dig coal. After a pause, he suddenly realized, pick some girls and strong women to cook for them. The wages are the same as those for burning lime. Eating is a big deal, and it cannot be forgotten. Johanna. And even more speechless than her are the people of the Firesmith tribe who work as coolies to move stones. Seeing that the orphans and the new residents have wages and houses, they are dumbfounded. Crack! William whipped the ground with a whip and shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? You want to rest after moving so many stones today?" Woo woo woo! The people of the Firesmith tribe wanted to cry but had no tears. They threw their arms and continued to work. Who told them that they were captives? The tribesmen sent out to recruit the tribe never came back. They are at the bottom of the food chain in the river valley. Come to me, Grey Shadow. Aemon finished drawing the pie and called the young dragon who came to watch the fun. To burn lime, you need to build a kiln. First, burn some samples manually. Hiss! Grey Shadow, unaware of the darkness in people's hearts, flew over happily. Maester Munter. Who said that dragons are all ferocious beasts? Aemon glanced at him and began to order the horses and cattle. Maester, please notify the work of tamping the foundation to stop, double the area of the foundation, and use lime mixed with sand and clay to tamp it again. The materials provided by the cards are very valuable, so we must make the most of them.